of course, does not get CNN and so far has not heard of this attack. There will be a radio announcement in about 7 minutes' time, and then a television announcement over Jordanian state television at 10 o'clock local time. The only reaction so far from Jordanian officials is that the attack has taken them by surprise. They said they were led by the State Department to believe that there would be at least a little bit more time for Iraq to decide to pull out of Kuwait before any action of this type began. Of course, here in Jordan, there is considerable concern because the country is wedged between the two powerful neighbors, Iraq and Israel. At the moment, everybody is waiting to see what kind of reaction there might be from Iraq and what response Israel might have to that. This is Doug James reporting live from Amman, Jordan.
Right, we've just had a report from the pool reporter in Daman who reports that he believes that coming into Dhahran now are missiles. That is a large Saudi oil town on the coast in the eastern province. Once again, the pool reporter from Dhahran in Saudi Arabia believes that he hears incoming missiles. Reporter Jim Hickey making that. Now let's return to Baghdad. We have 3 reporters in the Rasheed Hotel. Come back in.
Okay, Dave, it's John. I'll start. Bernie and Peter are here. Just as you came to it, the skies lit up again with anti-aircraft fire. All right, we're going to let you hear it. It's a brightly lighted night sky now. It looks like a million fireflies off to the southwest of our location and down to the south as another wave of anti-aircraft fire goes up into the air.
It's like the beginning of it, John. There's all this anti-aircraft fire in our vicinity, but the explosions, this one a huge rose-red explosion, probably 10 miles away, lighting up the sky. The guns near us have stopped firing. I get the impression that planes are just coming right over the city and these anti-aircraft are picking them up, but they're just going on to their designated targets. And as I said, as we have noted, there's been no apparent hits on any of the attacking aircraft that we can see.
Gentlemen, we are seeing an example of surgical bombing.
Explain that, Bernie.
There have not been any wild bombs going off out of pattern. You can barely hear the planes, and throughout the last 2.5 hours, 3 hours, whenever there were exchanges, they were in specific areas.
It seems like 2.5 or 3 hours, Bernie, but I think it's been about an hour. I don't want to be frivolous about this, but we actually, Bernie, you may be right, but we won't know till tomorrow how surgically precise these bombs were. I'm sure tomorrow the Iraqi authorities, I hope, they will let us go out and see some of what's been going on, and I think that if any civilians have been hurt in these raids, we will probably get to see them, maybe not some of their more important targets.
What I meant by that is bombing in Baghdad proper.
Yeah. Well, it's still a remarkable sight out the window here. The noise has calmed down, as I'm sure you can tell. I've got my head in the window, or at least in the vicinity of the window again, so we can look out here and get a better view of things. There's another string of tracer rounds going straight up into the air, pointing straight up out in the west of our location, and it's continuing to happen. There are other airbursts going up and exploding up in the air, and from time to time the night sky will light up brightly. In the area of, maybe more to the south into the west of Baghdad, now there seems to be a good bit of activity. We see a lot of lights and flashes in the sky, and you can hear some fire that at this distance almost sounds like M16 automatic weapons fire. Of course it is, and it's big guns at great distances away from where we are.
You know, and reflecting on my years in Latin America covering a civil war or two and having been shot at, and seeing bombing and this kind of fighting, aerial fighting, I must say that this is a new experience.
This is quite something, isn't it, Barry? There are bright flashes of light as these big bombs go off in the far distance. Yeah, Bernie, go ahead.
I'm going to leave you for a moment. I'm going to crawl over to the other side to see what's going on over there in that quadrant of the city.
Bring us back a full report, Bernie, and we'll keep looking out here on this side of the building. More anti-aircraft fire going up. We don't see any any major signs of fires or anything like that on the ground in Baghdad right now. And as we look out, we see more and more, well, we do actually. Now to the north of our location, we see some bright flashes of light on the ground, and now due west of where we are. There's more fire going up. There's a bomb that has come down now. You'll probably hear the report at the refinery in just a minute. We saw the bomb come down. We saw the flash, and you just heard the explosion. And it was a big blast of bomb blast that came through this window. I'm going to back away from the window now. I'll still try to get a view for you, but that was a rough one for me. It was very far away, and I'm sure it was not dangerous, but it was the biggest blast of air that I felt from a bomb so far. Peter?
Yeah, that could have been as heavy as a 2,000-pound bomb. The windows in the hotel room have held. Maybe they are bulletproof. Maybe they're also bomb-proof. The waves are coming basically now. It seems maybe 3-4 planes. They're unloading their hardware and then heading off. These pilots, the American pilots, are flying through a lot of flak, a lot of anti-aircraft fired from the ground. The gunners are firing a lot. The U.S. planes don't seem to be targeting any of the anti-aircraft weaponry. At this point, they seem intent on hitting specified targets and then getting on their way. John?
Peter, could the reason that they're not worried about the anti-aircraft fire be that the planes are flying high enough so that the anti-aircraft fire wouldn't be effective against them anyway?
No, I think it would be too difficult to try and figure out where the anti-aircraft fire is, John, at this point. Don't forget, this seems to be a strategic attack on Baghdad. It is not preparation, I would think, for a ground assault. So there is less need to specifically knock off every weapon that's going up to you.
All right, Peter, I'm going to go back to the window because I see some bright light off to in one direction from our location. And I see more and more air bursts. It looks like there are 100 fireflies off in the southwest of where we are now. It's just and the fireflies are flashing brightly one after another. It's really it's like sparklers on the 4th of July at a great, great distance, many miles away from where we are. The blast that came through this window a few minutes ago was very much like the first blast you feel when you're out at the countdown clock at Cape Canaveral for a space shuttle launch. It was just a powerful wave of hot air that came into our location here, and the sky is still alight. We see some more anti-aircraft rounds going off one by one. There's no great noisy barrage of anti-aircraft in Baghdad now, but we do still see things, and I'm going to look out the window and see if I can see where this bright light is coming from. I actually can't. It's in the direction, I guess, generally to the south of where we are, but I just, because of the way the hotel is built, I can't see around enough to tell you precisely where the bright light's coming from.
Yeah, it could be anywhere away to the south of the west there, John. It's the skies are lit up frequently, and out there somewhere there is a terrible pounding going on, and it seems to be much more serious than it is here in the center city. And it has been continuing now for about an hour and a half, and obviously the U.S. Air Force is serious about its mission here tonight.
Absolutely. And there could be some planes from other coalition members as well. We have another, I won't call this a lull, but well, there's an airburst not directly overhead, but it's visible up in the sky rather than down on the ground, out in the southwestern direction generally from where we are. And as I look out, Peter?
What I think is very eerie about this, John, is that quite a few of the explosions, most of them haven't been accompanied by the sound of aircraft. I don't know if we're getting cruise missiles coming in here, or that is guided cruise missiles, or these planes are flying very high. We did hear at least 2 or 3 aircraft come low over the hotel, but we really don't know where all this flak, all this bombing is coming from, and I get the impression that the anti-aircraft fire is all over the sky. They don't seem to have much idea either, John.
Yeah, and I think we might be able to hear something, and we do hear something now. I think this is probably coalition airplane fire again. There's a loud, rushing sound like the sound of a jet engine nearby, and a lot of anti-aircraft going up after it, but no sign of any connection between the anti-aircraft fire on the ground and the skies above. I'll attempt to get back to the window and have another look out and see what I can see down below. And well, you can hear it echoing off the concrete buildings in downtown Baghdad, and it could even be that some of the echoes that we're hearing now are from the area of the Tigris River, which is very near where we're located. You can hear some more sound of anti-aircraft fire. And Peter, that sound that we just heard with the echo after it, was that, did that sound to you like an airplane sound?
No, I think it's just anti-aircraft fire. They've got Russian weapons here. They've got all manners of equipment, of which I'm not overly familiar with, John. So it could be, they're just noises in the night in one sense.
Exactly. Noises that we're not too pleased to be close to, but we'll continue to be, there's no place for us to go. We've been told to stay where we are, and we'll certainly do that. Yeah, there is another lull, it seems, and what we'd like to do is check in with our other colleagues up and down the cable news network and see what they can report to us. So for now, we'll stand by in Baghdad.
John, Peter, Bernie, thank you very much. I'd like to make a correction and an update on an earlier report we had from a pool reporter, Jim Hickey. We had said that he was in Dhahran, and we'd like to correct that. He was reporting from an air base in Saudi Arabia when he reported the sound of incoming missiles. He further updated that he believed they were Scud missiles before he had to seek shelter and obey orders to get out of there. Now, the sound that came through the window there in the hotel, we have indications that the B-52s could be on scene because that blast was so large. We go to Wolf Blitzer now at the Pentagon.
David, here at the Pentagon only moments ago, CNN has been told that the initial reports reaching the Pentagon from Operation Desert Shield's headquarters in Riyadh, that's CENTCOM, are very positive. It is an air campaign at this point, strictly an air campaign, very carefully orchestrated, rehearsed over many, many weeks and months. The officials with whom we have discussed say that there are no reports so far of any U.S. fighter aircraft or bombers destroyed, anything along those lines. Indeed, there is a confidence. There is at this point here at the Pentagon all the indications that this United States assault is moving just as it has been planned now for many, many weeks. Back to you, David.
Right, Charles Jaco is standing by for us in Dhahran. We remember when we last saw him, he was hastily grabbing a gas mask and getting out of there. Charles, you're back. I'm glad to see that. Please update us. Do we have Charles Jaco?
We're now told.
Go ahead.
We're now told it was a national air raid alarm, a national air raid alarm that did not affect the situation here right now. Apparently what happened was the air raid alarms went off. We were told to go into the basement with our gas masks. All the crews left the camera platforms here, and as I was in the middle of my report, the power was cut. Everyone here is fine. What we have been led to understand by the Saudi military is that the U.S. and allied airstrike against Iraq has been what the Saudi military calls massive, and they underline the word massive. They say there has been no indication of any sort of Iraqi retaliation so far, that no missiles and no planes have been sighted coming from Iraq towards Saudi Arabia or indeed any place else. They emphasize that this could change and that we are to stand by. I have here the remainder of the pool report on the launching of the strike that basically fills us in a little bit that the first wave of F-15s took off about 3 hours and 10 minutes ago. Right now, near this airbase where we are, everything is fine, but again, the Saudi military sources say there is no evidence of any Iraqi retaliatory strike against Saudi Arabia or against Israel. That could change. They describe the U.S. assault on the U.S. and allied assault on Iraq as massive, using mammoth amounts of air power, but as far as they're able to ascertain, no B-52 bombers were in use. That's according to the Saudi military. We here are all fine. The entire CNN crew is fine. All the journalists here are fine. But again, it was a false alarm by Saudi National Civil Defense. Right now, the skies are quiet. There are no planes flying over. It's rather cloudy and overcast, but there is no indication, no indication at all of any kind of aerial activity from here. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
All right, Charles, thank you, and we're glad to hear that was a false alarm. We should remind our viewers that we don't have a CNN presence in Kuwait City. We are unable to bring you news from there right now. Wolf Blitzer was reporting from the Pentagon. When we interrupted him to go back to Charles Jaco, we went back, of course, because we had lost touch with him suddenly. Wolf, picking up where you were, please.
Yes, David, the initial indications are that this U.S. airstrike is moving along very smoothly. No reports yet of any U.S. Aircraft downed or anything like that. What we have been told is that the initial U.S. targets in Iraq and occupied Kuwait were anything that could endanger U.S. aircraft, especially anti-aircraft missile batteries, all of the Iraqi radar jamming installations. The U.S. has sent in what are called F-4G Wild Weasel and EF-111 Raven. These are defense suppression aircraft. Basically what they do is zap almost all of the communications in and around Iraq, making it very difficult for the Iraqi radars to hone in on the invading U.S. aircraft. The indications are very, very positive from the U.S. point of view here at the Pentagon that this U.S. airstrike is moving according to the game plan, which I reported earlier was very carefully orchestrated over these past many months. David?
Wolf, in the weeks and months leading up to this, there's been a lot of diplomacy and some failed diplomacy, and among the things that went on, Saddam Hussein made some threats. Among them were to do grave damage to Tel Aviv if he were attacked. Let's switch there now to Richard Roth. And Richard, are there any signs of retaliation?
No, so far Tel Aviv is quiet this morning. There is no sound at all almost in the city. Everyone in Israel has been urged to stay inside their homes as the government instituted what's called a national economy emergency system. But people have been advised to open up their protective gas mask kits and keep them nearby. And if anyone has to go to work, while they are there, they are urged to take their gas masks with them. The public is urged also to listen to the radio. And Israel radio has sprung alive with the reports from Mideast capitals, including reports from CNN, keeping everyone here up to date on the situation. This is the city that Saddam Hussein said he would attack with missiles should the multinational force attack him. So far, the skies are quiet here in Tel Aviv.
Richard Roth, thank you very much. Again, the President of the United States will address the nation and the world in under an hour from now at 9 Eastern. We return to Baghdad at the Rasheed Hotel.
All right, David, here we are. The sky is being lighted now by some bright flashes far in the distance. You remember, Peter, when we were children, our parents would tell us if there was lightning, you could tell how far the lightning was away by counting 1 1,000, 2 1,000. I guess you could do the same thing for bombs, can't you?
Maybe, John, I was just picking up on a comment by Wolf Blitzer from the Pentagon that the targets were basically defense suppression. This could well be the case here because I see no fires on the horizon. If they were hitting buildings or even, structures, we did see smoke earlier, but we don't see any flames. Maybe the targets have been surface-to-air missiles or whatever, but we do not see flames at this point, even though scores of bombs have been dropped in Baghdad so far this morning. John?
Peter, we should try to help analyze, if we can, for at least our own edification, these bright white lights that seem to be moving across the sky from south to north right now. The lights look like the lights you'd see from helicopters, but there's no sound out there.
It could be radar suppression material dropped from planes or from spotter planes of some kind. It could be to disrupt the radar defenses of Baghdad. That would probably be my guess. That's the only reason I'd be up there, John.
Yeah. Bernie Shaw is going to come over and talk to us now. Bernie?
Well, I just wanted to chime in on this speculation. They could be choppers, those choppers that have the very, very quiet engines.
Yeah, and they could be at a great distance away from us.
You mean our choppers or their choppers? I mean U.S. choppers or Iraqi choppers?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I very much doubt that multinational force choppers are this far into the country. If they are, it would be another kind of operation.
Then they would have to be Iraqi choppers. Yeah. I know that I saw 2 choppers go by this hotel window.
Yeah. Well, I know early in the morning we've seen several runs by choppers by the hotel. Helicopters, of course. The Soviet Hind helicopters are the ones that they use mostly here in Iraq. Now, way off in the distance, many, many miles away, you can hear these blasts again coming through. Some more anti-aircraft fire. And I get a little bit lower down on the ground. I'll once again let you hear the sound of what is going on over Baghdad tonight. Thing about this is you still can't hear the airplanes. You can't hear any sign of these planes that the anti-aircraft guns are being fired at.
Yeah, well, I'm anxious for daylight to come. Maybe we can get some visibility. From what we can see, the populated areas of Baghdad where all the people live, there doesn't seem to have been any bombing activity at all. The bridges are still standing. In fact, the bridges over the Tigris River are still lit. So we don't see any action at all within the city. Around us and a couple of government centers, there seemed to have been some bombing earlier, but right now, in fact, in the last half hour, the bombing has moved out seemingly beyond the perimeter of the city to presumably military targets, strategic targets, further west towards
yes,
Kuwait.
that's correct. Kind of out of the immediate vicinity of Baghdad here. And I just looked out on the street a moment ago and saw a very small automobile driving down there. Peter, look at this. This is a bright flash of light that seems to be, it came across from north to south and even came up here by us in the hotel. And there it goes. It's almost like a shooting star.
I think that shooting star is probably an F-15, John.
Yeah. So that's what they look like at night when they're working. All right. It's good to know. There are a couple of vehicles out on the street, more anti-aircraft fire. Well, there's something going on that you can hear down there. It seems that maybe a bomb was just dropped again near the main telecommunications center here in Baghdad, and the anti-aircraft fire is again going up as the night sky continues to be brightly lighted in Baghdad. Peter.
Yes, John, that was a tactical strike. The plane could have been as close as 500 meters in the sky above its target. And certainly it's being met with a lot of anti-aircraft fire, but it is long gone at this point, John.
Yeah. These planes are moving so rapidly, and with the one bright light on them. I guess that's the engines themselves that we're seeing going by. This is something I've never covered before, ladies and gentlemen. Peter Arnett is our expert at CNN on war coverage, and I'm getting, this is a literal baptism by fire, isn't it, Peter?
Well, I don't think there is anyone alive, John, who is an expert on this sort of thing, being in the middle of a major capital with an airstrike, air attacks like this going on. I don't know if any experts exist.
Well, Bernie.
I'll tell you, I was just at the window and I saw that F-15 go by, or more accurately, I should say I heard it. And as you indicated, Peter Arnett, by the time that plane had cleared the space over here, it was out of sight. Only then could the anti-aircraft batteries respond to it, and as you said, it was much too late.
All right, since we did see another bomb go off near the major telecommunications facility, we better make sure that our viewers are still able to hear us. Let us just check in, make sure that you guys can still hear us in Atlanta and around the network.
John Holliman, Bernard Shaw, and Peter Arnett. Yes, indeed, we can hear you, and we're going now to the Pentagon briefly, and Wolf Blitzer.
David, here at the Pentagon, we're in the press briefing room where there is going to be a briefing with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, and Defense Secretary Dick Cheney shortly after the president addresses the nation. That is in about 45 minutes. We are also receiving indications from Pentagon sources that this initial U.S. airstrike seems to be moving ahead on schedule, as planned, without any great disasters as far as the United States is concerned. One reason why there, so far, does not appear to have been any Scud launchings into Saudi Arabia or into Israel or into any of the other alleged targets that the Iraqis had is because we had been told repeatedly that those F-15s, those F-117A stealth fighters, those F-16s, all of the carrier-based U.S. aircraft, their immediate initial target, in addition to anything that could endanger those planes, would be all of Iraq's Scud missile bases, the mobile bases, certainly the fixed ballistic missile bases. They not only have the Soviet-made Scud ground-to-ground missiles, but also the Iraqis have improved some of those Scuds. They're called the Al Hussein and the Al Abbas. Those were day one, number one targets, as we and other networks have been reporting now for months. The United States was going to take those missile sites out. No indication completely, no confirmation that the United States has, but certainly if the Iraqis had planned to launch any of those Scud missiles, they almost certainly would have launched them within the first minutes of this war, and the war now appears to be about 2 hours old. David?
Operation Desert Storm now 1 hour and 3/4 old, and with me here in the studio, listening to it all along. The coverage from Baghdad is so compelling, we'll go back right away, but Secretary Weinberger, former Secretary of Defense through two terms of the Reagan administration. What about what you've been hearing?
Well, I think, first of all, we achieved complete tactical surprise, very much like the attack on Libya when the lights were all on and didn't go off until long after the raid began. Secondly, I think targets, radar and defense suppression was the principal goal, and the first wave probably didn't do any bombing, just in order to draw the radar and to identify the sites. And I think subsequent waves did do that. Thirdly, I think and there'll be more of that, of course, as we identify more and more. radar sites. Secondly, finally, I think the targets that we had chosen have been very carefully chosen to be military only and to be well away from any kind of civilian casualty damage. That would be airfields, railroad stations, the communications tower that they keep mentioning, military assembly points, anything of that kind. And they will be very careful to select them so that even if the bomb misses by a short amount, it would not get into civilian damage. But primarily, this was to suppress the defense, the missiles on the radar, and to identify the radar. And I would imagine most of this raid will continue probably well into the morning hours, because with many of the defense points suppressed, the additional planes can go in with far less danger.
Secretary Weinberger, thank you very much for that perspective. Charles Bierbauer is standing by live at the White House, where the president is about to come on in a short time. I'm sorry, I'm hearing that there's another wave of planes coming into Baghdad, and we have 3 fine reporters there. Let's listen.
Dave, thank you. We're back here, and just as Secretary Weinberger was talking to us, we were watching another one of these waves of attack here. The night sky lit up once again, a lot of anti-aircraft fire, and we can hear the sounds of battle outside the window.
And once again, John Holliman, as the planes come in and just shoot across the sky, by the time these anti-aircraft batteries respond, it is too late.
It's interesting what Secretary Weinberger was saying, that what the planes, whoa, that was a bright light, everybody get down, in case there's a blast after. Okay, that was on the east side of our location.
That was definite bombing. That was on the other side of the hotel.
Yeah, look over here, Bernie, off to the west. A lot of bright lights down on the horizon now. It could be anti-aircraft or it could be incoming there.
Yeah. Well, let's let our viewers around the world listen to this exchange for a while.
Okay, Bernie, I'm going to crawl over to the window again with our microphone and just poke it out the window and let you listen to what we were able to hear so clearly here in Baghdad tonight. It's beginning to get quiet again. Peter?
Yes, John, on the other side of the hotel, it's a little noisier. Just 2 minutes ago, there were 3 enormous explosions that one after the other within seconds. I had no idea what the target was, but they shook the hotel on that side. So these bombing raids are continuing now, wave after wave, and the intensity has been maintained. I've noticed that the Iraqis have uncorked new kinds of anti-aircraft weapons. I don't know what they are, but
they appear to be heavier caliber,
they are spurting fire into the sky, heavier caliber. I don't know what they are, but they are more impressive than that used earlier. They're obviously uncorking other extra anti-aircraft defenses as this battle progresses.
Just one comment. Clearly, I've never been there, but this feels like we're in the center of hell.
It's a remarkable experience to be here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and the night sky again lit up with beautiful red and orange tracers and white flashes again as airbursts continue to come, probably from the anti-aircraft guns, from all we can tell. And all around us now, we hear explosions, big explosions at great distances away from our location. As Secretary Weinberger was mentioning in his interview just now, Peter, they are not apparently, the Allies, the coalition forces are not targeting civilian targets apparently at all. And all the anti-aircraft fire, we see more of it to the south right now, going straight up, seems to be very far from the center of town.
Well, right in front of me, John, to, I guess, the north, I see a series of surface-to-air missiles being fired up. They look like that to me. They're going straight in the sky. Who knows what they're aiming at? They're aimed at the attacking force, but there were about 5 were launched just within seconds of each other.
Yeah, just kind of boom, 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 boom.
They just went right up there, right into the sky.
Right, and it's we'll have to tell you again, and for our families who are listening to our broadcast now, all of this is happening very far away from where we are. It's nighttime, so everything is brightly illuminated, but you should know that for the present time anyway, we're safe, and all the action is very visible to us, but it's very far away from us. Bernie Shaw.
Oh, well, I'm just crawling around on the floor. I just checked the other side of the hotel, and it's a repetition of what we're seeing before our very eyes right now. More anti-aircraft fire, what appears to be giant sparklers flashing and then going dark, streams of tracer fire going up.
It's like one of these fireworks that has a bunch of, it says exploding balls on the side of it. They go up in the air one after the other.
And there's no doubt to me that those flashing silver lights are radar suppression radar suppression devices just to mislead the radar-guided anti-aircraft guns that are shooting at the planes coming by, John.
Peter, let's go over to the other side of the hotel. We have a long extension cord on
Interrupting the gentleman in Baghdad, we're going now to Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia. He's in Dahran. Charles?
Just lost the line.
We hear the sirens and we can see you,
Hello.
Charles.
This is Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia. Right now, the air raid sirens are going off again. We're being told to clear the area. The last time it was a drill. This time we're not sure if it is a drill or not, but everyone's being told to clear this area and get out of this area, get into the shelter in the basement of the area where we are. Right now, the only information we have that's updated is from the Saudi military, who say there was a mammoth airstrike against Iraq, and so far, at least until now, no trace of any retaliation from Iraq. This may be it. We don't know. The last time it was a drill, but the Saudi military says it's been a mammoth Allied airstrike against Iraq. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
All right, Charles, we do hear those precautionary sirens in the background. Let's return now to Baghdad. I'll remind you that at the Rasheed Hotel there, a 14-story building, Bernard Shaw, Peter Arnett, John Holliman.
For Baghdad, well, I hesitate to say an air battle. There does not seem to have been any Iraqi aircraft fighters in the sky. We have seen no dogfights that could resemble anything like that. It looks like the Iraqi Air Force has not been able to get in the sky tonight. Maybe they were one of the first targets hit, Bernie.
And for our viewers, just to paint the picture for you where we are physically right now, we are in the hall on the floor, and we can look through open hotel doors to see either side. And it has suddenly fallen quiet again over the skies of Baghdad.
It has done so a dozen times in the last hour and a half, Bernie, and this lull is usually broken by more bombing. John?
That's right, Peter. Wave after wave of attack coming in here to downtown Baghdad. But we have so many correspondents arrayed around the globe at this hour. We would like to hear from more of them, so let some of them talk for a little while as we wait for the next wave of attack, which we'll do our best to bring to you. John Holliman with Bernie Shaw and Peter Arnett live in Baghdad.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. We definitely will be back with you. Let's go now to the White House. The President of the United States is going to speak to the nation in a little more than a half an hour, and Charles Bierbauer.
Well, the President has been in the Oval Office throughout the evening. We're told that National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft is in the Situation Room here at the White House and keeping the President apprised. Also told that the President is able to have instantaneous communication, if he wants it, with General Schwarzkopf, who is the U.S. commander on the ground in Saudi Arabia. A couple of points. As we know, the President was watching television shortly before 7 o'clock. Officials say there was some concern about the attack being aired live on television, but the President, as he watched and heard the reports coming out of Baghdad, noted that things were moving right on schedule. That's when the announcement was made here. Marlon Fitzwater, in briefing reporters, was asked just what the objective is. Is it to get Saddam Hussein? Mr. Fitzwater spelled out the objectives this way, saying it is to get compliance with the UN resolutions and to free Kuwait. Although some officials here have indicated that indeed Saddam Hussein would certainly be at risk in a bombing attack on Baghdad. Again, the President working on that speech, actually a speech that he has been working on for a couple of weeks and that he has written pretty much himself. It'll last 10 to 12 minutes. One last point, Mr. Fitzwater asked if there's now relief here, said relief is not the word. The word is anticipation, that indeed there will be several days of hard work lying ahead. As you can hear, Mr. Bush will speak at 9:01. David?
Is a 9:01 hard start. Thank you.
Okay, Charles, thank you very much. We're going now to Richard Blystone in Jerusalem. We'll be back with you later. Richard.
David, we have with us here in the CNN office in Jerusalem a high-ranking member of Israel's cabinet, Ehud Olmert, the Minister of Health. Let me ask you first, Mr. Olmert, was Israel informed of when this attack was going to take place?
Well, I was not entirely surprised that it took place tonight, that I can say.
Now, intelligence about the movements of Iraqi missiles and aircraft was of supreme importance to Israel in these last weeks. Can you talk about how you managed it with the United States?
Well, first of all, we have our own intelligence, which is not so bad, and we have tried as good as we could to find out exactly. And it it is not a secret that we have very good and close relationships with America, and there was a constant flow of information throughout.
Now, your aircraft, Israeli jet aircraft, have been flying 24-hour cover around Israel's borders, a sky shield for several days now. Obviously, you weren't entirely confident that all of Iraq's missiles could be stopped.
Oh, no. In fact, right now, I'm not sure that they are entirely stopped. And as you know, we are on an alert situation. The Israelis were advised not to leave homes. And the gas masks are very close to everyone. I'm carrying one with me now. And we are not certain that it will not happen.
Now, as Minister of Health, you had an extra special interest in the missiles or bombers. At this point, you don't feel that the risk is entirely over?
No, not at all. Not at all. In fact, all our systems are ready. All the hospitals have been alerted. And we have bought special drugs in the last few weeks to make sure that in case there are some people wounded, we will know how to treat them, both for chemical weapons and for biological weapons. And the danger is not over yet. Everything can happen.
But what you had to be prepared for and what you really expected would be two different things. Can you tell us what kind of Iraqi response did you really expect? Did you expect it would be devastating?
Look, we know that they have ground-to-ground missiles which can reach Israel. We know that they have chemicals. We know that they have biological warheads. We know that for some time they have been threatening Israel to be the first target. In fact, they said it. Saddam Hussein said it, and Tariq Aziz said it very explicitly, that the first target for the Iraqi missiles will not be Saudi Arabia or Kuwait, but Israel. And we had to take it very seriously. So in fact, we have prepared ourselves for the worst possible scenario. We have prepared ourselves for a massive number of casualties, and we did everything possible in order to address ourselves to this. We bought lots of medicines. We have installed in every hospital in Israel detoxicating, purifying systems, so that if people will be hit, they will be washed and brought to treatment afterwards. And the whole country is ready and is very much aware of the danger.
Just one last question, Mr. Minister. How long is it going to be? What are you going to require as evidence before you stop carrying around your gas mask?
Well, I guess that when it's quite clear that Iraq is totally defeated and they are totally incapacitated by the American tank, then I think we'll feel a lot more confident.
Ehud Olmert, Israeli Health Minister, thank you very much. Back to you, David.
Richard and Minister Olmert, thank you very much for that report from CNN Jerusalem. The last time we heard from Charles Jaco, he was heading for a bomb shelter at Dahran, and we will be back to him as soon as we can. There were sirens in the background, but no signs of any incoming anything. The United States and the UN allied forces have launched a massive air attack on Baghdad, Iraq tonight, wave after wave of planes coming over, but apparently doing pinpoint bombing, going after strategic targets and not saturation bombing. Let's switch now to the focus of much of the diplomatic negotiation that preceded tonight's action, and Jeannie Mose at the United Nations.
David, the members of the UN Security Council are expected to meet here at the UN for consultations on this sometime tonight. The Secretary General of the UN told us as much a short time ago on his way out of the building. We're not sure when. The U.S. mission to the United Nations is saying that probably sometime after the President of the United States speaks. In any case, the Secretary General of the UN was watching all of this on television. He left the building a short time ago saying he would be back soon. And here is some of what he said on his way out the door.
After all my efforts, after all the efforts of so many countries and so many personalities, that we are now facing a war. And then at this very moment, only 1 hour and a half after the hostilities, I am not well informed. I have not a lot of details about what has happened. But I think it's for me to express my deep sorrow because of a Secretary General of the United Nations, a peace organization. I can only be saddened by the beginning of hostilities.
The Secretary General saying he was saddened by hostilities. He also sounded a bit upset that he was not informed. He does not seem to be terribly informed in advance about this by the United States. As for action by the Council, we expect the United States to probably brief members of the Council on what it is doing. The ambassador from Cuba, which was one of the two countries that voted against the use of force resolution, as he left the building a few minutes ago, he said that Cuba would try to get the Council to do something to stop this war, although there's not much the Council can do. After all, it was the Council that authorized this action. And a CNN crew a short time ago went to the Iraqi mission to the UN to see what kind of response they would have at this early time in the hostilities. Someone merely closed the door on CNN people saying no, no, no. It was interesting, actually, when word of this started to come through here at the UN, filter out here at the UN. It wasn't confirmed. I happened to be near some of the Iraqi delegation, some of the lower-level people that were sitting in the UN, and I told them what we had heard, that the hostilities were starting. They were serious, calm about it, and they simply at that point thought it probably wasn't true. Well, it is true. The Kuwaiti ambassador, by the way, welcomed the attack and said he wished victory to the U.S.-led operation. I'm Jeannie Mose reporting live from the United Nations.
Thank you, Jeannie. I might make note now for our viewers that we have temporarily lost contact with Baghdad. I don't wish to alarm anyone. We did expect to have this come in and out. But our three correspondents, Bernard Shaw, Peter Arnett, and John Holliman, are there in the Rasheed Hotel. We expect to, and we hope to be bringing you some more of their reports later. The NATO foreign ministers have announced an emergency meeting at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. They will be meeting at their headquarters in Brussels, Belgium. That comes 1/2 hour after the meeting here in Washington with the nation on television of President Bush, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, addressing the United States on what has been called by United States officials Operation Desert Storm, wave after wave of Allied planes attacking tonight the city and capital of Baghdad. Let's go now for an update to the Pentagon and Wolf Blitzer.
David, here at the Pentagon, we are broadcasting now from the CNN office at the Pentagon. They're getting the studio in the Pentagon ready for a briefing in about 1 hour, shortly after the President's address to the nation. They're getting it ready for a briefing by the Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell. I want to reiterate what you said. The loss of communications, hopefully only temporarily, from Baghdad should not necessarily be a source of great alarm. For days, Pentagon officials have been telling us here at CNN that in this initial airstrike, once it happens, the U.S. will be zapping most of Iraq with so much electronic jamming equipment, so many electronic signals, that almost all of the communications, telephone, satellite, everything else, certainly television, almost everything is going to go out very, very quickly. It was a high priority target for the U.S. military, not necessarily to go after civilian targets, but to make sure that all of the command and communications facilities in and around Baghdad, certainly in Basra in the south of Iraq, closer to Kuwait, all of that would be knocked out. The major reason being that the 540,000 Iraqi troops in and around Kuwait, what's called the Kuwaiti Theater, Kuwait and southern Iraq, that they would be isolated from command headquarters, from the bunkers where presumably Saddam Hussein personally is giving orders. So I just wanted to reiterate that we should not be overly alarmed by the loss of communications, and we should not be surprised if those communications with Baghdad are derailed, at least for the duration, at least for the time being. Let me also say that this airstrike is an airstrike. We have no indications that any U.S. land forces have actually moved in to liberate Kuwait. It has always been assumed that it would be several days, maybe even a week or two, could be longer, before any of those ground forces would be used. Certainly the initial reports reaching the Pentagon from CENTCOM, Central Command Headquarters in Riyadh, from General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of Operation Desert Shield, those initial reports appear to be very favorable as far as the U.S. is concerned. The orchestrated U.S. airstrike with all of the targets, the Scud missile bases, the anti-aircraft facilities, all of the Iraqi air bases, anything that could endanger the invading U.S. Air Force and the Navy fighters, all of that would be destroyed in this initial airstrike. David?
Wolf, thank you very much. It is 8:37 in the East. President Bush addresses the nation at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Just moments ago, the White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater described the president as calm, expectant, very matter of fact. He has been watching the first reports of the action which he initiated. We're going now to New York. The financial markets are reacting. Certainly there have been some jiggles in the oil markets. Bill Hartley reports now from New York.
Well, David, the outbreak of war is, of course, dominating world financial markets at this hour. Japan's stock market, though, down only very slightly in morning trading. Apparent relief that something has finally happened. Nikkei average is off just over 75 points. That's about a third of a percentage point. Oil prices are rising right now on fears of what war will do to Middle Eastern fields, but spot traders say there are very few buyers or sellers. The quoted range is anywhere from $7 to $12 a barrel, higher than closing New York prices. That would put a barrel of light sweet crude just over the $40 mark. And the dollar is sinking against most major currencies, off 1 1/4 yen against the Japanese currency, falling about 2 pennies on the German mark and 1 1/4 cent on the British pound. We'll be following other markets in Asia and Europe through the night. David?
Bill Hartley reporting from the financial desk in New York. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to report that we can go back to Baghdad now and our 3 correspondents there. Let's see who picks up the phone.
Yes, this is Peter Arnett here. We're just temporarily off the air. There has been a lull for about 15, 20 minutes now. There has not been one tracer bullet in the sky. We don't see any more bombing in the distance, so for the time being anyway, it is quiet. I'll give you over to Bernie Shaw.
Thank you, Peter. Just to explain to our viewers why you did not hear from us for a nervously long time. For the past 20 minutes, I've been hiding under a table, and what happened was the security people made a sweep. They got very upset that there were 3 mortals on this floor, just 3 men standing in a hotel room. So I scampered to hide to make sure that if they pulled Arnett and Holliman out and took them downstairs into custody, at least there would still be one CNN person on the air. John?
I did the same thing you did, Bernie, only I hid under a bed, and it's amazing that somebody as large as I am can get under a bed that close to the ground, but I was able to do it at least, and the situation here now is, you know, the Iraqi authorities now know that we're here, and I don't know that they've been able to tell. I don't know whether their satellite dishes that are tuned to CNN work in the blackout conditions.
I'm concerned that we not be summarily picked off one by one, so I'm going to yield the microphone to you, John, and to you, Peter, and I'm going to go back and hide under this table, not because I'm fearful of what's happening outside in the air, but I want to be sure that if there's another sweep, if you two get picked off, at least one of us will be here, and perhaps it might be a good idea to rotate this.
Sure, good idea, Bernie.
I'd like to assure our viewers the hotel security men were amiable. They let me stay. They understood. I explained that I didn't tell them we were reporting live from this hotel room, but I did say that we had been invited by the Minister of Information to witness what was going on here, and they accepted that explanation. 1 minute, please.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. I'm just looking out the window. The security people have forced us to close our windows, and maybe it's for our own good, maybe not. We don't know whether these windows are going to shatter under blasts or not, but there's some beautiful tracer fire outside now. It's way up in the air. It's bright red blasts and yellow blasts, and with the windows closed, we can't hear as well as we were able to hear before. But you know, it continues to go on outside now. We don't, but if we can't hear as well, we can't really tell you as much about what's going on as we would have been able to with the window open. Well, these security fellows also took some of the videotape out of one of our cameras. They say we'll get it back tomorrow. I'm a little skeptical that we will, but it was the beautiful pictures that we took to go along with the commentary that you heard earlier tonight on CNN.
You keep using that word, beautiful. This is not beautiful to me. Peter, you were being modest when you told viewers, you explained that you had the permission of the Interior, the Information Ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, you should have heard this masterful performance. I was in the other room on the floor under the table, and this Peter Arnett man said to the security guy, I spent 10 years in Vietnam. The bombs outside, they don't bother me. If I go down in the shelter, I go crazy. It was quite a performance, and he found them.
That's right.
All right, Bernie and Peter and John, we'll be back to you. Thanks for that report. We're going now to Charles Jaco, who has been reporting to us from Tehran, Saudi Arabia. Charles?
Yes, another false alarm, apparently. The air raid sirens went off here We were led to believe it was some sort of air raid alert, either a missile alert or an air raid attack. We've stayed out here, losing phone lines, getting them back. What we can see is behind us, I don't know if you can see them, the lights of the city are on. It's rather unusual for a city that might be thought to be under attack, but the city is still brightly lit around the air bases here. There's no sign that the city is hunkered down or blacked out at all. Air raid sirens did sound. They sounded for a couple of minutes, then went off. Then the alarms here at the hotel went off, telling everyone to don their gas masks. All of us carry these now, and to get downstairs. Again, that it was apparently a false alarm. What we know, again, we can repeat. We heard earlier from Saudi military sources, which is that the first one was a false alarm. Apparently, this one was a false alarm. It was a national air raid alert. The last we heard from the Saudi military, and we say Saudi military because no information has been forthcoming here from U.S. military sources, is that the airstrikes against Iraq by Allied air forces, primarily the U.S. Air Force, have been massive, and they kept emphasizing that word, massive, and that they have detected no retaliation, either missile or jet, against Saudi Arabia from that. The Saudis are still obviously on pins and needles. They've been living in a state of high war alert since early August and are very understandably nervous and concerned about what might happen. But so far, everyone here in Dhahran is safe, and there have been no problems except for bad cases of jangled nerves and scrambles down to the hotel basement into the shelter and putting on the gas mask. But all we can tell you right now is that apparently the attack was underway. It was massive, and so far at least, and this is our information as of about 20 minutes ago, so far, no retaliation, either missile or jet of any kind from Iraq, has been spotted. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
All right, Charles, we'll switch just a few miles away and go to Riyadh, I believe, and Don Sweeney. We're expecting a report from him. Come in.
The military personnel in Saudi Arabia have just learned officially from their commander that they are in fact involved in Operation Desert Storm. A communique from General Norman Schwarzkopf issued just a few moments ago. Part of it says to the members of the military, you are a member of the most powerful force of our country in coalition with our allies that has ever assembled in a single theater to face such an aggressor. Now you have trained hard for this battle, and you are ready. He goes on to say a bit later, our cause is just. Now you must be the thunder and lightning of Desert Storm. May God be with you, your loved ones at home, and our country. It's signed H. Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of the forces in Saudi Arabia. This is John Sweeney, CNN, in Riyadh.
All right, John, any extraneous noises outside where you are? Is everything fine?
We had one air raid warning about an hour and a half ago. We have not heard anything since then. The traffic in the streets is quite early in the morning here. It's 4:45 in the morning. The traffic in the street is quite normal, and other than that, things are quite quiet in Riyadh.
All right, thank you very much. And now a moniker that I hope doesn't stick. Let's go back to the boys in Baghdad.
Thank you, David. The boys in Baghdad are here, and we want to tell you a couple of things. There have been calls we've learned from CNN, from other networks, asking about the safety of their people. There are 45 journalists still in Baghdad tonight, according to the Minister of Information. And as far as we know, all those 45 journalists are in this hotel, and everybody in this hotel is safe. It hasn't been hit. There's a series of fallout, or not bomb shelters down in the basement, and virtually everybody except us is down there in those shelters. Bernie?
John, I made the trek downstairs into the bomb shelter and then came back upstairs. And indeed, all the journalists who were in this hotel when it happened, and most of them were because there had been a series of staff meetings, they are safe downstairs in the bomb shelter. No one is being permitted outside the hotel. I know for a fact, CBS News, if you're wondering, I saw with my own two eyes Larry Doyle, and we go way back to our days at CBS in Washington. He's fine. I saw Alan Pizzi. He was sitting on the floor sipping a glass of something. He seemed quite content. And there's a young thin chap who said he worked for CBS. I think he does radio. He's fine. Everybody is safe. We know you're worried about us, and we're concerned about ourselves, but everybody is safe. Peter, you look like you want to say something.
I simply want to say, Bernie, that this lull has lasted about 25 minutes now. No aircraft fire, no bombing. So it looks like this first phase is over, and we'll get back to you when it all starts again.
Okay, thanks, Peter Arnett. John Holliman, you want to say anything before we throw it back to our colleagues?
I just want to look out the window one last time and make sure that that it is as quiet as it seems to us. There are a few air bursts out here, but there's no anti-aircraft. I mean, there's nothing loud and noisy that we're hearing, and we don't feel any vibrations from outside. So I think it's probably safe for us to let the rest of the network broadcast a little bit tonight. From Baghdad, for Peter Arnett and Bernard Shaw, it's John Holliman. We'll be here if you need us.
Compelling reporting, gentlemen. Thank you very much. It's coming up on 5 o'clock in the morning in Baghdad, and behind that, not too far, will be light. President Bush is going to address the nation shortly, within 12 or 13 minutes, and the lull that they're talking about having lasted 25 minutes may well continue until that is over. Also, we're expecting a briefing from the Secretary of Defense and Joint Chiefs Chairman Colin Powell at the Pentagon following the President's remarks. Now let's go to Norfolk, Virginia. An awful lot of ships carrying the planes that were in the air over Baghdad sailed out of Norfolk. Tom Mentier is there with those who stayed behind and with this report.
There are 35,000 Navy servicemen that have departed from Norfolk for the Persian Gulf. We are at the First Baptist Church of Norfolk, where just a few moments ago, the Reverend here made the announcement to a packed congregation. There was a concert going on inside. Joining us is Colleen Jackson. Colleen, your husband, Kevin, is a lieutenant commander, and he is aboard the Saratoga. Tell me what thoughts went through your mind as the Reverend made the announcement. Did you think it would come tonight?
No, I didn't think it would come tonight, and I didn't think it would hit quite so hard. I knew that there were airplanes launched. I don't know if he's one of them. I'm scared. I can't think of a better place to have been tonight than to have been in church.
The church has a support system where they will contact everyone and make sure that people are not alone who are members of this church. Is it a good system? Does it help?
Yes, it does help, and I have my own support system of my friends from this church. They're making sure that no one will be alone tonight. They're making sure that everyone that needs to have a support, a shoulder to cry on, a friend to pray with. They're just the most wonderful people to be associated with right now.
Will you watch the President tonight?
Yes, I probably will, just to see if there's any information that I can find at all about what's happening with my husband and with the men in his squadron.
If you could talk to the President right now, what message would you send to him?
That I believe in him, that I'm praying for him, and to just bring our men home as quickly and safely as he possibly can.
Colleen Jackson, thank you very much. I know this is a very difficult time for you. Thank you. So it is one of the Navy wives, and there are 35,000 of them here in Norfolk, Virginia tonight. They're all waiting for some type of word. I'm Tom Mentier, CNN, reporting live from Norfolk, Virginia.
Thanks, Tom. They, too, are among the brave, of course, all across this nation. Let's return now to Baghdad and our three correspondents.
Thanks, David. Yeah, we're here, and it's very quiet outside. There still are an occasional flash of light off to the south of our location, far in the distance. There have been no big blasts in the recent past. No signs of anti-aircraft fire right now. No sounds of jets overhead. It's an eerie stillness that we talked about earlier in the day. Bernie Shaw is here now.
I just want to make this observation. The President of the United States is coming up to address his nation and the world very shortly. And that we are on the air means that the government of Iraq, its ears are wide open, and it will be listening to President Bush very closely. We told you earlier in the week that the Information Ministry had received its own satellite dish, and prior to that, the Foreign Ministry had it. We've got to run. Somebody's knocking on the door. John and I are going to hide. Peter, here.
Yes, this is Peter Arnett signing off for a minute, and I'll see what the action is outside.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. We assume that's not the Fuller Brush salesman. Let's go to Robert Vito. He's standing by now on the west coast of the United States at San Diego, another important naval base. Robert.
Well, I'm at an apartment complex in San Diego, and I've spent the last few hours with several wives whose husbands are serving aboard ships in the Persian Gulf. And we've all been glued to the television set watching CNN, mesmerized by what we've seen and by what we've heard. And it's been an emotional time for these ladies as they held hands and they prayed and had these feelings that I'll let them tell you about. Denise, what was your feeling, your reaction as you watched the events unfold?
I was scared, frightened for my husband, for the guys on his ship, and for the Iraqi people, because it's come to this, you know. This crazy man has brought us this far. I backed my husband up. I'm very proud of what he does and who he is and where he's at right now. But I'm also scared because I want him home.
If you had a moment to talk to the president, what would you say to him, the president of the United States?
To get it done and over with as quickly as possible. I'd like to see Saddam Hussein brought in front of the UN Council and tried. That's the way I feel about it. This man shouldn't be walking free. I think he ought to be tried for what he's done and what he's put the Iraqi people as well as the United States and all the countries that are over there through.
Thank you, Denise. Kay, could you just come up? Kay Hunter is a lady who a lot of the wives who have husbands on ships lean on for support and help. What are your feelings?
I am very, very deeply concerned for all the people over there. We have to be strong together because it's our strength and our support of one another that is going to get us through this. And it's because of this group here and lots of groups like this all over the United States with the parents and the wives and the children that are going to help the families get through this. And we are here and we love them all and we're 1,000% behind the military. And Mr. Bush, get them over there and get it over with and get our husbands home.
Thank you. I know these are tough times. I'm going to ask Charlotte. Charlotte, could you just come over here and just share a moment with us and tell me your thoughts.
I'm very upset right now, of course, but I back up my husband 100%. I just want it over with and send him home.
Did you support the action?
I feel that they did what they had to do. And I feel sorry for all the people over there that lives are going to be lost. And I think Hassan should have to pay for this. I think he should not get away with what has happened here.
Thank you, Charlotte, for sharing your thoughts with us. So the feeling here is, of course, like elsewhere, that the war will be over soon. Robert Vito reporting live from San Diego.
Bye. Shortly, I'd like to point out first that a senior administration official has told CNN that no ground attack has occurred at this point. We repeat, no ground attack is underway. Australian warships have been authorized, 3 of them, to assist in the multinational force arrayed against Iraq to free Kuwait. The mission of President Bush tonight, which he will address the nation on in less than 5 minutes, is simply to free Kuwait. Let's go now to Doug James and get his report from Amman. Doug.
We understand that Jordan's King Hussein is currently, like many other people, watching CNN to see the latest developments from Iraq and Kuwait. So far, the people here have been told very little. There was a radio announcement approximately 1 hour ago giving them the bare details. They'll have to wait until 10 o'clock local time in the morning to get more information. With us at the moment is Kamal Abu Jabbar, a Middle East expert who's been following the Gulf crisis from the very beginning. And I wonder, sir, what you think is going through King Hussein's mind at this very moment?
I think what's going through his head right now is sadness and a terrible shock that in the final analysis something could not have been worked out in a decent way. That while President Bush is speaking about free Kuwait, why can't he speak about free Palestine? And I think that is what is going through his mind at this moment.
Would he have been taken by surprise, as many others have, with the nature of the attack this evening, the quickness of the attack this evening?
Yes, I think so, very much so. I don't think anybody in the whole world, anybody in his right mind expected this kind of reaction by the United States. I still believe that there was room for talk, and I am puzzled, like I'm sure His Majesty is puzzled at this moment. Why couldn't the United States have talked to Iraq in a meaningful and in a human manner?
What reaction do you think he'll have tomorrow? Will he have more to say in the morning?
His Majesty, yes, of course he will have to say. I'm sure of that, yes.
As you know, the country is in the middle of Iraq and Israel. This must be a primary concern of his at the moment.
Of course. I mean, you know, we have the Israeli army to our west that is armed to the teeth with all kinds of ugly weapons and willing and ready to use them at any moment.
Thank you very much, sir. This is Doug James reporting live from Amman, Jordan.
Thank you, Doug. The president is going to speak in about 3.5 minutes. We return now to Baghdad and our 3 correspondents there until then. Bernie Shaw.
David, I just want to explain to you and our viewers what happened. There was a knock at the door, and we had to scramble. I had to go to my hiding position under the table, but we're back here, and we're standing by. I had indicated that, in my opinion, we will be watching very closely and listening to what the president has to say. I was reporting that the information and foreign ministries can receive CNN. They will be watching and listening. And Peter Arnett, John Holliman, I'm going to be listening for signals from the President of the United States to Saddam Hussein.
One more thing before we go to the president. We just had another fairly loud blast on the outside, which was visible as a white flash in our windows. We'll stay here, and after the president's done, we'll give you an update on what happened while he was speaking. Peter? No, okay, we'll go back to Atlanta now.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. We will be back to you. Perhaps another wave beginning. We have been informed that there will be more, possibly more air attacks tonight. The president's about to speak to the nation, and let's go to the White House and our senior correspondent, Charles Bierbauer. Well, he'll be with us shortly. The president has been described earlier this evening as expectant but calm and resolute, and he has said that this mission is to free Kuwait. Charles is ready now. Charles, come in.
David, President Bush, as you indicate very shortly, the speech anticipated. Perhaps we will get a little more detail as to just what it is that he has set in motion here. We know that he has been in contact with a number of his allies in this mission. One of them, the Australian Prime Minister, Mr. Hawke, has indicated he's received a call and ordered Australian ships to go into action as well. We do not have broad detail yet as to just how international this operation may be. I have heard some reports that the British are involved on the Kuwaiti side of the equation. Perhaps we will get more detail, actually more likely out of the Pentagon on that. President Bush, in a speech that he's been working on himself for the past 2 to 3 weeks, in fact, probably going back to his Christmas holiday up at Camp David, where he pretty much formulated his ideas and his final decisions on what he was going to do. We will hear an address of about 10 to 12 minutes in length, and as I say, it's one that we were told that he has worked on and pretty much written himself. David?
I heard, Charles, that there were actually 4 drafts, that a lot of thought has gone into this speech, and it is a delicate one. Perhaps it is one of the continuing diplomacy that was cut off by what he called the stiff arm from Saddam Hussein. Incidentally, Charles, we can hear some voices in the background behind you. Are the demonstrators still there?
There are still demonstrators in Lafayette Park, as there have been for the past several days. They have grown and diminished in numbers throughout the days, and as the weather got better and got worse, but there has been something of a constant vigil over there. It is within earshot if the president is normally listening, or if he's outside, as he has been on a couple of occasions. We do not know if they will have the opportunity that we will have to hear the president now.
All right, Charles, we go live to the Oval Office.
And Kuwait will once again be free. Iraq will eventually comply with all relevant United Nations resolutions, and then, when peace is restored, it is our hope that Iraq will live as a peaceful and cooperative member of the family of nations, thus enhancing the security and stability of the Gulf. Some may ask, why act now? Why not wait? The answer is clear. The world could wait no longer. Sanctions, though having some effect, showed no signs of accomplishing their objective. Sanctions were tried for well over 5 months, and we and our allies concluded that sanctions alone would not force Saddam from Kuwait. While the world waited, Saddam Hussein systematically raped, pillaged, and plundered a tiny nation, no threat to his own. He subjected the people of Kuwait to unspeakable atrocities. And among those maimed and murdered, innocent children. While the world waited, Saddam sought to add to the chemical weapons arsenal he now possesses an infinitely more dangerous weapon of mass destruction, a nuclear weapon. And while the world waited, while the world talked peace and withdrawal, Saddam Hussein dug in and moved massive forces into Kuwait. While the world waited, while Saddam stalled, more damage was being done to the fragile economies of the Third World, the emerging democracies of Eastern Europe, to the entire world, including to our own economy. The United States, together with the United Nations, exhausted every means at our disposal to bring this crisis to a peaceful end. However, Saddam clearly felt that by stalling and threatening and defying the United Nations, he could weaken the forces arrayed against him. While the world waited, Saddam Hussein met every overture of peace with open contempt. While the world prayed for peace, Saddam prepared for war. I had hoped that when the United States Congress, in historic debate, took its resolute action, Saddam would realize he could not prevail and would move out of Kuwait in accord with the United Nations resolutions. He did not do that. Instead, he remained intransigent, certain that time was on his side. Saddam was warned over and over again to comply with the will of the United Nations, leave Kuwait or be driven out. Saddam has arrogantly rejected all warnings. Instead, he tried to make this a dispute between Iraq and the United States of America. Well, he failed. Tonight, 28 nations, countries from 5 continents, Europe and Asia, Africa and the Arab League, have forces in the Gulf area standing shoulder to shoulder against Saddam Hussein. These countries had hoped the use of force could be avoided. Regrettably, we now believe that only force will make him leave. Prior to ordering our forces into battle, I instructed our military commanders to take every necessary step to prevail as quickly as possible and with the greatest degree of protection possible for American and Allied servicemen and women. I've told the American people before that this will not be another Vietnam. And I repeat this here tonight. Our troops will have the best possible support in the entire world, and they will not be asked to fight with one hand tied behind their back. I'm hopeful that this fighting will not go on for long, and that casualties will be held to an absolute minimum. This is an historic moment. We have in this past year made great progress in ending the long era of conflict and Cold War. We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders. We have no argument with the people of Iraq. Indeed, for the innocents caught in this conflict, I pray for their safety. Our goal is not the conquest of Iraq. It is the liberation of Kuwait. It is my hope that somehow the Iraqi people can, even now, convince their dictator that he must lay down his arms, leave Kuwait, and let Iraq itself rejoin the family of peace-loving nations. Thomas Paine wrote many years ago, "These are the times that try men's souls." Those well-known words are so very true today. But even as planes of the multinational forces attack Iraq, I prefer to think of peace, not war. I am convinced not only that we will prevail, but that out of the horror of combat will come the recognition that no nation can stand against a world united. No nation will be permitted to brutally assault its neighbor. No president can easily commit our sons and daughters to war. They are the nation's finest. Ours is an all-volunteer force, magnificently trained, highly motivated. The troops know why they're there, and listen to what they say, for they've said it better than any president or prime minister ever could. Listen to Hollywood Huddleston, Marine Lance Corporal. He says, let's free these people so we can go home and be free again. And he's right. The terrible crimes and tortures committed by Saddam's henchmen against the innocent people of Kuwait are an affront to mankind and a challenge to the freedom of all. Listen to one of our great officers out there, Marine Lieutenant General Walter Boomer. He said, there are things worth fighting for. A world in which brutality and lawlessness are allowed to go unchecked isn't the kind of world we're going to want to live in. Listen to Master Sergeant J.P. Kendall of the 82nd Airborne. We're here for more than just the price of a gallon of gas. What we're doing is going to chart the future of the world for the next 100 years. It's better to deal with this guy now than 5 years from now. And finally, we should all sit up and listen to Jackie Jones, an Army lieutenant, when she says, if we let him get away with this, who knows what's going to be next? I've called upon Hollywood and Walter and J.P. and Jackie and all their courageous comrades in arms to do what must be done. Tonight, America and the world are deeply, deeply grateful to them and to their families. And let me say to everyone listening or watching tonight, when the troops we've sent in finish their work, I'm determined to bring them home as soon as possible. Tonight, as our forces fight, they and their families are in our prayers. May God bless each and every one of them and the coalition forces at our side in the Gulf, and may he continue to bless our nation, the United States of America.
President Bush, live from the Oval Office in a 12-minute address to the nation and the world, saying at the outset his minimal demands. Saddam Hussein's forces will leave Kuwait and Iraq will comply with all relevant UN resolutions. Let's go now to Charles Jaco, who has word on airplanes in Saudi Arabia. Charles.
Yes, David. One high-ranking Saudi official has told us that he has been in touch with the highest levels in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. According to this information, he claims that all the planes from this first raid, Saudi and U.S. planes, have returned safely with no loss of planes and no loss of pilots. That's according to a high-ranking Saudi official here with contacts in Riyadh. King Fahd, the King of Saudi Arabia, is said to be meeting right now in Riyadh with members of his court and members of his government. I asked one Air Force officer here about the raid, how it went. Information was very hard to come by, but he would only tell me that the raid was, quote, more successful than we imagined, close quote. We can only imagine what that means. So the preliminary, and I must say these are preliminary indications we're getting here from a high-ranking Saudi official and an Air Force officer, is that the first wave of the raid on Iraq at least was successful, and that at least all the Saudi and United States planes have returned without any loss. David?
Saudi Arabia, thank you very much. The force may indeed be larger than we had been led to believe, and with word on that is our correspondent who covers world affairs for us, Ralph Begleiter. I'm sorry for that lapse. Ralph, what have you for us?
David, according to Saudi officials, the number of Saudi planes in the air tonight was 150 joining the American fighters, and according to the Saudis, The air attacks were much more extensive than merely Baghdad. We, of course, had our reporting only from Baghdad because of the limitations of coverage in Iraq. But according to these Saudi sources, the attacks were countrywide throughout Iraq involved in the mission tonight, along with British and American forces. The Saudi sources also say that Saudi Ambassador Prince Bandar was here at the State Department this morning at 8 o'clock for a meeting with Secretary of State Baker, a very brief meeting, about 10 minutes long, during which Baker asked for the Saudi green light to go ahead with the attack today. Prince Bandar telephoned King Fahd from Baker's office itself, received the green light, gave it to Baker immediately. That was the prearranged signal that the United States and the Saudis had decided on in order to get the Saudi government on board for the attack. In fact, that was the language used by King Fahd. He said, "We are on board." In addition, we've learned that Israel was pre-notified of the attack as well through several channels. The Saudis here in the Soviets here in Washington say they were not informed through the embassy in Washington, but presume that direct channels between Washington and Moscow were utilized for pre-notification. David?
World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter, thank you very much, reporting live from the State Department. Everyone wants us to go back to Baghdad, and so do I, where Bernard Shaw, Peter Arnett, and John Holliman have been reporting this dramatic evening. Gentlemen.
This is Bernie. We have listened to the President's address, and as he indicated in speaking, or while speaking, hostilities were going on, and indeed, we could see far off in the distance lights flashing. We could hear the bombs, and we could see the tracer fire from the anti-aircraft batteries. As I listened to President Bush tonight, it seemed to me that he was telling Saddam Hussein, you are going to quit Kuwait. But I also heard Peter Arnett and John Holliman an implied threat to this man that the forces have gone against the nuclear plant that was a building. The forces have gone against the chemical arsenals. But I heard the President saying that we might not stop here. He did declare that this was not an invasion of Iraq. He wants to cripple this man's military capability. I should also tell you that we do not know where President Saddam Hussein is at this moment, nor do we know where other members of his government are located. I'm going to pass the microphone around because each of my colleagues has something to contribute. John Holliman.
Bernie, I think you're right about the President's message to President Saddam Hussein. It's a message of, this is it, this is the beginning of what we're going to do. I'm sure the President would like it very much if President Hussein would respond right away by, offering to pull out of Kuwait or something, but we'll have to wait and see what he's going to do later on. The last time we saw President Saddam Hussein was on television tonight in video that we know was at least a day old from a tour that he made of Kuwait. Excuse me. I'm now looking out the window of our bureau here, and I can tell you that off in the distance there continues to be the sounds of what appear to me to be bombs. During the President's message, there were flashes of light from a distance probably as much as 15 or 20 miles away, probably to the south of where we are. And at this moment, there are no signs of anti-aircraft fire in the downtown Baghdad area, but there continue to be these flashes of light off in the distance to the south. Peter Arnett, your reflections.
Yes, John, I couldn't help thinking as I heard the bombs, the distant bombs, punctuating President Bush's speech, that his reference to Vietnam, this will not be another Vietnam. And I was thinking back to Vietnam, where I spent many years, to a similar raid in 1972, a B-52 strike on Hanoi. The interesting thing was that raid came at the end of the Vietnam War, near the end of the Vietnam War, and many say it helped end that war. This raid on Baghdad and elsewhere in this region tonight is at the beginning of this war, and maybe it certainly won't be a Vietnam. John?
Peter, while you were speaking, the sky lit up again with some more apparently chaff to fool Iraqi radar in the sky. There are bunches of groups of white lights and yellow lights that go through the sky and then blink out mysteriously, apparently designed to confuse the anti-aircraft guns. And at this point, the anti-aircraft guns are not firing, so if they're intended to confuse, the guns are not firing. Well, as I speak, off in the distance, I see some anti-aircraft fire is going up pretty far away from our location, and you might be able in the background to hear some of that out the window. Yeah, Bernie Shaw is back again, and then we want to talk to someone who's just come up from the shelters downstairs who will brief our loved ones about how things are there. Bernie.
Yes, I was just, Ingrid has been sitting here on the floor. I don't know how you managed to get past those guards and make that long hike up those 14 stories that I made about an hour ago. But what is the situation in the bomb shelter? And Ingrid, you know all of the members of the press corps, the other American networks, ABC, NBC, CBS, they've been highly concerned about their people. So take your time now and give us a fill on what the situation is in the bomb shelter.
Well, what you can see from up here, you can hear down in the shelter is low, very low and quiet thumps. There was a little bit of confusion at the beginning. The press went down there, other hotel guests, hotel employees who also live in a compound nearby. A number of mothers and their children at a certain time, perhaps half an hour after the attack started, you heard chants of down, down, Bush, so we even had a little demonstration down in the shelter. The interesting thing was that some of the government guys that accompany us during the day when we try and work, and some of the hotel security people are walking around with Kalashnikovs and gas masks, which is something that was a little bit of a surprise to see. And I did see a lot of our colleagues down there, some of them who had been up on higher floors taking pictures, and they were taken by security people downstairs to a shelter, ostensibly for our own protection. Bernie.
And what is the mood of the people in the shelter?
Well, it's actually quieted down a lot. The confusion has ceased. Some of the people have gone to sleep. There's still a lot of milling around, but people are trying to get the BBC or anything to know what's going on in the outside world. There's a lot of questions about what's going on in Kuwait, Jordan, Israel, other spots that may be involved, and people are very curious to come above ground, waiting for daylight just to see what has happened.
Even in the midst of these raids around Baghdad, life goes on, and as incredible as it sounded incredible to my ears, John Holliman, a rooster crowing about 20 minutes ago as the bombs were going off out there over the horizon. Very strange sound.
I'll say, Bernie, and it's a long time before sunrise here. It's still a couple of hours before we're going to see the first rays of sunlight off to the east. But this rooster was obviously confused by all the military hardware arrayed and displayed in the skies of Baghdad. Peter Arnett standing by to talk to us some more, but I'm just going to look out the window once before I give the microphone to Peter. You can still see flashes in the sky, but still, strangely, eerily, there are no fires, which is an indication. President Bush said in his speech that they were not attacking civilian targets here. They were attacking specific military targets, and it appears that's correct from everything we can observe from our window.
Yes, thank you, John. By my watch in this dim light of this hotel room, these series of raids have been going on for about 2 hours and 50 minutes. They began at around 2:30 Baghdad time in the center of the city. The government installations or installations of one kind or another, maybe anti-aircraft, strategic communication centers, began in the center and stayed in this particular part of town for about an hour and a half, but they are moving outwards of a large perimeter. All around the horizon, we see explosions. There must have been scores and scores of raids that we have witnessed so far. When I say we witnessed, we've seen the flashes and we have seen the anti-aircraft fire going up. But it's obvious that these raids are continuing, and we can see the evidence of that. Here's Bernie Shore again.
Peter, I'm trying to clear my mind of everything to keep the chronology of events uppermost. And I am anticipating two things at daybreak. One is more a hope than an anticipation. We hope that, one, when it's safe to go outside, we can find somebody in authority in this government to talk to. We do not know where President Saddam Hussein is at this moment as these raids continue. The other thing I anticipate is that Saddam Hussein will be beseeched by friends, some of them, to quit Kuwait. And, of course, you have to assume that he's going to have his supporters who will say, fight on. But I can't wait for daybreak because we've got even more work to do, and it's going to be interesting to see whether we can find anybody responsible in this government here in Baghdad to respond not only to the attacks, but also to the address of the President of the United States. Peter?
Yes, indeed, Bernie. Now, President Saddam Hussein has made it clear in the past week that he almost welcomed this war and he was prepared to fight it. So as we see it continuing, we'll report back to Atlanta, but let me give you John Holliman first.
Now we're going to go back to Atlanta to see what else our other network correspondents have to tell us.
John, Peter, and Bernie, thank you very much. We'll certainly be back with you. It's not quite sunup yet in Baghdad. By the way, the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, is reporting that 5 Iraqi Scud missiles have been fired on Saudi Arabia, and the French embassy in Riyadh confirms that at least 1 Scud missile was fired. Those are the first reports of effective or possibly effective retaliatory firing from Iraq outward. Well, we've just heard from the very interior of a bombed country, Iraq. Let's go now to the interior of the United States, the hometown of the late President Harry S. Whoops, we're switching our plans now to go to Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, we've just been given a statement by General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of the U.S. Central Command and the head of Operation Desert Storm, to the troops. I'll read part of it very briefly. This morning at 0300 Saudi time, we launched Operation Desert Storm, an offensive campaign that will enforce the UN resolutions. And this is directed to the troops, all the troops, especially the U.S. troops. During my visits with you, I have seen in your eyes a fire of determination to get this job done quickly so we all may return to the shores of our great nation. My confidence in you is total. Our cause is just. Now you must be the thunder and lightning of Desert Storm. May God be with you. Signed, General H. Norman Schwarzkopf, Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Central Command. The indications we're getting so far are that the operation to this early date is working fairly well. David?
Tonight we know why they call him Stormin' Norman. Thank you for that. We've just been in the heartland of Iraq with our 3 fine correspondents there. Let's go to the heartland of America now, the hometown of the late Harry Truman, where Jeff Flock is standing by.
David, Middle America is tonight glued to the reportage from the Middle East. Let's get first reaction now to the first retaliation, reports of the first retaliation. This gentleman's son is on a Navy destroyer. Sir?
Well, I think he left us with some assurity that they have made decisions based on a lot of good facts, and Congress and him have, we've engaged, and I think the greatest thing I heard is that he's going to allow us to go in there and do battle.
All right. Other reaction? Sir, your first reaction?
I feel like the president's speech was good. This is no Vietnam, and it's not going to be. And I back the president and the troops 100%.
Before we get away, a young person, what you saw, what do you think of it?
I don't think it's good, and I don't think we should go to war over just some stupid oil.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
No.
Middle America, Independence, Missouri. We'll be back with more reaction later. I'm Jeff Flock, CNN, reporting live.
Jeff, thank you very much. It's coming up on the time when Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney is going to address reporters at the Pentagon, fill in a little more of the detail of what is going on and the scope and the size of the forces which have attacked Iraq tonight. We'll also hear from General Colin Powell. Wolf, you're standing by there now. Anything since the last time we talked?
David, here at the Pentagon, there is a packed studio here, obviously anticipating a lot of military details about this operation from Defense Secretary Dick Cheney. He is expected any moment now to walk in here and to provide us these details. The president did provide some initial accounts. Obviously, as we all recall, he was very upbeat, at least in the initial reports from General Norman Schwarzkopf about this operation. He made it clear that this is so far an air campaign, that ground forces have not yet been ordered into Kuwait in order to liberate that country. That has always been anticipated. The initial game plan was always that the United States would try to achieve air superiority as quickly as possible, and only after several days, maybe even a week or two, bring in the Army and the Marines and actually go in, and what Pentagon planners have always hoped would be a mop-up operation. They had always hoped that the Iraqis would surrender after this massive U.S. and allied airstrike. Only earlier today, military officials in Riyadh, U.S. military officials, said that the United States now has over 1,700 combat aircraft in the theater. Obviously, they had been rehearsing for many weeks and months, getting ready for this operation, pinpointing as many of the strategic targets as possible, trying to destroy them in the initial hour or two. The sense at the Pentagon has always been that this war would be won within an hour or two if the U.S. and the Allied air powers managed to achieve that decisive air superiority. We're also told that about a month ago, when the president met with his military and political advisors at Camp David, he had basically indicated to them to get ready for this operation, that if there was no diplomatic progress, if Saddam Hussein by January 15th was saying that he was not going to leave Kuwait, that the United States within a day or two, maybe three, would begin the operation, and clearly the president has decided that this is the moment to do it. Again, we're awaiting Defense Secretary Dick Cheney, who is going to be providing us with the initial reports from General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of Operation Desert Sword. David?
All right, thank you very much, Wolf. Let's go back to the White House now and Charles Bierbauer in the aftermath of the president's about 12-minute talk. Charles.
David, President Bush has laid out the objective of freeing Kuwait, but very early on, back in August, he said one other thing that has to be considered is the long-term security arrangement in the Persian Gulf area. Just how he is going to go about that was to go after the nuclear and chemical weapons, and we'll hear more about that from the Pentagon briefing.
And then there'll be both Cheney and General Powell, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, will take just a very few questions. As I'm sure you can understand, they're very busy, so they will have time to take just a few questions, and then they will be on their way. So with that, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Pete. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you all heard the speech a short time ago by the President. And while there is not a great deal we can add now, we did want to be as forthcoming as we can with you. At 7 o'clock tonight, as you all know by now, Eastern Time, 3 o'clock Thursday morning in the Gulf, the armed forces of the United States began an operation at the direction of the President to force Saddam Hussein to withdraw his troops from Kuwait and to end his occupation of that country. At the direction of the President, I signed the execute order yesterday afternoon to undertake this operation, subject to certain conditions. It was to begin only after we'd met the terms of the resolution passed last Saturday by the Congress. Those conditions have been complied with, and proper notice has been given as required. And the operation was not to take place if there had been any last-minute diplomatic breakthroughs. The operation underway tonight, taking place in the pre-dawn darkness of the Persian Gulf, involves allied air forces of 4 nations: the United States, the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. As they undertake their missions, they do so after months of careful planning. At the direction of the President, great care has been taken to focus on military targets, to minimize U.S. casualties, and to do everything possible to avoid injury to civilians in Iraq and Kuwait. The targets being struck tonight are located throughout Iraq and Kuwait. Our focus is on the destruction of Saddam Hussein's offensive military capabilities, the very capabilities that he used to seize control of Kuwait and that make him a continuing threat to the nations of the Middle East. These are the same capabilities that now threaten American and Allied forces in the Gulf. Our goal, the same one we have maintained throughout Operation Desert Shield, is to liberate Kuwait and enforce the resolutions of the UN Security Council. This portion of the campaign, directed against Saddam Hussein's offensive military force, is an enormously complex undertaking. It involves all of the services of the United States military and hundreds of U.S. and Allied aircraft. It is an ongoing operation, and we must therefore limit the kind and the amount of information that we provide in these early stages. This obviously is different from what happened in Panama in December of 1989, where most of the operation was over by the morning of the first day. We understand your need for information about what will happen next, and we are well aware of our obligation to keep the American people informed. But you must also understand that we cannot talk about future operations without putting at risk the safety of those who will have to carry them out. I believe I can speak for all of us at the Pentagon tonight when I say that we had hoped to settle this matter peacefully. This has clearly been an agonizing decision for the President and the Congress of the United States. And we've reached the point of committing our forces to battle very reluctantly, only after the most careful consideration. But no one should doubt our ability and our resolve to carry out our mission and to achieve our objective. I have great confidence in the professionalism, the dedication, and the determination of the men and women of our armed forces. They are, without question, the finest young sailors, soldiers, airmen, and Marines this nation has ever sent in harm's way. I want to assure all Americans that we will do our very best to carry out the President's orders as quickly and efficiently as possible and at the lowest cost possible. We'd be happy to respond to a few questions.
General Powell, can you describe the Iraqi Air Force's resistance, if any, their losses so far, and to what extent do you think that you've already achieved air superiority there?
Well, the operation's only 2.5 hours old, so I'm not quite prepared to take on your second question. So far, there has been no air resistance.
Can you tell us if there's been any casualties so far?
We will, at the appropriate time, be releasing information on casualties. We're not prepared to release any specifics now. I will simply say that the preliminary reports we have received in terms of the success of the operation, and that includes the possibility of casualties, have been very, very encouraging. The operation appears to have gone very well.
Has there been any Iraqi response of any kind? What can you tell us about the Scud missiles that have been reportedly launched by Iraq?
There have been a number of reports of Scud missiles, but insofar as I am aware, they basically are false reports. General Powell may want to say
a rundown on the types of aircrafts and numbers that were involved in the raids?
I really can't at this time because it is an ongoing operation. Let me just say that it involved the Air Forces mentioned by Secretary Cheney and sorties in the hundreds.
Could you tell us were there cruise missiles involved with that?
I won't comment on specific weaponry. It's an ongoing operation.
What targets were we bombing near Baghdad, and have we bombed any facilities where we think Saddam Hussein might be?
We have not been targeting Mr. Saddam Hussein. The purpose of our bombing facilities in the area of Baghdad is essentially to go after the command and control system of the Iraqi armed forces. And we're looking at principally military targets, command and control installations, air defense sites that could put our planes at risk, but they are militarily oriented targets.
Have you heard of any Iraqi response of any kind?
The response of the Iraqi forces at this point has been limited, I think would be the best way to characterize it. But again, let me emphasize, as General Powell did, we're in the very early stages of this operation. It is likely to run for a long period of time. I realize you've all got legitimate questions about it, but there simply are things we do not know yet because it is an ongoing operation, because pilots are just now returning, and there'll be a lot of work required to assess the success of the initial efforts, and there'll be a lot of follow-up work required as well.
Could you tell us, please, whether or not there have been any indications whatsoever that the Iraqi troops, the 540,000 Iraqi troops in the Kuwaiti theater, have been cut off from their command and control headquarters in Baghdad?
I wouldn't want to speculate on that at this point, Wolf.
Mr. Secretary, can I follow up, please? Should I follow up? The President said this was strictly an air operation for the time being. When does the U.S. decide to send in the ground forces?
It is strictly an air operation for the time being, and I wouldn't want to speculate on the point at which additional forces might be engaged.
Have your targets tonight there with any Navy planes?
Murat said on the McNeil Air News Hour this evening that we're, quote, now prisoners of our own country, in our own country. Now that we've defended ourselves from naked aggression in the Middle East, how do we defend ourselves here at home from terrorist attacks?
I'm confident that we can deal with the terrorist threat.
Have our targets thus far included tanks and artillery?
I don't want to get into specific target sets yet. As the information comes in and builds over time, and we can give it to you historically, we will give it out, but I'm not prepared to go into specific target sets and what targets have been hit and have not, because it really is just too early to give you that kind of bomb damage assessment.
Saddam Hussein says tomorrow, I give up, I'm sorry, I will withdraw from Kuwait. Will you have a pause in your air campaign, or will you continue with it until you knock out all the priority targets?
I will do whatever the President of the United States directs us to do through the Secretary of Defense.
Secretary Cheney, from a military perspective, what went into your thinking in deciding to launch the attack at this point this evening? What were the factors?
Well, I think there were several factors. Of course, the President made the basic decision to commit the force. It was affected by, among other things, the expiration of the United Nations deadline that had been set on November 30th when the Security Council voted for the use of any means necessary to get him out. I think it was affected in part as a result of consultation with our allies, but it also was based upon the advice of our senior military commanders in terms of picking a time when conditions appeared to be most favorable for undertaking the operation. Let me emphasize, though, that the procedure we went through was to plan for execution of the operation at a point after the expiration of the United Nations deadline, but I had no authority to execute the plan until the President instructed me yesterday afternoon to do so, and it was at that point that we signed out the execute order with the qualifiers I mentioned in my opening statement.
Those favorable factors, can you tell us what some of those were?
I think I just leave it where it is.
Are you surprised that there was no response, or a very small response from the Iraqi forces at this point?
Again, I'm reluctant to characterize the response beyond what we've already said about it. We've not had an opportunity to debrief our pilots yet. Some of them are still flying missions, and I think it would be inappropriate at this point to convey the notion that somehow we've got a final fix on it. But I think it would be fair to say, and General Powell may well want to comment on this, that the initial reaction from the Iraqis is such that I'm generally of the opinion that we achieved a fairly high degree of tactical surprise.
Has there been Israel or Turkey on the part of Iraq?
None to my knowledge.
Mr. Secretary, could you tell us, the President mentioned that one of the objectives was to take out chemical and nuclear sites. Can you tell us in a general way if that mission was accomplished?
I can say that we have, in fact, gone after those targets. I do not yet have information on the effectiveness of those efforts.
Mr. Secretary, what about word of casualties at Baghdad? You indicated you wanted to spare civilians there. Do you have any sense about how that may or may not have occurred in the city? There was a lot of bombing, obviously, in Baghdad.
The best reporting that I've seen on what transpired in Baghdad was on CNN. And it would appear, based upon the comments that were coming in from the CNN crew in the hotel in Baghdad, that the operation was successful in striking targets with a high degree of precision. At least that's the reporting according to CNN.
Was there an Iraqi attempt to launch missiles, sir?
Do you have any
We've had reports of missile launches, but none of them have been confirmed.
What about the Scuds in western Iraq at those air bases on the border? Have you got any reading on that? Are those fairly high priority targets?
Yes, they are a fairly high priority target.
And how'd you do?
I'm not prepared to say how we did or what we've done so far.
I'll follow up on this. At the end of this operation, this phase of the operation, when you get a little better picture, and could you come back or have one of your staff come back and give us a briefing on it?
We'll be getting regular briefings, and we'll be, as the Secretary said, we're going to be as forthcoming as we possibly can, while at the same time preserving operational security.
Are you confident that your targeting of command and control sites has left Saddam Hussein the ability to, number one, know what's happening to his forces, and number two, to communicate to you that he wants to quit if he does decide so?
Again, Melissa, I don't have any information at this point on the overall effectiveness of the operation. What I said was the preliminary reports are very positive, but we are in the very earliest stages of this, and therefore there's not a lot of detailed information we can give you on what the effect of the bombing campaign has been on specific strategic categories of targets.
Is there a Navy aircraft participate?
Pardon?
Is there a military commander like Saddam Hussein still alive to surrender if there is such a decision?
I really don't have anything I can give you on that.
Did you know where Saddam was? Did you know where Saddam was when the attacks began, and was that a target even though he was not the target?
We have not been tracking Mr. Saddam Hussein for the purpose of targeting him.
General, can you characterize in any general way how long the current
beginning phase of this operation will continue. That is, the air operation will be the rest of I guess, tonight and tomorrow morning, or throughout tomorrow. Give people any kind of general idea how long this first phase will...
The air part of the campaign will continue until the whole campaign is completed. It doesn't end.
Do you believe the threat of a missile attack by the Iraqis has been eliminated at this point?
I cannot answer that at this time until we get some assessments in.
Damage to any oil facilities at all?
I don't have bomb damage assessment yet. I can't answer that question.
General, how massive is this first wave? Are we talking 500 missions, 1,000 missions tonight?
I think tomorrow we'll be in a better position to try to give you a handle on that, but this early in the operation, I'm reluctant to give those numbers out until I've had a chance to talk to General Schwarzkopf in greater detail.
General Powell, when you say hundreds of sorties...
All U.S. services were involved in this part of the campaign.
When you say, General Powell, that there were hundreds of sorties, does that mean that there were not more than 1,000?
I think I'll leave it at that, between a bread box or something else, hundreds of sorties. Thank you all. Thank you.
Hey, why don't we get next up there?
The Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, leaving a briefing where they had to leave a lot of questions unanswered on Operation Desert Storm, but the one message they did want to convey was that it's likely to run for a very long period of time. In the words of the Secretary, when asked about air power and when the bombing might stop, he said, "It doesn't end." I would like to thank all my colleagues who sat in with me for this segment of the broadcast on a very historic night, and end my portion here in Washington with thanks to them and thanks to you. As we go now to Atlanta and Lou Waters and Catherine Cryer. I'm David French in Washington.
Thank you, David. We've certainly been following your reporting throughout the evening. Now, I'd like to, at this point, go over some of the things that Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney had to say. We've been listening to his remarks. He apparently received authorization from President Bush yesterday afternoon to sign the order authorizing military action against Iraq. That military action began some 19 hours after the passage of the UN resolution deadline date. Secretary Cheney clarified the goals of this military operation. A surgical airstrike, as expected and anticipated, would be against military targets, specifically command and control targets, those targets that could damage incoming U.S. and international coalition aircraft, apparently which included British and Saudi Arabian aircraft in that initial bombing run into Baghdad and throughout Iraq and Kuwait. Also to protect Iraqi citizens and minimize civilian casualties as the airstrikes attempted to destroy Iraq's offensive military capabilities throughout Iraq and Kuwait. He stressed that the operation thus far was deemed very successful. Of course, information from the Secretary and General Powell is necessarily limited according to the ongoing nature of this military operation, but we have correspondents standing by across the United States and throughout the Gulf region to continue our updates on events as they unfold. Luke?
We did learn that 4 nations were involved in the air operation tonight, the USA and the UK, as Catherine reported. Also Saudi Arabia and 150 planes of the Kuwaiti Air Force were involved. We have been taking a slight check here of strategic targets in Iraq, many of which are in the Baghdad area, which we have been reporting on throughout the early evening. We note that there are at least 2 nuclear facilities, 2 biological, 3 missile-producing facilities, and 5 chemical facilities. This comes from a list of strategic targets that's available to us, I would imagine, in addition to the command and control targets in the Baghdad area. There may be many more sites that were hit tonight, but we must stress the fact that we're only getting a small part of the information because this was an operation in all of Kuwait and all of Iraq. Now, Wolf Blitzer, who was at that Pentagon news briefing, is joining us from the Pentagon. Many questions went begging. Wolf.
Well, Lou, the Defense Secretary and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs clearly want to avoid providing too much operational detail, anything that could yet help the Iraqis in this initial air wave, this initial air assault. But clearly, by the tone of what they said, earlier hinted by the President, the United States is obviously very pleased by the initial reports coming from the Central Command in Riyadh. The U.S. targets appear to have been met clearly the most important ones being the Scud missile batteries. In fact, Defense Secretary Cheney said that while there have been reports that the Iraqis have managed to fire some of their Scuds, the United States cannot confirm those reports. Indeed, the initial indications are that the U.S. fighter aircraft, the bombers, probably destroyed almost all of those strategic targets in Iraq within a matter of minutes, certainly within the first hour or two of what was certainly a very coordinated, polished U.S. airstrike, one that the United States has been rehearsing now for many months. The indications also are, of course, from these initial reports, that those Scud missile bases in the western part of Iraq, what the U.S. calls H2 and H3, almost certainly have been destroyed. Those were the ones that endangered Israel. Those were the ones that could have reached Israel, and Saddam Hussein and his aides had repeatedly suggested over these past several weeks that their first target, if there was a war, would be to go after Israel. And from the initial reports, based on what we just heard, there were no missile attacks at the Israelis. Certainly, the U.S. planners here at the Pentagon are pleased. We're not going to be getting a whole lot more detail, we're told, until another briefing tomorrow. But certainly there are enough officials here who are getting indications about what exactly is going on. We'll be following that, of course. We'll be trying to report as much as we can in the course of this long and historic evening. Lou?
All right, well, Blitzer, who remains at his post at the Pentagon, will be back to you. Catherine.
Now let's return to the Rasheed Hotel in Baghdad and CNN's Bernie Shaw. Bernie?
This is CNN Baghdad, checking for continuity with Atlanta.
We hear you, Bernie.
You're on the air, Bernie.
We are still crouching on the floor here in Baghdad in our bureau. It is very quiet right now. It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning. It is still relatively dark, John Holliman, and it sounds to me that one or two vehicles of some kind are going past the hotel.
Yes, I looked out the window just a moment ago, Bernie. I saw a taxi cab out on the street. That's talk about somebody with enterprise. That driver, if he's trying to pick up a fare, is certainly enterprising. You don't see any signs of people, but it is, of course, still dark. And this time yesterday morning, there was a thick early morning fog over the city of Baghdad. This morning, the fog is not that visible, and what is still visible out there is some smoke out on the horizon from some of these bombs that came through here several hours ago now.
And we should tell our viewers that we are anxiously awaiting daybreak so we can regroup and see where we go from here. As President Bush addressed the nation and the world, he indicated at the beginning of his remarks that the operations were underway as he spoke. And indeed, a few minutes into his address, off the horizon, we could see and hear the effects of still another bombing run.
I guess, Bernie, all in all, there might have been 7 or 8 different waves of these. The first one came about 3 o'clock in the morning our time. I had just gotten under the covers and was planning to sleep for a few hours before coming in at 6 in the morning about this time to relieve you from the overnight shift. And obviously we were both rudely awakened by what happened outside our windows.
Well, and to continue on this thought, John, at the time of the attack, if you're wondering how we were able to get the word to you, and right now let me apologize to anybody in Atlanta or the engineers or what have you, and to our viewers. Clearly, when I looked up and saw what was going on, the first instinct was to report the information, to get it on the air. CNN President Tom Johnson was arranging an interview on the telephone, and I apologize for screaming at anybody at headquarters in Atlanta, but I wanted to get your attention. And then the network came up to us, came to Baghdad, and we sought to describe what we were seeing, hearing, and feeling. And then I rushed down to the bomb shelter to make certain that I knew where it was. And when I was worried down there, wondering, does the world know what's going on? And I'm told that indeed the world did know what was going on because they could hear the reports. We're composed and organized now as much as you can be when a city is under attack or certain targets are under attack. And right now, there's this eerie stillness in Baghdad. John?
Also, Bernie, we should let our viewers know that we're in the dark pretty much. The hotel has no electricity. The way we were able to speak to you is we have some battery-powered equipment. Luckily, it'll work if you plug it into the wall or plug it into a battery, and it's now plugged into batteries, which we're able to scramble and find in the dark. And we think our batteries will last a while longer, so we'll be able to continue this report. And it's possible, I suppose, that by sunup, the officials in Baghdad might turn the lights back on, so we might be able to recharge our batteries and go out on the streets and do the job that we came here to do, which is show you the pictures of this place.
We do not know where President Saddam Hussein is, nor do we know the whereabouts of his key advisors. We are hoping sometime later today to hear from the government, to hear what they're saying, what they're thinking, what they're feeling, what their reaction is to the series of bombing raids on strategic targets during the night. Let me pause for a moment to see whether our colleagues want to go elsewhere with our continuing coverage of what's happening in the Gulf.
We'll be back with you. At this point, let's go to Lou now. Lou?
And I'm going to check it right over to the White House where Charles Bierbauer is standing by.
President Bush has told us repeatedly that he did not think Saddam Hussein was getting the message about what was arrayed against him. The president tried to send a letter to Saddam Hussein. He sent his Secretary of State, James Baker, to Geneva with that letter. This is the one that the Iraqi Foreign Minister, Tariq Aziz, refused to accept. The letter basically said to Saddam Hussein, if you do not withdraw, I am going to level your military capacity. I am going to attack your military ability to wage virtually any kind of war. That's a paraphrase, but beyond that paraphrase, George Bush has now sent a much more distinct message to Saddam Hussein. And we got the first inkling of just how massive this was in the president's speech when he said that he's taking out the tanks, but he also said he's going at the chemical facilities, the nuclear facilities. He is dealing with not only Saddam Hussein's ability to occupy Kuwait, but also his ability to wage further war at any point in the future. This is what George Bush was talking about when he said not only is the objective to get Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait, but to guarantee some sort of regional stability arrangement that gets beyond this situation. There was considerable concern about Saddam Hussein being at some point, maybe it's months, maybe it's years from having a nuclear capacity. But what Mr. Bush has done tonight in describing this kind of a military attack on Iraq is to also describe what he is trying to do in terms of rendering Saddam Hussein incapable of waging war for quite some time to come. And the second message in this attack is the message, at least in the president's words, was his message to the Iraqi people. He said to the Iraqi people, perhaps you can convince Saddam Hussein to end this now. Lou?
Yes, Charles, I was wondering about that. What kind of a signal is he sending to Iraq by making a statement like that?
Well, it will have to get there somewhat indirectly, but he has done this before. He has said that he hoped that the Iraqi people would have some ability to convey to Saddam Hussein that they didn't want a war. You could, I suppose, in the extreme, say that he's fomenting an insurrection against them. There had been certainly tacit hopes here at the White House among the Bush administration that someone would Hussein, but the signals that were given out verbally were ineffective, and perhaps no one is of that sufficient strength. Now he would hope that the people of Iraq might in some way, shape, or form say to Saddam Hussein, enough is enough. This is as strong a message as George Bush can probably send.
All right, Charles Bierbauer at the White House. Catherine.
Of course, people across the United States are watching and waiting. Let's go now to John Zarella, who's standing by at Shaw Air Force Base. John?
Catherine, we are just down the street, actually, from Shaw Air Force Base. Not too far away, right, Lee? And I'm with Lee Esmonde, and her daughter Shannon, and Kitty here sleeping. And Lee's husband, Bill, is in Saudi Arabia, and he's been over there since August. He's an air traffic controller, so there's a possibility that tonight he may very well have been directing some of the attacks that were going on against Saddam Hussein. And we've been talking while sitting here watching the president since about 8:30 tonight. And Lee, what did you think first of what the president said, and then, of course, what Secretary Cheney said about what's been going on?
Well, I was very impressed with the president speaking, and I believe that everything is systems go, if you will. Things are running smoothly, on schedule. We are achieving our goals as we had set out to do as a result of the failure of diplomatic solutions to come about.
You think then, from talking to you earlier, that the president has taken the right course of action?
Absolutely. I think this has been going on long enough. We have had, the coalition has been doing their best to achieve some sort of a solution to this situation, and nobody seems to have been effective when it comes to Saddam Hussein.
You seem so strong through all of this. How do you manage?
Oh, bless your heart. I guess since Bill's been away for several months, it's sort of seasoning. But with what's going on now, I am very, I hate to say this, but I'm glad that this has occurred. Not only the sooner it gets started, possibly the sooner Saddam will realize that we mean business, and rather than annihilate his country, we can come to a solution prior to going to that last step.
What are your feelings tonight as far as, you haven't gotten much sleep, though, in the last couple of days, and as far as your husband and where he is and what the troops and all the people are going through right now?
Well, from what I get from Bill, the morale is high, although the waiting can get to grate on the nerves. And I spoke with some wives today, and they said that the people that are over there that used to be best of friends are now starting to squabble with one another, even under the best of conditions. I guess living in close quarters like that, that can occur.
What do you tell Shannon about all this, about what her daddy's doing over there and the job that he's performing, the service for his country? How do you put it to her?
Well, I try to be as honest and as upfront as I can. Sometimes you just have to say the truth regardless of the outcome. When it comes to kids, you can only shield them so much. She knows that her daddy runs the risk of not coming back home, but she also knows that what he is doing is vital and it is necessary, and that is what he has trained 15 years to do. And we're patriotic in this family, and we believe that what is going on now is necessary.
Lee, thank you very much for letting us invade your privacy at what is probably a very private moment for you and your family.
Actually, I'm proud that I could voice my opinion.
Thank you, Lee, again. And we will stay with you throughout the night. This is John Zarello reporting live near Shaw Air Force Base in South Carolina.
One of the countries in the Middle East dramatically caught in this crisis, of course, is Jordan, caught literally between Iraq and Israel. We're waiting for a reaction from there. Now on the line from Amman, Jordan, CNN's Margaret Lowry. Margaret.
Well, there have been some reports earlier tonight. We understand that the U.S. Embassy in Amman, Jordan, was being evacuated. We have been on the phone with a spokesman for the U.S. Embassy who flatly denies this. He says there are no evacuation plans for the embassy at this time. In fact, the State Department ordered out non-essential diplomats and dependents of U.S. government workers about 2 weeks ago. And the feeling here is that pretty much everyone who was going to leave is gone. They have reduced the staff at the embassy considerably, but they won't give any figures.
Any special civil defense precautions being taken there, Margaret?
Well, the Jordanians have been in a pretty low-key state of readiness. There have been various films on television to show people what to do should there be trouble here. But Jordan has repeatedly stressed that it is not a combatant in this conflict, that it is in between Iraq and Israel, but it is not a party to this, and it hopes that it will be able to stay neutral.
Do you have a feeling of being safe in Amman, Jordan tonight? Morning for you.
As of this hour, the city is pretty much still asleep, and the word is not really out about what has happened in Baghdad. So I think at the moment, we all feel everything is pretty calm here. Who knows what daylight will bring.
All right, Margaret Lowry in Amman, Jordan, where it's about 6 a.m. Catherine.
And, of course, bordering Jordan and specifically threatened by Saddam Hussein, the nation of Israel. Let's go now to Richard Blystone standing by in Jerusalem. Richard?
Catherine, an Israeli army on television just recently to tell a little bit about U.S. bombing raids against missile sites in western Iraq aimed at Israel. He said, we know of hits, and the danger, he said, to Israel is diminishing. Those were his words. He said he refused to give more details, but it was more than we got out of the Pentagon. This spokesman said, we hope he got a lot of them. Iraq was believed to have perhaps a couple of dozen missiles in position to fire at Israel. It has something like 60-odd launchers and a couple of hundred missiles around the country, but not all of those were able to hit Israel, and it is thought that he would have been able to get only a few through in any case. But if the quiet here is any indication, the Army spokesman's wishes came true. CNN correspondent Richard Roth in Tel Aviv, which was Saddam Hussein's promised main target in Israel if it came to hostilities, he reports that it's all quiet there, and certainly it is as quiet here as could be expected. This is a great relief to Israel and to the United States in more ways than one, militarily and politically, because if Israel had been drawn into the war, it would have endangered the participation of the Arab members of the coalition. Israel promised the United States it would not strike first, would not mount a preventive strike against the missiles in western Iraq, which are about 300 miles from Jerusalem here. And the Israelis said yesterday they had had no promise of early warning from the United States, although they do have some intelligence capability of their own in this regard, they said. Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir said that he had, according to a spokesman, had about an hour's warning of the raids which were undertaken in what was the early morning hours here. The health minister was in CNN's office here recently and said, despite the apparent success of the campaign so far, he is still carrying his gas mask and will until he knows that Saddam Hussein is finished. I haven't opened my gas mask yet, and I just hope that I won't have to. Catherine?
Thank you, Richard Blystone in Jerusalem. Luke?
We are now going to switch to Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, where many of the planes launched in these early raids of the operation were from. Charles Jaco is there. Charles, what have you got for us?
Well, it's very quiet here right now, but I'm here with Khalid Al-Maina, who is the editor of the Arab News, the largest publication in Saudi Arabia. Sir, thank you very much for taking some time to spend with us. Your reaction very briefly to the attack on Saddam Hussein in Iraq.
I think it was a sense of relief for all of us because the waiting period was over. Saddam had all the chances, he didn't use them, so I think people felt it's time for him to go.
Now, a lot of people have speculated this military campaign could last 6 months or 6 days. You've observed Saddam Hussein for years, know his capabilities. What do you think?
I think if there'll be strategic strikes at all his bases and installations, it could take about 2 weeks. I also think the army could fold up and they could surrender en masse.
Well, now that's an interesting question because a lot of analysts have said that Saddam's army is paralyzed by fear. They know what will happen to them if they surrender, and a lot of people are discounting the fact they might surrender. Why do you think they might give up?
Well, they would give up because they are in close proximity to the Allied forces and they're far away from Saddam, so I think they will defect in thousands.
Now, so far, Saddam has tried no strikes against Saudi Arabia. Are you and other people here worried about possible terrorist actions?
Well, everybody in the Gulf is worried about any possible terrorist action, but I think people are ready. The government has issued a directive a couple of days ago warning any would-be terrorists or would-be defaulted of security that they would be suffering severe penalty.
And one final question. You've observed Saddam, as I said, for years. If the campaign goes badly for him, do you think there's any chance he might surrender? The man is a man of many surprises. What do you think the scenarios might be?
Well, I don't think so he's going to commit suicide in his bunker, but I think he could try his best to escape because Saddam basically is a coward at heart.
So you think there would be no chance of him surrendering to the Allied forces?
No way, because he doesn't want to be tied up in chains and taken to court, and I mean his ego wouldn't permit him to do so.
Thank you very much. One view from here in Saudi Arabia in the very, very early hours of this campaign, which started approximately 6 hours ago here in Saudi Arabia. So far, the early reports militarily we're receiving is that at least the first flight of planes returned, U.S. and Saudi planes, without any casualties. That is from one Saudi official. We'll have to wait and see if that shows out to be true. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Thanks, Charles. Well, it's just 8 minutes after 6 in the morning in Iraq. Dawn has not yet arrived. For 3 hours, U.S.-led forces in the Gulf have been bombarding Iraqi strategic targets in a massive and coordinated airstrike. After a tense 5-month standoff, war has come to the Gulf. 1 hour ago, President Bush addressed the nation and the world to explain what is happening and why.
Our objectives are clear. Saddam Hussein's forces will leave Kuwait. The legitimate government of Kuwait will be restored to its rightful place, and Kuwait will once again be free. Iraq will eventually comply with all relevant United Nations resolutions, and then, when peace is restored, it is our hope that Iraq will live as a peaceful and cooperative member of the family of nations, thus enhancing the security and stability of the Gulf. Some may ask, why act now? Why not wait? The answer is clear. The world could wait no longer. Sanctions, though having some effect, showed no signs of accomplishing their objective. Sanctions were tried for well over 5 months, and we and our allies concluded that sanctions alone would not force Saddam from Kuwait. While the world waited, Saddam Hussein systematically raped, pillaged, and plundered a tiny nation, no threat to his own. He subjected the people of Kuwait to unspeakable atrocities. And among those maimed and murdered, innocent children. While the world waited, Saddam sought to add to the chemical weapons arsenal he now possesses an infinitely more dangerous weapon of mass destruction, a nuclear weapon. And while the world waited, while the world talked peace and withdrawal, Saddam Hussein dug in and moved massive forces into Kuwait. While the world waited, while Saddam stalled, more damage was being done to the fragile economies of the Third World, the emerging democracies of Eastern Europe, to the entire world, including to our own economy. The United States, together with the United Nations, exhausted every means at our disposal to bring this crisis to a peaceful end. However, Saddam clearly felt that by stalling and threatening and defying the United Nations, he could weaken the forces arrayed against him.
President Bush says his objective is not the conquest of Iraq, but the liberation of Kuwait. He adds he hopes to bring home the U.S. troops in the Gulf region as soon as possible. The United States calls it Operation Desert Storm. CNN's Charles Crawford reports on what has happened since the anti-Iraqi alliance pulled the trigger less than 4 hours ago.
Something is happening outside.
The liberation of Kuwait has begun.
Reports say the long-awaited airstrikes hit Iraq with mammoth force. The first targets, as many as possible of Iraq's command and control centers, the eyes and ears of the Iraqi armed forces. Also, missile bases, anti-aircraft weapons, airports throughout Iraq. The weapons believed to be F-15 fighters, also F-4 fighters, and FB-111 fighter bombers. Allied firms, Saudi and British warplanes took part also. The apparent goal of the first wave of Allied air attack was a safe path for continued raids on Iraq and cut off Saddam Hussein from his estimated 545,000 troops in the Kuwaiti theater of operations. Then, reports from U.S. officials in the Persian Gulf, a safe return of the first wave of U.S. warplanes. General Norman Schwarzkopf, commander of the U.S. forces in Saudi Arabia, issued this statement. You are a member of the most powerful force of our country in coalition with our allies that has ever been assembled in a single theater to face such an aggressor. Now you have trained hard for this battle, and you are ready. Our cause is just. Now you must be the thunder and lightning of Desert Storm. May God be with you, your loved ones at home, and our country. In the United States, as in the Persian Gulf, what was the far-off war has become a reality.
No, I didn't think it would come tonight, and I didn't think it would hit quite so hard. I knew that there were airplanes launched. I don't know if he's one of them. I'm scared. I can't think of a better place to have been tonight than to have been in church.
Charles Crawford, CNN, reporting.
At the United Nations tonight, the Secretary General said he felt deep sorrow that the diplomatic efforts to avert this war had failed. Jeannie Mose is at the UN where there was supposed to have been, or there was the possibility of some action tonight. Jeannie?
There will be action tonight. Before I get into that, Lou, I just wanted to mention that a U.S. official has told CNN that this massive bombing might go on for 7 to 10 days everywhere, he said, in Iraq and Kuwait, 7 to 10 days. Right now, at the UN, the president of the Security Council is holding what we call bilateral consultations with members. That means one-on-one meetings with different members of the council. It's possible there'll be a closed-door meeting of all 15 members of the council later tonight, though the U.S. mission is telling us not to expect the U.S. ambassador to be briefing the members of the council in any detail because it is simply too early in the hostilities for that to happen. Now, we know that President Bush did call the Secretary General of the UN before the fighting broke out, and a U.S. official tells us that basically the Secretary General was told that diplomacy has ended, that it's time for Resolution 678 to be implemented. 678 is the resolution authorizing the use of force. The Secretary General, of course, the President did not go into great detail on exactly what the United States was doing. As you mentioned, Lou, the Secretary General tonight, his initial reaction was he expressed deep sorrow. He said he was saddened by the start of hostilities. A U.S. official told us about the notion that the Secretary General should be saddened. That U.S. official says, well, what did he expect? Now, until hostilities get further along, U.S. officials have indicated to us that there's nothing much that the Security Council can do. There will be an important role for the Council once the time comes to make peace, but for the moment, there's not a lot that can be done by the Council. And if any nation tries to bring up any kind of resolution that would limit what the U.S. is trying to do, the U.S. official indicated that it would be vetoed by the United States. Now, as for Iraqi reaction, well, one of our correspondents went to the Iraqi mission to the United Nations earlier tonight and tried to talk to the Iraqis. The window was closed in his face, and they said no, no, no. So at this point, no reaction yet from the Iraqis, and the Iraqi ambassador to the United Nations, we have not seen him yet. The Kuwaiti ambassador, though, is talking. He welcomed the attack, and he says he wished victory to the U.S.-led operation. I'm Jeannie Mose, reporting live from the United Nations.
Jeannie, I'm curious about the phrase diplomacy has ended. We know war is a political act. There may be a pause in the diplomacy, but can't we expect it to continue? Or do we have to wait for peace before diplomacy resumes?
I think everything depends on how Saddam Hussein reacts. I mean, if Saddam Hussein is willing to make some kind of gesture now and is willing to kind of give up, well, then I think there is room for diplomacy. But this official was basically saying that the Security Council authorized this action, and now there is nothing that the Security Council can really do until things get further along.
Are there channels open for Iraq to reach us?
I think there are lots of channels open. I think Iraq had the chance to reach the United States if it wanted to. It became clear. I mean, there were so many initiatives going around here at the UN even, and none of those. Iraq did not take advantage of any of those initiatives.
All right. Jeannie Mose at the United Nations, where she'll continue to keep watch on that part of the story. Catherine.
U.S. military leaders in Washington, of course, operating predominantly out of the Pentagon and standing by their live Wolf Blitzer. Wolf, will this air campaign continue?
Yes, Catherine, we're told here that this is going to be a sustained, massive air campaign as promised by Pentagon planners over all of these weeks leading up to today. We've also been told, CNN has now confirmed from U.S. and Israeli officials that what was considered a major Iraqi threat to Israel now appears to have passed. There is a growing sense here at the Pentagon, as well as elsewhere in Washington, that the Iraqi Scud missile bases in the western part of Iraq, what the U.S. intelligence community has dubbed H-2 and H-3, those missile batteries have been destroyed by the U.S. fighter aircraft that went into Iraq in the initial assault. We have also been told that the United States informed Israel 1 hour before Operation Desert Storm began that this was going to take place, that Israel should not participate. The United States has always asked Israel to take a low-key profile in order not to antagonize some of the Arab coalition partners. The Israelis, of course, have agreed. They have not gotten involved, and there is a growing sense of relief in Israel. We're told here in Washington, at the Pentagon and elsewhere, that the Iraqi threats, as often stated as they were, do not appear to have come to a realization, at least at this early point. Catherine?
Wolf, have there been any reports at all of any sort of Iraqi retaliation?
All of the indications are that this was what one Pentagon official described to me just a little while ago as a blowout. Probably the most massive, the most concentrated U.S. airstrike, or perhaps any airstrike in history. Certainly the most highly coordinated, using some of the most sophisticated high-tech weaponry, that there was very little, if any, Iraqi resistance. The Iraqis appear to have been caught by surprise on the ground, as Defense Secretary Cheney and General Colin Powell said a little while ago. There was tactical surprise. The Iraqis had always boasted that they would be able to deal with this U.S. threat. American officials in countering that boast always said the Iraqis would have no idea what was going on. General Powell only a week ago said in a speech here in Washington that the Iraqis should know they're not dealing with 15-year-old Iranians who were cannon fodder. And that clearly appears to have been the case, given the optimism coming here from Pentagon officials as we go into the evening.
Thank you, Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. Lou?
Operation Desert Storm began about 3 hours and 20 minutes ago. It's nearly daylight now in Baghdad, where some of our most dramatic reporting came tonight. Reports of brilliant flashes of light, thunderous explosions, heavy anti-aircraft fire, and air raid sirens. That's where three of our correspondents are: John Holliman, Peter Arnett, and now Bernie Shaw. Bernie? Bernie Shaw, can you hear us? Atlanta calling, Baghdad.
Yeah, hello.
You're on
hello,
the...
Lou. I'm here now. I was
under the table,
wrong piece of the equipment. The deep glow of night becoming dawn is unfolding over the skies of Baghdad, and it is quiet. An occasional vehicle is going by, and we heard the first siren of a fire engine going somewhere. We cannot see... Well, I'm hearing some more reports now of an anti-aircraft battery or perhaps an explosion. But right now it is eerily quiet here in Baghdad. We have the pleasure of being able to sit in a chair for a change. For the last few hours, we have been on our stomachs and on our knees and on our hands, moving about as we sought to observe and to report to you. We're well. All of us are, of course, exhausted. Our energy levels are way off the register, and that's the way it feels right now. Let me be quiet to listen for a question from you, and also tell you that Peter Arnett and John Holliman are here, and each will have something to say very shortly.
Yes, Bernie, it's near daylight now. Are you able to see any of the damage caused by what the Pentagon is telling us were strategic and pinpoint bombings?
Well, I can certainly vouch for that, and Peter Arnett will be able to stitch together some images in just a second. How does it feel to be at ground zero when a massive aerial campaign, unprecedented in military history, is unfolding around you? The only thing I can think of is that it's comparable to being at Cape Kennedy and feeling the ground rumble, the thunder, and seeing that huge shuttle with its booster rockets taking off and hearing the thunder. Only in this instance, in reality, here in Baghdad, you heard it sporadically. Bright lights. It was quite an experience to feel it, to see it, to think about what it means and why it was happening, and, of course, to report it. I'm going to yield here now to Peter Arnett and John Holliman.
Yes, Peter.
Hello, Lou. Peter Arnett here.
Hi.
Just a small observation. It has to be pretty unique in journalistic history to have a front row seat to one of the great air bombardments of history. I'd just like to point out that these are just the first shots in this war, and there are no indications yet, we may have them later in the day, how Saddam Hussein feels about it, but he has a 1 million-man strong army. He said he will fight on with the cry, Allahu Akbar, God is great. And these are the first shots, and from this vantage point in Baghdad, we'll be interested to see how these events unfold from here. I'd like to hand you to John Holliman now.
Lou, what I'm going to do for you is look out the window and tell you what I see. It's something I do pretty well. I'll tell you, about 3 hours ago, the sky was brightly lighted with the tracer rounds from the anti-aircraft guns. Right now, the early morning fog that has inhabited Baghdad each early morning for the past several days is beginning to roll back in. But out on the 8-lane highway, which runs in front of our hotel, there are signs of early morning traffic. We've reported to you for many months that the society in Iraq is very well organized, and despite the fact that there was a major air attack here just a few hours ago, the morning commuter buses that are supposed to take off and drive down to the downtown bus station at this hour are on the road, and they're driving down to the bus station. As Bernie reported, we saw a hook and ladder fire truck go by, I guess about 10 or 15 minutes ago. We've also heard some small arms fire out the window in the past few minutes, but no sign of the conflagration in the skies that we reported to you on a few hours back. Downtown Baghdad really looks pretty calm right now, and the events of 3 hours ago seem to fade into memory. Bernie?
Thanks, John. We have a brother of the profession here, Don Kirk of USA Today, and this is our first eyewitness account from somebody who was outside where we've been reporting from. Don, how did you manage to make it back from the American Embassy to here?
I just drove back in the same taxi that took me to the embassy. He hadn't gotten his fare yet, so he wanted to get a full fare, so he took me back through darkened streets. There was tracer fire all over the sky on both sides of the river, but the streets were dark and calm and somewhat eerie, and there was no sign of bombing or bomb damage in the center of the city through which I drove, which doesn't mean to say that something didn't fall while I was still at the embassy. The reason I was at the American Embassy, incidentally, was that I had an open phone line to USA Today when the anti-aircraft fire began going off. I called them once more, and the line went down moments later, leaving me with no way to communicate. I came back here, and the first thing that happened to me was that they put me in the bomb shelter along with a whole lot of other journalists who were stuck down there. I managed to sort of exfiltrate my way out and up to where I am now through a back stairs.
As you were driving back in your taxi, Don Kirk of USA Today, what were you able to see on the streets in terms of people?
There were no people on the streets. There were some cars on the streets. My driver wanted to drive with his lights out, running the risk of a rather serious accident. I persuaded him to put his dim lights on from time to time. We passed some other cars, some with dim lights on, some totally dark. There were no people on the streets, and incidentally, there were no signs of military on the streets. I did see some police cars go roaring by, and a couple of taxis madly dashing through the night, but that was about it.
Don, any signs of damage from this attack anywhere between here and the U.S. Embassy?
I didn't see a single sign of damage, and I might add that I went a route that took me by the presidential palace. Now, for all I know, the palace was not even there when I went by it, but the place was totally dark and silent as I went by. From the embassy, there was AAA anti-aircraft artillery going off around the embassy and around the palace very heavily with tracer bullets of differing colors all over the place. I heard a couple of thunderous explosions, which I guess you guys heard too, which was...
We not only heard them, we felt them. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney has confirmed that they were going after strategic targets and such things as command control centers, anti-aircraft batteries. The intention, according to the Pentagon, was to blind Saddam Hussein and to cut him off from being able to communicate with his troops to the south of here.
Well, certainly there's no communication. There's no local telephone at this point. You can't even call another room where we are, and there's no communication overseas. Telexes are out, phones are out, and this means here is about the only one that I know of, which is one reason why I happen to join you here.
Well, it's good to have you, brother. We're glad you're safe, and if the people at USA Today are listening, he looks quite safe to me, just a little bit winded. You have to go 14 stories high to get up here to the CNN broadcast position. Let me pause for a moment just in case our colleagues along the way have something to ask us or if they want to go somewhere else.
No, nothing here, Bernie. We're fascinated by what you have to say there.
Okay, we will... is that switch correct, John? I think we will continue here as a very satisfied Don Kirk makes his way out of our place. John, we're going to be able to see a little bit better here now very, very shortly. That's encouraging.
That's right, Bernie. Don Kirk, he just pointed out, didn't see any signs of damage. And if what Secretary Cheney wanted the Pentagon to do was what it did and do surgical bombing, then perhaps we won't see much damage to the infrastructure here in downtown Baghdad. We can begin to see out to the horizon now, and you can see more and more cars with their lights on as we go along here.
I just have a reaction, a comment to make to what you were saying about Defense Secretary Cheney and surgical bombing. Very simply put, if this was surgical bombing, I don't like being this close to the operating table.
Bernie, good thought. I'll tell you, I can just describe what I see on the streets to you. Again, there's a large truck, not an 18-wheeler, but looks like the kind of truck you'd rent in the United States to move some things from one place to another. It's going down the street. There's some sort of fire of some kind that we just heard out the window. It sounded like large caliber weapons fire, but we don't see any sign of it because out here the fog gets thicker and thicker. Bernie?
One observation. When we first came up on the air and we were reporting the first seconds of the attack, the first raid coming in, we heard a lot of small arms fire around the streets. And as we have been reporting throughout the night, as the F-15s, 16s came in, you don't see them, you hear them. You hear them after they are gone. And imagine, if you will, a plane swooping in low, going toward its target, and then passing you by, going so fast, and then seeing tracers from the anti-aircraft batteries. There was no match, but apparently the civilian militias and these young boys, 15 and older, who were issued these Soviet machine guns and hand weapons, they were just firing into the air as they realized the battle was on.
Yeah, there were some reports, Bernie, you'll remember a couple of months ago, that said one of the Iraqi defensive strategies was to have everybody with a weapon pointed straight up if there were an air attack, and that might have been what we were seeing, or at least hearing some evidence of a few hours ago. It feels better here. It feels a little more comfortable, a lot more comfortable, in fact, than it did when we were lying on the floor and feeling these blasts.
I think I've been awake for, what, about 30 hours? How long have you been awake?
At least that long. A long time, Bernie. And the adrenaline's beginning to go down. You know, that rush after rush after rush is kind of working its way out of our bodies, I think. Both of us look almost like zombies, but...
Well, we feel like zombies, let's just hope that our minds will continue to serve us, and our senses and our abilities to continue reporting to the world what it is we are experiencing and seeing here. I just hope, I've said it once before, I just hope that as morning unfolds, we'll be able to find and talk with and listen to some responsible officials from Saddam Hussein's government. Right now, everybody continues to hunker down. Let me turn the switch off to see whether Lou has something for us.
All right, I will do that, Bernie. And I'll tell you one more thing, Lou, before we do that. We made a great deal of videotape. I mean, there's going to be some fascinating pictures which we took out the windows of our hotel. The Iraqi officials came up after the attack, confiscated them. We hope they will give them back. They said they'd give them back to us after daylight, and we'll just see if we can show those to you later in the day. Lou?
All right, gentlemen, you're sounding tired. Take a little rest. We'll be back to you soon. That's Bernard Shaw, John Holliman, and Peter Arnett in Baghdad, reporting live to us. Catherine.
Countless U.S. families are watching these events unfold, are on alert just as their loved ones are serving in the Gulf. Let's go now to one such town, the site of a naval air base, and CNN's Tom Mintier in Norfolk, Virginia. Tom?
I am between Norfolk and Virginia Beach, actually a little closer to the Virginia Beach side. You know, Peter and Bernie and John were talking about the world watching. Well, the world is behind me right now. This is a restaurant here in Virginia Beach, and a lot of people have been glued to the television set throughout the evening, watching what has been going on in Baghdad, watching what has been going on to the Pentagon. It is something that everybody around here pretty much knew was going to happen. They just didn't know when. Let's talk to some of the people here now. You, I understand, you're in the Coast Guard. What do you think about what President Bush has done?
I agree with him 100%. Back him 100%. He's right.
Did you think this was going to come tonight?
Yes. Not tonight, but I knew it was going to happen.
Okay, there's another fella down a little bit farther down that is also a Coast Guard member. A lot of military frequent these restaurants, and they're in here most of the time. You're also in the Coast Guard. Yes. Are you concerned about what's been going on?
Yeah, I'm very concerned about what's been going on lately. It's kind of scary, actually, to think that, you know, I could easily be over there, and it's dangerous. It really is.
Do you think the president should have done something different? Waited?
I don't think he could have done anything else, but And he gave Saddam every chance. He laid down the ultimatum, and he just didn't follow it.
Okay, there are a lot of worried relatives. We have talked to several people in here who you find in this town they know someone who is in the Navy or they are related to someone. Your brother is on a support ship with Wisconsin, right?
Yes, that's correct. Very worried as well. You know, you sit there and you wait and been waiting all this time, and finally it's happened. I'm glad it's happened, though. I mean, because now we can get it over and everybody can come back and get back to the life on a normal basis.
What makes you think that this is going to be a short-duration military action?
Because unlike Vietnam, we're going in with all our forces this time. As the president said, we don't have one hand tied behind our back this time. They're going for it, going all out, and I think it'll be well worth it.
When the bombing was going on, were you watching it on television?
No, actually, I was at work at the time when I got into the car and heard that the bombing had gone on. And, you know, was glad to hear that because, you know, I've been over there since August 2nd, and I think it's time for something to be initiated.
Okay, so there's a lot of people that have a lot of opinions about what has happened all over this area. There are military families that are at home. They're getting support either from their churches or from the Navy. They have a support center set up as soon as the bombing started. While it was still going on, as a matter of fact, we were in a church, and they were already making calls to their congregation to make sure they had people to go to the home of the military family to make sure they were not alone during these times. I'm Tom Intier, CNN, reporting live from Virginia Beach.
Day is beginning to break in the Middle East. CNN's Doug James is at his post in Amman, Jordan, and joins us now live with his report. Doug.
As you say, it will soon be daybreak here in Jordan. We've already heard the first calls to prayer at the mosques. Clearly, the previous prayers for peace have not been answered. With me now is Senator Mohammed Kamal, the former Jordanian ambassador to Washington. I wonder, sir, what your reaction is to the events of this evening.
Well, what happened early this morning has been expected, and most unfortunate that no peaceful resolution of the problem has been reached, and it makes people in this part of the world very unhappy and resentful.
What kind of reaction do you expect from Jordanians?
Well, Jordanians are definitely will be, they were expecting this, as I told you, and I was actually expecting it myself, and they will definitely be very unhappy about the whole situation. And the Jordanians and many Arabs look at the problem this way. They see a strong, young Arab country, Iraq, defiant, emerging from 8 years of war with Iran and promoting nationalism and patriotism. And it gave hope to the Arabs. And it is not that the Arabs are condoning their annexation of Kuwait or things of the sort. And many people don't approve of that. And especially Jordan and the king say they never accepted or condoned the annexation of Kuwait by Iraq.
Is that hope dead now?
Well, it is not. The Arabs generally, especially in this part of the world, have seen for decades, they have been living in a state of frustration, disappointment, humiliation, unhappiness. They see the growth of Israel in arrogance and power. We have engaged ourselves in 4 wars with them, and we have been defeated. We see the influx of Soviet Jews to Israel, which gives them more power and therefore taste for expansion and further desperation. And we see tens of thousands or millions of dispersed Arabs in the diaspora who live, some of them, in the most miserable conditions. And Iraq gave those people hope. And they see the United States and its allies are trying to assassinate and kill that hope.
Many Jordanians have said they're now willing to go and fight for Saddam Hussein, to fight for the Iraqis. Will that happen?
Well, I believe so. I mean, the general feeling is that they see this episode as a determined effort by the United States and its allies to frustrate and assassinate that hope among the Arabs. It is not that they condoned the occupation of Kuwait. It is simply Iraq gave them hope. That hope could be misguided, could be false, could be exaggerated, but it gave them that hope. And they see the Americans
American administration and their allies, trying and working very hard to destroy that hope.
Saddam Hussein said one of his first targets, in fact his first target, would be Israel. We haven't seen any evidence of that yet, but do you think that will happen? Do you think it will be possible to keep Israel out of this war?
Well, in the early hours, we don't see the impact of the first raids on Iraq, and we haven't seen yet any reaction from Iraq regarding this attack, and we have to wait and see. But the bitterness in this part of the world is not because they approve of the occupation of Kuwait. It is they see it is the American administration is fulfilling the desires and wishes of the Israelis to have this area downgraded, helpless, powerless.
Thank you very much, Senator Mohammed Kamal.
Thank you.
This is Doug James reporting live for CNN in Amman, Jordan.
Now we go to Benjamin Netanyahu standing by, I believe, in Jerusalem. We may have lost the transmission there at this point in time. So monitoring the events throughout the evening from our State Department is World Affairs correspondent Ralph Begleiter. Ralph?
Catherine, I can tell you that Secretary of State James Baker engaged in one last round of diplomacy today before the attack on Baghdad began, but it was not diplomacy aimed at achieving a settlement. It was diplomacy aimed at simply giving notification to a lot of countries who were participating in the strategy against Saddam Hussein and others who were on the periphery of things. Baker spoke with the new Soviet Foreign Minister Alexander Beshmetnik, who is in Moscow at the moment. And he also spoke with met with here at the State Department, the Saudi ambassador, the Israeli ambassador, the Kuwaiti, the German ambassador, the ambassador from Syria, and from Japan. There were a whole slew of telephone calls that went out, diplomatic phone calls to inform a lot of other countries, including the NATO alliance, the Netherlands, the Foreign Minister of Luxembourg, who happens to chair the European community at this period of time, as well as the leadership of the congressional committees to which Baker reports as the Secretary of State, the Foreign Relations Committee of the Senate, the Foreign Affairs Committee of the House of Representatives. A new travel advisory was issued here by the State Department.
Ralph, let me interrupt you for just a moment. We do have now the Deputy Foreign Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, standing by. Mr. Foreign Minister, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you.
We understand earlier, of course, a national emergency was declared in Israel. What is the status of events there now?
Well, as you know, Israel is not involved in this conflict, but we follow the events very closely. We wish the American and coalition forces Godspeed and full success in achieving their mission, and we hope that they'll come home safely, all of them, and quickly.
Have you received any reports about possible destruction of Iraqi missiles along the western border?
Well, we heard the statements that have come through various communication lines, the news media, and so on. But this is very early on in the operations. We are waiting, like everyone else, I believe like the American government, for precise reports following the accomplishment of the missions.
Has the alert status therein, your country, diminished at all given these first waves of bombings?
No, we have long experience in this, and we know that this is, we've listened to the American statements that this could be a long engagement. We have made the preparations for our population. We've asked them to take certain precautions, asked the people to stay in their homes for the moment. So we have not relaxed our state of alert, but we follow things, as I said, very closely and wish the American and other forces full success.
Well, as morning has come to Israel, what steps will you take now in regard to the population, notifying them about events?
They're all notified. Our communication lines, our television, our radio are now broadcasting instructions to the people basically to stay home or around their homes. The schools, as you know, are closed. We have now basically taken the gas masks out of their kits, so people are ready just in case something does happen. We hope that it won't, but we're ready if it will.
And what about the status of the Israeli military, the alert status at present?
Well, the military is ready for any contingency. We hope that none will be necessary.
What about the reaction of the Palestinians in the territories? Are you worried at all about that?
Well, we did hear some communiques from the Intifada leadership that is directed by the PLO to side with Saddam Hussein, to attack Israeli targets and so on, and to use the opportunity of the crisis to do so. We've said to the Palestinian population at large, not to these handful of insiders and terrorists, that we will protect them. But we will, of course, take action against those who will violate it. So far, we've not really had to.
Mr. Netanyahu, thank you for joining us, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Israel. Lou?
Thank you.
We're now going to take the pulse of Middle America in Independence, Missouri. CNN's Jeff Flock. Jeff.
Lou, we began this day talking with folks about the prospect of war. We now talk with them about the real thing. We are at the Courthouse Exchange restaurant in Independence, Missouri. Your thoughts?
My thoughts? Very sad. Lots of us have been to church vigils. I believe in prayer. I believe in freedom, but for everybody.
Your granddaughter on your lap there, Erica, what do you make of all this?
I wish it would get over with soon.
I don't think you're alone. Your thoughts, sir, as you watch this broadcast tonight from Baghdad, the stuff that we were glued to earlier, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think the course was set early on. I'm sorry it came to this. I frankly, at this point in time, would rather have a battery to run my car than the gas.
And you, sir? What was the impact on you?
Well, I think most of all we think of friends or family. And all of us have some that are over there and are concerned about them, but my thoughts are that we're doing the right thing. We need to be there doing what we're doing.
What about you, ma'am? Same thoughts, or?
Same thoughts, basically. My heart goes out to those who have loved ones over there, but I think at this point in time we're doing what we need to do.
Any dissenting views here at all from any of you? Dissenting views?
I don't want to be at war, but at the same time, I believe in our leaders, and I believe what we're doing is the right thing. It's sad, but I'm glad we're there, and I'm glad we're standing up for what's important.
Impact on you folks as you watch that coverage, as you watch it unfold before you? What are your thoughts?
Just still trying to absorb that it happened. Knew it would happen, but still trying to absorb. Just hope and pray it gets over quick.
And ma'am?
I've been thinking all day about the Bette Midler song that's out now about God is watching us, and that's what I keep thinking all day long, is watching what we're doing and what everyone's doing.
Thank you very much. We will continue to watch it here in Middle America and continue to take the pulse here, and as events unfold there, we'll continue to watch it here. For now, I'm Jeff Flock, CNN, reporting live from Independence, Missouri.
And now for a tactical analysis of the events throughout this evening, let's go to James Blackwell, CNN's military analyst in Washington.
Catherine, let me try to put some of what Bernie and Peter and Ralph saw in Baghdad in a larger perspective based on what we know and what we can anticipate. They actually witnessed the very precise bombing of several strategic targets in and around Baghdad. We can't be for sure what exact things they hit, but the kinds of targets they will go for will be communications towers, government centers, and various other important political targets that would sever the command and control link between Saddam Hussein in Baghdad and other places near there and his soldiers in the field. They reported lights off in the south and in the west, off in the distance. They couldn't see what was being hit, but they reported seeing the flashes of the bombs. That probably indicated the hitting of the targets that were identified as unconventional weapons sites. There are several that are within some proximity to Baghdad, a number of them just south and just west, within 20 to 50 miles. It's likely that long-range, deep penetration bombers also struck unconventional weapon sites even farther in the north and west of Iraq. Then the part that they probably did see was the strikes on the airfields, the air defense sites, and the Scud missiles that are located farther to the south. Those air bases are spread throughout the depth and breadth of the country of Iraq. The Scud missiles, it seems, were all shut down with impunity, and this operation, by and large, was a tremendous success from a planning standpoint. General Powell said there were more than a few hundreds of sorties. It probably was well above 1,000 to have hit all of those targets. One interesting thing that they observed in Baghdad was a helicopter flying around, or at least they thought it was a helicopter. Iraqis don't like to fly their helicopters at night. It might have been an allied or a coalition helicopter, which would be there perhaps infiltrating special operations forces or commandos to take out terrorist sites, to report on the results of the bombing, to do all kinds of unconventional missions inside of Baghdad.
What about other sites? Have there been any reports? You reported on some outside of Baghdad, but other sites possibly in Kuwait. Received any information about that as of yet?
We've received no information, just the information from the press briefing. I would expect that in later tomorrow morning, when the Pentagon sets up its routine briefings, we'll hear a lot more specific details about what targets were hit, and in the coming days we'll hear about the results. We can be sure that the President said they were going to go for tanks, artillery, and the entire military force that's deployed in Kuwait. I would guess that a lot of targets in Kuwait were hit tonight as well.
James Blackwell, thank you for that analysis. Luke?
We were talking to CNN's Doug James a little earlier in Amman, Jordan. He was not yet on the streets, but did make mention of the fact that day was about to break in Amman, Jordan. That's where CNN's Tony Clark is. Tony, I see you. You're outside. Go ahead. We have a breakdown? To who? Where are we going? All right. We have a communications problem with Amman, Jordan momentarily. Instead, we're going to head over to the Pentagon. CNN's Wolf Blitzer has a report for us. Wolf.
Lou, we're beginning to get more reports about the nature of this massive U.S. air assault on Iraq. CNN has now learned that virtually the entire Iraqi Air Force, in the words of one Pentagon source, has now been decimated. In addition, the U.S. Air Force and the Navy bombers have decimated much of the elite Republican Guard in the northwestern section of Kuwait and in southern Iraq. Beyond all of that, there are not yet any reports, any confirmed reports of any U.S. casualties. No reports of any of the U.S. fighter aircraft that may or may not have been knocked down. There are no reports that any pilots or navigators have been lost. All U.S. and Allied planes, we are told, at least this preliminary report, have returned safely to their bases, including the A-6 intruders, the carrier-based fighter bombers that actually took off from the carriers, the 6 U.S. carriers. They went to forward air bases in Saudi Arabia. They then, from those forward air bases, took off, participated in this massive U.S. air assault, and returned to those forward air bases so the pilots wouldn't have to take off and land on those carriers. The operation obviously appears to be a great success. According to all indications, the Pentagon performed, at least these initial accounts that we're getting here, brilliantly, with no reports, let me repeat that, no reports of any U.S. casualties. One other note, Lou, we're also told that there was some resistance from Iraqi planes, but very little. Hardly any of the Iraqi MiG-29s, F-1 Mirages, or any of the other sophisticated Iraqi fighter aircraft even managed to take off from their bases. Most of those Iraqi planes were destroyed on the ground in this massive coordinated U.S. drive. Obviously a great success for the United States. It's not over yet. The Pentagon officials here believe that with the decimation of much of the Republican Guard, though, the elite Republican Guard troops in northwestern Kuwait, as well as in southern Iraq, about 150,000 troops. We don't know how many have been killed or injured, but with the decimation of a big chunk of that Republican Guard, there is clearly a hope here at the Pentagon that the balance of the Iraqi soldiers in Kuwait, within a matter of days, perhaps would surrender, and this whole operation could draw to an end. Clearly a very great air success for the United States.
Wolf, would you give us a sense of the significance of the Republican Guard? They're behind the front-line Kuwaiti troops, and what was the strategy there?
The
Iraqi strategy.
The Republican Guards, Lou, have always been the best trained, the most sophisticated, the best equipped of the Iraqi soldiers. They were the ones that first stormed into Kuwait. After the Iraqis established their positions in Kuwait, the Iraqis brought the Republican Guard back to a secondary line beyond the front lines. But clearly these were the most professional, the best paid, certainly the best trained of the Iraqi soldiers. And there is a growing conviction among Pentagon insiders here that with the destruction of much of the Republican Guard, clearly if the U.S. does have to send in its ground forces to mop up and liberate Kuwait, it would obviously be a much easier ordeal for the U.S. military.
All right. Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. We've now reestablished communication with Amman, Jordan, where, as we mentioned earlier, it's almost daybreak. CNN's Tony Clark is out on the streets. Tony.
In fact, Lou, we just have been driving around the area. As you say, it's a little before 6 in the morning. There is little traffic out on the streets, few people out. It has been 3 hours since Jordanian radio and television announced that the attack on Baghdad was underway, but few people have yet heard about that. We went to the Iraqi embassy here. It is brightly lit. Asked the guards outside. There are a couple of Jordanian guards, machine guns in hand. Asked them what was the situation there, what was the feeling there at the Iraqi embassy, and they kept saying, it is normal here, it is normal, nothing unusual. The ambassador is not here yet. We asked if we could take some pictures to show that it is normal, and they said, no, there is a tension in the air. We were at a mosque, the call to prayers occurred just a short time ago, and just as we were standing outside the mosque that is not very far from the Parliament building, a police car swerved in front. The police officers jumped out, wanted to know what we were doing there, told us it was time to leave. Sort of a sense of the tension here. But as we have gone around to bakeries, which are essentially the only places that are open at this hour, and talked to some of the bakers, they said they have heard about the attack on Baghdad. They are sad about it. They are worried about what might happen here, but they are trying to keep their lives as routine as possible. There is not a feeling, we did not sense any hostility among the Palestinians outside a Palestinian refugee camp that we went to. None of that feeling yet, and that is probably because it is still very early here. A little bit later today, there were scheduled funeral processions for some of the Palestinian PLO leaders that were assassinated in Tunis earlier this week. No word yet on whether or not that will occur, but if it does occur, those could turn into very vocal, potentially violent anti-American, anti-West rallies by the Palestinians, something that we will be watching for throughout the day. Lou, Catherine?
All right, Tony Clark in Amman, Jordan. Catherine?
Describing the bombing raids throughout the evening, throughout the early morning hours in Baghdad, 3 CNN correspondents, Bernie Shaw, Peter Arnett, and John Holliman. Live at the Rasheed Hotel, John Holliman is standing by. John?
Catherine, hello to you. I'm going to go back over to the window because dawn has broken here. Bernie Shaw is with me. We're going to look out and tell you if we can see any signs of any damage after what happened here in the hours preceding. The sun's coming up here this morning, and I must be honest with you, I don't see any signs, but I do smell something. There's an acrid smell in the air that wasn't here yesterday or the mornings before this, to my knowledge. It's as we look out, you can see the early morning Baghdad fog, perhaps not as thick as it has been as it was yesterday or the day before. You can still see the Baghdad tomb of the unknown soldier, their memorial to their war dead from previous battles. We can still see an oil refinery off in the distance where we thought we saw a bomb go off earlier. And we can still see a tower from a broadcast transmitter, which was another thing that we thought, might possibly be a target, but apparently was not. And the only thing that, oh, wait a minute, I begin to see through the fog the communications building. Yeah, that's it right there, Bernie. You can barely see it in the fog, but we can't see it clearly enough to tell whether it's been damaged or not, but it does still seem to be there.
Yes, it's still standing.
Another point that several of our colleagues have made, Don Kirk from USA Today was here a few minutes ago. He had been at the United States Embassy, which of course has been closed to diplomats because the diplomats have gone home. But he was able to use a telephone there at the beginning of the raid, but his phone line went dead. And he reports that all the phone lines in this hotel and at the embassy and in that area were closed or were shut down by this bombing. We don't know whether that was by the Iraqi government or as a result of the bombing.
In the frenzied moments of the first wave, which came in very low, I was very concerned that we had been knocked off the air, and I rushed into the other room, the adjoining room, and punched up the operator, the hotel operator. And I won't say what he said to me, but I said I want to place a call immediately to the United States. And I was summarily told, you are not getting out of anywhere on this telephone.
Yeah, I'm sure that was true, and that might have been a government direction. There's some clouds in the sky this morning. I'm going to look out now more toward the north. You can see the city, the office buildings, the government housing complex seems to be intact. After all the explosions and the flashes that we saw in in the preceding 3 or 4 hours, Catherine, I must tell you that it looks remarkably undamaged here in the city center.
I assume, John Holliman, what is going on the part of the military leaders of the Revolutionary Command Council right now, and this is purely assumption on my part, and I so label it, I'm assuming that right now what is happening is reconnoitering, damage assessment, and I don't know, but we certainly are hoping that later today we can talk to this government and find out what it's thinking, why it's thinking it, and what it's going to do.
That's right, Catherine. As I look out the window now, I can see it would normally be the beginning of rush hour in Baghdad. There's no rushing. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars out on this 8-lane highway that runs in front of our hotel, and that's the sign that some people at least are trying to go to work. Bernie.
And so, Catherine, to sum up for you, it has been one hell of a night here in Baghdad. Wave after wave after wave of planes came in, jet fighter pilots and the bombers streaking to their targets. All around us, the sky alight with bursts and sparklers, and on occasion when these planes were going after strategic targets relatively close to our location, when the bombs fell and when those bombs exploded, it shook you. It shook you to your soul. And all of us, along with working, were praying and hoping that there would be nothing indiscriminate in the way of bombing, and there was not. As I said earlier, if this was surgical bombing, I don't like being this close to the operating table. But the first experience of action is over, and you heard our CNN correspondents indicate that this could go on night after night after night. But right now, it is morning in Baghdad. There are more cabs on the streets, more trucks, more cars, but not the usual volume because of what Baghdad went through during the night. You want to flick the switch, John, to see whether Catherine or someone else has something else for us?
Yes, Bernie, we are here. Bernie Shaw, John Holliman, Peter Arnett. Gentlemen, an incredible night, an incredible report. Please stay close. We'll be back with you just a bit later. Lou?
If you were listening just a few moments ago, Wolf Blitzer with a startling report from the Pentagon on the apparent dramatic destruction of the Iraqi elite Republican Guard stationed behind the Kuwaiti frontline troops along the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border. Also, the apparent destruction of the Iraqi Air Force, reported to be some 700 planes strong or so. Larry Lamont has prepared a report on what the U.S. and allied air forces were up against in Iraq.
We would be using capabilities that were far more lethal, far more accurate, and far more effective than anything we have ever used before.
America is relying on its massive air power to assure victory over Iraq, filling the skies with the greatest air arsenal in world history. Fighters and bombers they call Stealth, Hornet, Prowler, Tomcat, Weasel, Eagle, Falcon, F-111s, F-14s, 15s, 16s, B-52s, hundreds of planes taking off from carriers in the Persian Gulf from bases in Saudi Arabia. An international armada, including fighters from England, Germany, and Italy. The mission for the first wave of attackers is clear. Destroy airfields, radar, and missile sites.
You destroy his surface-to-air capability. You destroy his air-to-air capability. And those are his SAM sites, his surface-to-air missile sites, his fighters. He has some good ones. Don't think that this is going to be a piece of cake.
We really want to cripple their eyes and ears just as soon as possible, their command and control.
With computers in the cockpits, sophisticated radar, and navigational equipment, today's fighters strike more targets, more accurately, and cover a wider area than anyone would have dreamed possible in World War II or Vietnam. Bombing runs in World War II were not very accurate. Hundreds of planes on each mission dropped bombs and did not always destroy targets. If they had had F-111s back then, 8 of them could have pulled off many of the same missions and destroyed targets with certainty. Even in the early days of Vietnam, jets lacked sophistication.
Everything was being done eyeball. I had to put that aircraft in the proper dive angle, at the proper speed, at the proper angle of attack, and release the bomb at proper altitude above the target. And I had to do that all myself.
In Vietnam, fighters could not fight and fly effectively at night. Today, they can. With the aid of AWACS planes serving as mid-air air traffic controllers, the U.S. has tremendous capability. The military still worries about its communications being jammed by the Iraqis, which could cause mid-air collisions and missed targets. But overall, strategists have confidence in U.S. air superiority and know success in the air will save the lives of many soldiers on the ground. Larry Lamont, CNN, reporting.
This is CNN, a network of Turner Broadcasting System.
I'm Susan Rook at CNN Center in Atlanta. We bring you up to date with the very latest on the war in the Gulf.
And I'm Patrick Greenlaw. Here is the latest. War in the Gulf for the past 4 hours. U.S.-led forces have been bombing strategic targets in Iraq. For the latest on what's happening at this hour, let's check in with CNN's Bernard Shaw, who's on the phone with us right now from Baghdad. Bernie?
Patrick, it is all over for now. It is daybreak here, and the city is trying to come awake. People are coming out of wherever they were hiding in shelter. Some people are dazed. Some people are walking slowly. We can report to you that the hotel has permitted the people who ran downstairs to the bomb shelter to come out. So all of our colleagues are walking around, stretching their legs, and running around asking one another for the latest information. What did you see? What did you hear? And all of us here at CNN have been briefing people who come up and ask us for information. We've told them about the president's address during the night. We've told them about the Pentagon's assessment of the raids, and we've told them all that. But right now, there is very little life in the streets. The traffic volume is very low. Remember, this is still a weekday, and that basically is it. We do not know where Saddam Hussein is. We do not know where the government officials are. We're hoping to learn something as soon as we can. It has been a long night for us. It has been a night none of us will ever forget, and that's the latest.
Bernie, as you look out the window, can you see any destruction as you and your colleagues Peter Arnett and John Holliman so vividly described for millions of people around the world what was actually happening as the bombing took place in Baghdad and the outskirts of Baghdad? As you look out now, do you see any destruction whatsoever?
No, Patrick, we do not see any destruction, and one of the reasons why we do not is that, as the United States government indicated, these bombing raids were meant to be very, very precise. In his address to the world, President Bush indicated that every effort was being made to hold down casualties, and that the planes coming in would be going at predetermined targets. And John Holliman, are you here? Well, John has stepped away to the other room. So to answer your question with finality, we cannot see damage. We heard one fire engine, and most of the targets were somewhat away from us.
Bernie, let me just read something off of the wire here. Obviously, I'm sure you don't have it in front of you. This is according to Reuters out of Nicosia, monitoring a Radio Baghdad report. Quoting here, war started today. Baghdad radio said on Thursday, quoting still, "We will teach America and its allies a lesson." That's what a radio announcer said on Radio Baghdad, according to Reuters. Have you heard anything about any government response whatsoever at this point?
None whatsoever, and that is why I am so anxious for us to be able to function beyond where we are now, and we're going to be seeing that. As I said a short while ago, I would imagine that right now the Revolutionary Command Council is engaging itself in assessing what has happened not only around and in Baghdad, but throughout the whole of Iraq. But we're just going to have to wait here until we can have access to government officials. Again, I say, we do not know the whereabouts of President Saddam Hussein. John Holliman is here. John?
Bernie, I was just able to look at the other side of our hotel because I noticed Patrick was asking for signs of damage in downtown Baghdad. Don't see any there. The same anti-aircraft battery that we've talked about since we've been here is still there, and there's a bunch of soldiers up on the roof with it this morning, as they have been every morning for the past 2 months. And as we look out on the streets and listen to the streets, we held our microphone out this window. You'll remember, Bernie, at your suggestion, in the middle of the battle, and we were hearing all these loud booms and things. What you hear now is the sound of early morning traffic. There's an electrical generator that somebody brought in here, a small portable one, that there's still no power anywhere in Baghdad. There are no lights on anywhere at this moment. A couple of buses taking commuters to work. There's some birds flying around over the war memorial here. The Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, the Iraqi version of our Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. And on the streets, there's still a little stillness. We still see broadcasting transmission towers off in the distance. It appears through the fog that the main telephone company may still be okay. And we don't see any signs of destruction in town. Bertie, it's remarkable to me that as powerful as some of those blasts that we felt. I know I was standing right here, and a blast hit me that felt like the blast from the space shuttle when it takes off.
That is what it reminded me of. You know, when you're down at Cape Canaveral and that shuttle goes up, the ground literally shakes and rumbles, and it's just controlled thunder. I know the report that you're referring to, that big bomb that went off, and as soon as that happened, I went right for the hallway, right? The hallway, because I was coming between rooms, and I just went right to the floor, and I was hoping that it wouldn't be nearby.
A catastrophe, yeah. We were very lucky, I think, that it wasn't a catastrophe, but you know, for us on the ground here, we can't tell you in Atlanta or anywhere else in the CNN network how powerful these bombs were as far as what size they were. We could just tell you about the effects as we felt them here. And that one blast, although it wasn't close enough to do any damage that we can see right now, certainly was powerful enough to shake us up in our hotel room.
So, John, I think our words are inadequate to describe what has happened over the past several hours during the night. You had to be here, but I realize few of you would want to be here. I don't. Before we go back to Patrick, there is one sound I will never get out of my mind from this experience.
What's that, Bernie?
That was hearing this rooster down there somewhere off the grounds of this location. Hearing that rooster crowing, it's still pitch black, and the bombs are falling.
That was an amazing, you know, they say that Baghdad is always a surreal place to live and work, and that was just one more sign of that nature of this city.
And Patrick, as John Holliman, Peter Arnett, and I come back to you, you know, they say all roads lead to Baghdad. During the night, it seemed that all aircraft led to Baghdad. Back to you. Absolutely.
Bernie Shaw, John Holliman, and Peter Arnett, thank you very much for that remarkable reporting throughout the night, and we will be checking in with you, of course, for the very latest throughout the day here. Right now, let's go to the Pentagon, where CNN's Pentagon correspondent Wolf Blitzer has been stationed all night, and he has some information about the possible destruction of the Iraqi Air Force. Wolf?
Patrick, all night we've been getting reports, very positive reports from the U.S. standpoint, that the airstrike was massive, was devastating, and indeed those reports appear to be very, very impressive as far as the United States is concerned. Iraq's air bases, and there are probably about 100 Iraqi air bases, almost all of them appear to have been destroyed, according to Pentagon officials, who tell CNN that those air bases were pinpointed by the F-15s, the F-16s, A-6 carrier-based aircraft that came into Saudi Arabia, landed at forward bases, and then took off and returned to those bases in Saudi Arabia. The Iraqi Air Force, except for a few notable exceptions, didn't even come up to challenge the invading U.S. fighters. It was an extremely impressive U.S. airstrike I'm sure military planners and military strategic thinkers for years to come will view this airstrike and study it at war colleges and elsewhere. In addition, we are told that all of Iraq's chemical and nuclear plants, facilities throughout the country, almost all of them appear to have been destroyed, as well as the Scud missiles. Certainly, according to Pentagon officials who tell CNN that the fixed Scud ballistic sites, not only the regular Soviet-made ground-to-ground Scud missiles, but also the improved longer-range, what the Iraqis call the El Hussein and the El Abbas, those fixed sites appear to have been destroyed before those missiles could even take off and go after targets. Certainly in the western part of Iraq, the Israelis were always very nervous about what the military intelligence people call H2 and H3, the most westward of the Iraqi Scud missile bases, the ones that could have endangered Israel. Those were, of course, amongst the first that were destroyed by the U.S. Air Force. Now, joining us now from the CNN Bureau in Washington is James Blackwell. James Blackwell is a highly respected military analyst at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington. Now, Mr. Blackwell, if these initial indications are true, what, in your opinion, does this mean as far as the war is concerned?
Well, Wolf, these are some remarkable descriptive terms already being ascribed to the results of this airstrike. The total destruction of any nation's air force, much less one with 700 to 800 aircraft, is a remarkable accomplishment. Killing all of the Scud missiles on the ground before they could be launched implies an incredible degree of the achievement of surprise and shutting down air defenses in the process in order to accomplish that. Perhaps the most impressive rhetoric or report that you have passed on to us out of the Pentagon is the decimation of a large portion, indeed perhaps the majority, of the Republican Guards force, which is in fact, in the judgment of many of us, the center of gravity of the Iraqi occupying forces. If all of this has happened, then this war will be over very, very soon, because Iraq has virtually no choice whatsoever except to sit there and be surrounded and then to surrender. I stress that that's a mighty big if. What will happen today in broad daylight will be counting tanks, re-looking at the airfields to make sure that the destruction that we're reporting now has in fact happened.
Mr. Blackwell, let me ask you this other question. Do you sense, though, that there could be an element of overconfidence coming out of these initial reports, or do you sense that this is that the United States and others simply had overestimated Iraqi military capability in these months leading up to this war?
I don't think they overestimated Iraq's military capability. They may have, if these reports are true, they may have underestimated the capabilities of our own high-technology systems, as well as the American forces' ability to orchestrate this kind of combat power. After all, they're the ones that are going to realize that this has never been done before. And they probably approached it with a prudent degree of military conservatism. Even General Powell and Mr. Cheney have expressed that kind of conservatism in their reports. Certainly the kind of descriptions you've been getting exceed that of the language used by the General and the Secretary early on. Again, I'd have to stress that if I were in a command post in a field getting these kinds of reports, I would insist that they be checked and double-checked and actual counts be made and pass that kind of information in before we make those kinds of conclusions.
Well, one thing that we have learned only in the last few minutes is that, and this comes from well-placed Pentagon officials, one thing we have learned is that it appears that the U.S. airstrikes have now stopped, that there has been a pause, at least for the time being, that the satellites will fly over and we'll take some pictures and see exactly what the extent of the damage was. As I mentioned earlier, though, there are no reports, at least coming into the Pentagon yet, of any U.S. fighter aircraft that have gone down. Now, if, Mr. Blackwell, if there is a pause now, if the U.S. Air Force and the Navy fighters have stopped bombing, what does that signify to you?
Well, it probably is a brief pause in order to conduct reconnaissance and battle damage assessments, because doctrinally, even when you are sure you hit, say, an airfield, you want to hit it again a couple of times in the coming 24 hours so that the local capability to rebuild or to repair airfields is not reestablished and airplanes come up unexpectedly. So this doctrinally would be a pause before you begin the next wave, digesting some of this battle damage assessment. But if the kind of destruction that they've been describing to you has happened, then there's nothing doctrinal about this. This has been an outcome that far surpasses even the most optimistic air power advocates' estimates of what would happen.
Let me ask you this question about the elite Republican Guards. If, in fact, the U.S. Fighter aircraft, the bombers, did manage to destroy a big chunk of those Republican Guards, the elite forces, the best trained, what will that mean for the Iraqis as far as a ground war, a land war with the U.S. military is concerned?
Well, it depends on how much of the Republican Guards was destroyed. If American air power was able to destroy most of the tanks that were dug in, then Saddam Hussein has lost the capability to reinforce his defenses in Kuwait. He's lost the capability to counterattack into Saudi Arabia. Indeed, he's lost the combination of his Air Force, the missiles, and the Republican Guards. He's lost the ability to threaten his neighbors militarily once again.
What was the key to this kind of very decisive and reportedly very impressive U.S. airstrike, in your opinion?
The key is to the success of this kind of thing, even if it's not all over, is the coordination, what we like to call the battle management of all this high technology. It's not quite enough to have a missile that's capable of reaching deep to hit a target with great precision. You have to be able to know what targets to hit, to be able to assess which ones have been hit, retarget, if you will, and to be able to coordinate to make sure that all the targets you want to hit, in this case probably over 1,000, are hit within a relatively short period of time. So the information processing technologies, the command and staff procedures of the various headquarters involved in planning the operations, and ultimately the skill and courage of the individual fighters who delivered these weapons in this most unusual kind of a fight are what combined in a synergistic way to provide this apparently very successful outcome.
James Blackwell of the Center for Strategic and International Studies here in Washington, thank you for joining us this evening. Let me recap now some of these big headlines that we've been reporting, and let me make it clear that this information comes from well-placed Pentagon officials here in Washington. The U.S., joined by the British, the Saudi, and the Kuwaiti Air Force, undertook a massive airstrike and is now reportedly in control of the skies. Almost all of the U.S. planes, in fact, there are no reports of any U.S. planes missing. All the U.S. planes are reported to have returned safely. There is now reportedly, we are told, a pause by the U.S. Navy and Air Force planes. They are going to assess what the damage was, but the initial indications are that the airstrikes were so massive that almost all of the Republican Guard, the elite Iraqi military, the word was used, decimated. Almost all of them have been decimated, and certainly the Iraqi Air Force, very few Iraqi planes even managed to come up and challenge the invading U.S. fighters. Obviously a very remarkable development. We're going to be following the story all evening, throughout the day. Back to Susan in Atlanta.
Thank you, Wolf. Stefan Kotsanis reports from Ankara, Turkey, that Turkey is apparently ready to declare war against Iraq. He is standing by live on the phone. What can you tell us?
Well, it's not certain yet if they actually will declare war. What's clear is that a short while ago, Turkey's Prime Minister Yildirim Akbulut held a press conference to announce that Parliament will meet early today to authorize a declaration of war. That gives the government a free hand to open up a second front if need be. What's also important is that Akbulut announced that the United States is free to go ahead and use the bases here to launch attacks into Iraq. I have no word here in Ankara if the U.S. has actually done that yet, but the assumption is that that is only a matter of time.
Stefan, that is a change from the previous Turkish position that said that the U.S. airbase in Incirlik would only be used for defensive purposes and refueling purposes.
What it basically comes down to is this. Prime Minister Ozal has recently started hinting that they may want to let the United States use the bases more fully, and they may even want to get in on the war themselves. Their feeling is that when Hussein invaded Kuwait, the map of the region changed completely. Their fear is that Syria and Iran may take advantage of the situation to try and make a land grab, and they want to be in on whatever settlement happens at the end. And as Ozal put it to journalists recently, if you want to get in at the settlement table, you have to have played the game up beforehand.
What about the extra troops now being stationed on the Iraqi border? Do you have any reports on the number of troops on the Turkish side and on the Iraqi side?
My understanding is on the Turkish side, they are at around 100,000. I can't be sure if there are any changes tonight and if they're getting ready to launch. I have no information on that yet.
Stefan Kotsanis reporting to us from Ankara, Turkey. Thank you. Pat?
Now let's go to Linda Scherzer, who's live at our CNN bureau in Jerusalem for the very latest from there. Linda?
Well, Israeli radio is reporting now that Saudi television has just reported that Saddam Hussein's palace has been destroyed. That report comes from veteran journalist Mickey Gordis, who has been closely monitoring the situation by radio in the Gulf, and he also reports now that Saddam Hussein has appeared on Baghdad radio. He is hearing him now, but we don't know if that is a live or a taped report. In Israel, the mood here is one of relief. The Pentagon has announced that the danger to Israel has passed, and even before the Pentagon made that announcement, a senior Army officer went on Israeli television to say that missile launchers and bases in western Iraq, the bases that had posed the greatest threat to Israel, had been dealt a serious blow by Allied bombers. What's most significant here is the calm that is felt. There have been no sirens that have sounded, no blackouts. The streets are rather empty, but that's because it's just a little after 6 o'clock here in Israel, and most people are either still sleeping or just waking up. I'm also told that at Ben Gurion Airport, there were 3 plane loads of Soviet Jewish immigrants who arrived this morning to receive the news that war had started, but that it appeared that Israel would not be involved. And that's the message that officials have been saying from the outset, and certainly the scenario that they've been hoping for. People are still being advised to stay at home, to keep close to their gas masks. They're being told to open up the boxes now. Just a little while ago, Deputy Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was in our studio, and he was here carrying his gas mask as well. But that is purely a precautionary measure. Again, the mood here is one of great relief. The Pentagon has announced that the danger has passed. Israelis are just waking up to the news, and after several days of tension, that news is very welcome indeed.
Okay, Linda Scherzer reporting live from Jerusalem. Thank you very much. Susan?
CNN's Robert Vito is in San Diego. Robert, you have, of course, been listening to the reports all throughout the evening. What is the reaction from your angle?
Well, here at this apartment in San Diego, we've had the privilege to spend several hours with several Navy wives whose husbands are stationed aboard ships in the Persian Gulf. And it's really been very remarkable. Their feelings, their emotions, their tears, their holding hands. And the feeling here has been one of a sense of great relief. And I think that at least the women in this room feel that maybe it will be over very soon. Heather, I think that's what you expressed to me, and you also expressed the feeling that there is a sense of maybe things changing.
Yeah, I think that now that we have actually done something to Hussein, that maybe he's going to get the picture that he made a big mistake in messing with the United States and the United Nations, and that he can't push people around anymore. I mean, what he's put on his people and on the other countries of the world, they're not going to take it anymore.
Thank you, Heather. I'm going to ask Kim, could you come over here? Kim's husband is serving aboard the Acadia. Come on right up here. Thanks. What was your reaction to President Bush's address?
I thought he did very well in getting across his point and making everybody understand why he's done this and why he did it as quickly as he did. And I think everybody was really behind him when he did. I know I was.
Do you have the sense that your husband might be coming home sooner than maybe you had thought originally?
No, I think they'll come home at least on time. I don't think they'll come home early, but I think they'll probably come home on time.
Thanks, Kim. I'm going to go to another bride whose husband is serving aboard the Acadia. You're smiling tonight. There were cheers here just a few minutes ago. Give me a sense of your feeling when you heard reports that the presidential palace may have been destroyed.
Well, I'm glad we went in and succeeded. Now, if we have to send in our ground crews, maybe it won't be quite as dangerous. We can get in, secure the area, make sure there wasn't a lot of casualties, make sure that everything has been hit that they wanted to do, and then we can start sending the guys home.
Has a lot of this surprised you as quickly as the events have unfolded?
Yes, because we were kept in such a dark secret, not knowing what was going to happen. Everybody waited for the 15th. Nothing happened. It was like everybody waited today, hoping something would happen. There was a relief just not here in the apartment, but all over.
So you feel now that maybe it's America's victory, that it's close at hand,
I don't think going to war is a victory, but I think you have to go in and you have to base a point, and you also have to let one man in the whole world know that he can't come in and think he's going to just take over and everybody's going to just tally down to him. You have to make a stand, but I don't think it's a victory in the sense of you could have casualties, and it could still seriously go on for a lot longer than 2 or 3 days.
Thank you, Kathy, very much. I appreciate it. There is indeed a great deal of pride here in this room and certainly across the country. The women in here are tremendously proud of their husbands, tremendously proud of our troops, and very proud to be Americans. Reporting live, Robert Vito, CNN, San Diego.
Robert Vito, thank you very much. About 2.5 hours ago, President Bush addressed the nation and much of the world live from the Oval Office. Let's go to the White House right now, and CNN senior White House correspondent Charles Bierbauer with the very latest. Charles?
Patrick, for so long, some 5.5 months, the overriding question was, what would George Bush do in response to Saddam Hussein? He answered that tonight. The president took to the airwaves as wave after wave of bombers were still in the sky over Iraq and over Kuwait. The objective enumerated here was the liberation of Kuwait, but there was more to it than that. For a long time, the president had hinted at broader objectives. Tonight, he spelled them out.
As I report to you, air attacks are underway against military targets in Iraq. We are determined to knock out Saddam Hussein's nuclear bomb potential. We will also destroy his chemical weapons facilities. Much of Saddam's artillery and tanks will be destroyed. Our operations are designed to best protect the lives of all the coalition forces by targeting Saddam's vast military arsenal.
In short, the president wants to eliminate Saddam Hussein's ability to wage not just war now, but for some time in the future. He had a second message. It was a message to the Iraqi people, suggesting that perhaps it was now up to them to convey the message to Saddam Hussein that this war should go no further. President Bush spelled this out somewhat earlier in that letter of January 9th that he sought to have Secretary of State Baker deliver to the Iraqi president. That letter said that if there were a withdrawal, then Iraq's military establishment would escape destruction. What Wolf Blitzer is telling us tonight is that perhaps it has not escaped destruction. The president also in his address explained that all diplomatic efforts had failed. He signed a directive Tuesday ordering this operation, but sources indicate the decision was made some weeks ago, that he had wrestled with the moral questions of going to war while he was up at Camp David over the Christmas holiday. And President Bush is reported to be relatively comfortable, rather very much at peace with the decision that he has made. One other decision announced here at the White House this evening. It deals with the potential consequences of what is going on economically, the uncertainties of oil supplies. The president has signed an authorization for the Energy Department to draw down what is known as the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's some 600 million barrels that the U.S. holds. It would be released to international markets at bidding prices at a rate of more than 1 million barrels a day. That's the kind of subsequent step that the president is going to have to keep his eyes on now that he has made the decision to launch this attack against Iraq. Charles Bierbauer, CNN, live at the White House.
Charles, let me just follow up a little bit. At this point, as we've heard from Wolf Blitzer and some of our other colleagues around the world, that apparently the bombing is in a lull right now. I mean, there are not any attacks underway right now, and there's some sort of a damage assessment underway. Does the president have to give another decision to continue to go in after he gets that, or what is the White House determining right now?
Well, it would seem to me that very much the shift is now over to the Pentagon to continue its plan here. As Wolf indicates, you bomb and then you assess. It's now come to daylight over in the Persian Gulf area, so satellites can be effective at that. Interestingly, in my thinking, the president has repeatedly told us that this is going to be short, and it's going to be dramatic, and it's going to be massive, and it's going to be effective, and he's going to win. We did hear that Secretary Cheney this evening said that this is going to continue for some time. So maybe there is a semantic difference on opposite sides of the Potomac River here. The president certainly has unleashed a massive attack. Just how long Secretary Cheney has in mind, we really don't know at this point.
Okay, Charles Bierbauer reporting live from the White House. Thank you very much. Of course, he'll keep us updated with the latest developments from there. Susan?
I have been told that British Prime Minister John Major will hold a news conference at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. CNN will carry that news conference live. Of course, news from the Gulf has had a dramatic, often immediate impact on world financial markets. CNN's Bill Hartley is standing by in New York. Bill, what's happening on the world financial markets that are open at this point, and what's happening to the price of oil?
Well, Susan, they seem to be celebrating. The markets, of course, woke up to war, which frightened them quite a bit. Initial reaction sent stock prices lower, pushed oil prices higher. Then, with no real retaliation seen from Iraq, markets have turned around with a vengeance. At mid-afternoon in Tokyo, stocks are showing a fair gain. Japan's Nikkei average is up 745 points. That's a swing of 1,000 points from earlier in the day. Oil prices are pulling back as well. Britain's Brent North Sea crude trading now in Asia on a cash basis is priced at this hour at $27 a barrel. That's down $2 from its Wednesday Houston close, below pre-attack levels. For a perspective on oil trading in the first hours of war, we go to Peter Genoux, head of Lehman Brothers International Petroleum Trading Desk in London. He joins me on the phone. Good morning, Peter. That's quite a swing in oil from about up $3 a barrel to down $2. Why? What's happened? What are the markets saying?
Bill, initially we had very strong buying coming from the Pacific region. Our Brent traded up as high as $4.20 over the Houston close. As the president spoke, the market made the assumption that things were going exceedingly well, and the prices started to fall. Buyers withdrew entirely, sellers becoming aggressive. At this moment, we have sellers in the Brent at $2 down. That's $27 a barrel.
Are markets betting this whole thing's over, Peter?
I'm not sure they're saying that, but for the moment, the market's quite calm. It's taken a look at the SPR announcement, i.e. the reserve drawdown that's to take effect in the United States, and people just are taking it easy.
We heard some reports that a Kuwaiti refinery had been hit in the bombing. What have you heard on that?
We've heard similar reports. That refinery has been out of action since the invasion anyway, and was quite a small refinery, so it would rank as insignificant.
Is there any indication, do you think, that the Iraqis, if they do finally withdraw or forced out, will sort of go out on a scorched earth policy and the Kuwaiti oil fields set them afire?
It's difficult to say, but at this stage they've scorched so much of Kuwait already and taken so many things of value from Kuwait, one has to assume they've taken refinery stocks, refinery equipment, and spare parts. So the rebuilding process will be expensive and reasonably time-consuming.
All right, Peter, one final question, and also on price. If this is over, if in a few days everything settles down, where do you see the price of crude going?
Well, we're under pressure now, Bill, and I think that pressure will continue.
All right, Peter Genoux, thank you very much. I might add, Peter's been at work for several hours in London and on Wall Street. Traders have been heading down to Wall Street here in New York for some hours, anticipating a very good day. One final note, several American oil companies say they will do their part in the Gulf War. Mobil, Chevron, and Arco, and Conoco as well, saying they will freeze wholesale prices of gasoline. That's it for now from the CNN Business News Desk in New York. I'm Bill Hartley.
Right now, for the very latest from the Eastern Saudi Arabian perspective, CNN's Charles Jaco is there live, and he joins us now with the very latest. Charles?
Yes, good morning, Patrick, from rainy and drizzly Saudi Arabia, where it's about 20 to 8 in the morning. We've just been in contact with Saudi Arabian television to clarify a report earlier. Saudi TV tells us that they are not reporting that Saddam Hussein's palace is burning. They say that the area near Saddam Hussein's palace is on fire, but they have no information that the building that houses the palace itself is burning. We just received a pool report in from an airbase somewhere in eastern Saudi Arabia that may give you an indication of what happened during the fighting last night. Ground crews say that none of the first 6 F-15s that landed back at the base had fired any of their air-to-air missiles, nor had they jettisoned their extra fuel tanks. What that means simply is they ran into no aerial opposition, and there were no aerial dogfights. We're led to understand that the first pool television pictures, the first video from this, from ships or the ground, we're not sure, should be available in about an hour and a half. We'll keep tuned to see how that develops. We're also led to understand here from military sources that none of the big aerial guns in the U.S. arsenal, the B-52 bombers, were used in this raid at all, that they remain parked at their bases and were not used. Now, many of the military people here, both U.S. and Saudi, are urging a bit of caution. They're jubilant, of course, over what they see from their perspective as the immense success of this airstrike. However, they caution that none of the ground forces have been used yet. If the reports out of the Pentagon are true and that the Republican Guards, Iraq's elite forces, have been decimated, that might mean something. However, they caution that if Iraq is not willing to give up Kuwait, a long and perhaps bitter ground campaign could ensue. We'll have to wait and see how that develops. No counterstrike, according to Saudi military sources, of any kind was launched. They had no information of any Scud missiles or even any Iraqi Air Force planes making it in the air to come toward this direction in Saudi Arabia to try some sort of strike inside Saudi. Right now, from the point of view of the Saudi, U.S., and British military people we've spoken to here, the operation so far is an unqualified success, but they say that is so far. We'll have to wait and see what develops. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Charles Jaco, thank you very much. We'll be checking in with you a little bit later. Susan?
John Sweeney is on the phone with us now from Riyadh. John, what is the latest from your perspective?
Susan, the streets of Riyadh look like any other workday morning. It's very difficult to determine from this vantage point that there is, in fact, this country is at war. At last report, Saudi King Fahd was meeting with his top ministers here in the Saudi capital. No word on that meeting, but undoubtedly the ministers are very happy with the first reports they are getting. As we understand it, the king gave permission to launch an attack from Saudi soil following a Wednesday morning meeting between Secretary of State James Baker and Saudi Ambassador Prince Bandar. The first indication here in Riyadh that something was up came about 2 hours before the attack when several KC-135 tanker refueling planes took off with a thunderous roar from an airbase nearby. We now know the planes were launched to provide in-flight fuel for the hundreds of combat aircraft sorties involved in the attack. And shortly after the attack, General Norman Schwarzkopf issued a communique to his troops. He said in part, and I'm quoting, "Our cause is just. Now you must be the thunder and lightning of Desert Storm. May God be with you," said the general, "your loved ones at home and our country." Susan?
All right, thank you, CNN's John Sweeney, keeping us up to date with the very latest from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And this just in, Saddam Hussein has addressed his people, speaking on Baghdad radio today as it is now 20 of 8 in the morning, Baghdad time. Saddam Hussein said, quote, "The mother of all battles has started." Baghdad radio also said that Iraq would never surrender, and it called on the population to resist U.S.-led forces. Baghdad radio said, "We will never surrender." Again, that's the latest from Baghdad radio, where it is coming up on 8 o'clock in the morning there. Patrick?
Right now, as you know, hundreds of thousands of American families have been affected by this operation, and we're going to go to CNN John Zarella.
Good morning. An interesting development here. At a location, I guess, less than a quarter of a mile from our CNN Baghdad bureau, there is a huge cloud of white smoke that is pouring out of the side of a building. We don't know whether it is being manufactured intentionally or whether there's something on fire in this building, but the smoke is coming out in such volume that it has totally obscured our view of the outside world in a very short period of time. It would lead one to believe that perhaps the Iraqis have manufactured this smoke. We don't know anything else about it except that we see the source that it's coming from, and that has made it very, very difficult to see even out our windows here at the hotel. It's thicker than the thickest fog we have seen in the early morning hours in Baghdad. A couple of other notes for you. The Pentagon says the Iraqi Air Force has been decimated. The elite Republican Guard, the best Iraqi soldiers, the ones sent to defend Kuwait, have been destroyed. The Iraqis have a different view of that situation. Baghdad radio quotes Iraqi officials as saying President Bush will regret the attack. The Americans and their allies will be taught a lesson. Saddam Hussein, in an address to the Iraqi people and the Arab nations, says, "The mother of all wars has started, and the victory is very near." Iraqi television in the recent past has invited CNN to transmit all the pictures of the attack we made last night to you. We will begin doing that within a matter of minutes if we can work out the technical details, and if Iraqi television is able to operate and has electricity and all the facilities that they normally have when we send pictures to you. And you'll remember, if you were watching our broadcast earlier in the evening in the United States, or 3 or 4 hours ago, wherever you were, the descriptions that we offered you over the telephone line here about how remarkable it was. We have a guest who was here during the bombing of Baghdad last night, who was also in Tripoli, Libya, in the Libyan bombing in April 1986. She's Marie Colvin, the Middle East correspondent for the Sunday Times. Marie, first of all, now tell me what happened to you last night.
Well, what was remarkable, about the same time as Libya. In this case, though, when first we saw what was happening first, I mean, you saw anti-aircraft going up, you saw a sort of spectacular, what looked like a fireworks display, didn't it? I mean, tracers going up and a series of red lights and sparkles. But it wasn't for, I mean, in Libya, what happened is we were just jolted out of our beds by the sound of planes coming in, so it was a lot closer there. I mean, this was off in the distance, but it was a pretty spectacular display for that.
Yeah. How would you compare the two? I mean, would you say that this was a lot more firepower than was used in Libya?
Well, this was a lot more massive. I mean, it was not as close. I mean, Libya, you had pretty much two bombing runs. I mean, the first one you missed because we woke up, and you had that second one come in. The Libyan anti-aircraft didn't start till 10 minutes after. You had what looked like a massive battle out there last night. You know, going, lowing, and starting all over again over a period of about 2 or 3 hours. But we could see out of our windows was massive bombing off in the distance, but not that far, maybe 5 miles along what looks to be the Baghdad airport, probably some other targets there, but they don't seem to have actually hit in the city. Whereas in Libya, they did hit targets in the city, Gaddafi's barracks, where he was living at the time, for example.
Yeah. All right, Marie. Anything else you want to tell us? How are you feeling in the aftermath of all that?
Very tired, John.
Yeah.
But,
all right. Well, I think there'll come a time where we'll all be able to get some sleep here. I don't know if it'll be now, because this acrid smoke that we told you about a few minutes ago at the beginning of our report is beginning to filter into the hotel. Mark Biello, this stuff doesn't smell poisonous to you, does it? No. It smells just like some very thick smoke that's here. We'll continue our reports, Susan, and we'll keep you posted as best we can as the day continues. And we hope you'll be able to see those pictures we took last night as soon as we can get the TV station to send them to you.
Absolutely. And, John, when we are able to get that video in, we will be rejoining you and your colleagues in Baghdad, and you can give us further details from your end. CNN's Richard Roth is standing by in Tel Aviv, one of the danger points. Of course, Iraq's Saddam Hussein had threatened to attack Israel. Tel Aviv was in distance of a possible Scud missile attack. You must be very relieved there, Richard.
Well, the sun is up here in Tel Aviv, and yes, the city is still standing, though the streets are very empty. The people of Israel have been urged by the government to stay at home. They've been ordered to open their gas masks to keep them ready, but to stay at home and listen to the radio, and millions of them are doing it. There were some nervous moments during the early hours here of the morning after word of the attack on Baghdad came. You'd hear a car backfire and perhaps a military plane overhead, but nothing much came of it, and this city is probably breathing a large sigh of relief right now. Here are some of the morning headlines of the papers that are just coming out. This is Israel's largest daily, saying U.S. planes attack Iraqi missiles, and then the second largest paper in Israel, Mahriv, saying war. And those papers are coming out on the streets right now, and those people who would like to leave their homes are probably going to snatch them up pretty quickly. Now, Israel ordered all of the people to stay at home, declaring a civil defense emergency. As part of that emergency, the citizens were told to open their gas mask kits. Millions have been distributed to the people over the last few weeks. And just yesterday, the Army started handing them out to Palestinians in the West Bank. That after an order by the Supreme Court, which called the government's policy scandalous not to give them out to the Palestinians. The Army was worried about trouble in the occupied territories by supporters of Saddam Hussein, and that people would be able to use the gas mask to ward off tear gas from the Army. And in fact, the Army has clamped down in the territories, perhaps just in case. They have placed a curfew on the occupied territories and in communities in East Jerusalem. And Israeli radio is reporting this morning that 3 shots were fired at the U.S. consulate in East Jerusalem from a passing car. We don't have any other details at this moment. Now, an Israeli defense official says that Israel is not involved in any way in this conflict. An Army official said The chances of a missile attack from Iraq are getting smaller and smaller as time passes. Right now, it's, quote, small and near zero. Of course, Tel Aviv, as you mentioned, is the city that was threatened by Saddam Hussein. In an interview with Mexican television, he said this would be the city where he would strike first should he be attacked by the multinational force. So far, all is quiet. Israel has ordered all workers in key industries to report to work today. Employees in the power, gasoline, and fire areas, and also the telephone company. There has been no significant call-up of reservists so far. Everyone is listening to the radio for the latest. Israel has always been confident that the U.S. forces would be able to do heavy damage to Saddam Hussein and his missile batteries. Just yesterday, a brigadier general of the Israeli Defense Force said, we are absolutely confident in the capabilities of the American forces. And he said that Israel was sure they would do the job. Now, also, what's taking place in Tel Aviv, the chief of staff of the Israeli military has called his general staff in, and we've seen soldiers in the streets carrying their brown gas mask boxes. They've been reporting to their posts. We talked to people at various bars and all-night kiosks that have been open in Tel Aviv. General reaction have been certainly very favorable to what's happened. One woman said she was worried. Two other men said that they were glad that it appears that it might be a short war. They were basing that on radio reports of the heavy damage inflicted by U.S. aircraft. An Israeli security official said that missiles pointed at Israel, some of them have been destroyed in the raid. That according to Israeli television. And the assistant to the military chief of operations says we know of some hits on missile batteries in the western part of Iraq. Despite the calm here so far, though, Israel says it is still ready for anything. Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
And as Richard reported...
Tomb Memorial here in downtown Baghdad is visible to us now. Doesn't appear to be damaged. The government housing complex seems to be in good shape. In fact, we see from our vantage point in the center of the central city no signs of any damage from the terrific, devastating attack which occurred just a few hours ago. As I look around, I see people are going about their business now on the streets. I don't see anybody walking the streets. And there may be some concern in the minds of some people that it's still not safe. After that attack overnight in the hours of darkness, there might be some people still concerned that the attack could be continued in the daylight. There's a low cloud cover over the city, broken in some places, and there's some birds flying up in the vicinity of the sun, which is over in the east. I can see flags waving on the Iraqi National Parade ground. That's what it looks like. I'll tell you what we're hearing from official sources here. From the Iraqi media, from Baghdad radio, Iraqi officials are saying President Bush will regret the attack. The Americans and their allies will be taught a lesson. Saddam Hussein, in an address to the Iraqi people and the Arab nation, says, the mother of all wars has started. The victory is very near. And as we told you a few minutes ago, Patrick, we've gotten permission from Iraqi television to send you some pictures, but it appears from what we can tell, Iraqi television has no ability to transmit pictures right now. We're attempting to work with them to get those pictures to you as soon as we can, and we'll let you know when we know more about the timetable for releasing them. At any rate, here in Baghdad, things at our hotel are coming back to normal. We're attempting to...
John, excuse me just for a second, if I can. Now. John, just a sec. We're looking at some pool video. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but we are looking for some pool video that was apparently shot before the attacks earlier yesterday. This is pool video of an Air Force base in Saudi Arabia, apparently seeing some of the planes being readied for the attack that...
As the president ordered the attack on Baghdad, some of the Pentagon planners and the military analysts said that a sweep mission into Iraq or Kuwait would probably be led by an F-15 squadron.
A message from President Saddam Hussein at 8:30,
and
it'll be visible in Jordan, they say. And we need a translator.
I'm sorry, John, we were stepping all over each other. What did you say? Repeat that.
I'm sorry, Susan. I was giving our whole network, as well as our viewers, a message that the Iraqi television authorities have just told CNN they will be transmitting a message from President Saddam Hussein in just a couple of minutes. I believe 8:30 is just a couple of minutes from now. So we don't know whether they'll have the facility to do that. We hope they will, and we just wanted to alert those of the technical people along the CNN network line who have to do things for us to present those pictures to you. that we'll need a translator to translate the president's words into English, and we'll need some technical work done so that we'll be able to see and hear President Saddam Hussein, but it might be coming up pretty soon.
All right, thank you, John. We will, of course, endeavor to get that to you live, translated as quickly as possible, of course. The F-15 squadrons are supposed to be a very important part of the U.S.-led effort in an attack on Iraq or Kuwait. For example, 4 F-15s would dart ahead of a bomb-laden attack plane trying to perhaps open a furrow in the sky by shooting any Iraqi resistance. Again, there apparently was little or no Iraqi resistance. Patrick?
Again, that was pool video. We are awaiting our video from Baghdad, as we heard from John Holliman. John Sweeney is in Riyadh. He's live right now with the very latest from there. John, I'm not sure if you can see this pool video, but we see a pilot in an Air Force jet, obviously shot prior to the attacks into Kuwait and into Iraq.
Indeed, that's what you're seeing, the very first pictures of, these are F-15 Strike Eagle aircraft, the United States' best fighter. It can be heavily armed, and indeed, these planes were here from Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, originally in North Carolina. They took off at around 12:45 a.m. Saudi time. That's about 17 hours after the UN deadline. And this is the first wave of aircraft being prepared for takeoff. These particular Strike Eagle planes carry a 2-man crew, a pilot and a navigator and a bomber who flies in the rear. The ground crews loaded many of the planes with a dozen half-ton cluster bombs and 4 air-to-air heat-seeking missiles. The F-15 Strike Eagle is the newest version of the F-15, equipped with infrared night vision system. And obviously, as they led the attack, they were quite successful with that night vision. They encountered, as we now know, very little Iraqi air resistance over Kuwait and Iraq. They were perhaps even more successful than anyone thought. And they indeed, as we have heard, apparently decimated the Iraqi Air Force. As we've heard from the Pentagon and Wolf Blitzer, 100 Air Force bases apparently destroyed. Many of those, however, were attacked by carrier-based aircraft, as we understand. The F-14 Tomcat is a very similar plane to this F-15 that we're looking at here, being prepared by the ground crews in the largest air base in Saudi Arabia, which we're still not allowed to identify. It seems to be remarkably calm as these people are preparing for what is one of the most momentous occasions, really, in U.S. military history. Perhaps that's a tribute to the professionalism of the crews involved and the fact that they've been training here for the past 5 months. I would say that this is probably the best trained military contingent that the United States has ever sent into war, because they've been here so long practicing on site. Again, this is the United States' most lethal air.
To the U.S. air bases in Saudi Arabia, looks like an F-15 that obviously returned at night. Clearly, the U.S. Air Force and the Navy wanted to undertake all of these airstrikes at night. We're told that F-117A stealth fighters, the radar-evading fighters, were very much involved in knocking out some of the major Iraqi strategic sites, the chemical weapons facilities, the Scud ballistic bases. We're told that most of the Iraqi Air Force, all of the major air bases, appear to have been destroyed. Pentagon officials are obviously very pleased by the work by these fighter aircraft. Here is an F-15 returning to an air base in Saudi Arabia. Technically, these are Saudi air bases. This was a joint operation between the United States, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Great Britain, the 4 countries that participated in so far what is still an air war. Here are some of the ground crew awaiting the return of the first U.S. fighter aircraft sent into Iraq and occupied Kuwait to go after several of the most important Iraqi strategic targets. Clearly, these guys are pleased. Even as we speak right now, the Pentagon has received no indication that any of the hundreds of U.S. and Allied fighter aircraft involved in the strike, that any of them were damaged or destroyed. We're told, at least as of now, these are initial reports, that they appear to have returned safely to their bases in Saudi Arabia. Here are some more planes returning from the first wave of U.S. airstrikes at Saudi Arabia. Still dark in Saudi Arabia. This is the first videotape that the Pentagon pool has released to the American news media. Clearly there is a great sense of relief, at least based on these initial reports. And we're going to get more information, of course, during the daylight hours as the intelligence and satellite reconnaissance photography goes over and assesses all of the damage from these massive bombing runs. Here comes another U.S. fighter aircraft returning to a base in Saudi Arabia from its mission in Iraq. Seems to be taking, is it landing? No, it seems to be taking off and going. This videotape obviously was taken earlier this evening as the United States undertook this massive operation, codenamed Desert Storm. Interestingly enough, Storm probably came from Storm and Norman. General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of Operation Desert Shield. Here's looks like a ground crew person, but we can't hear exactly what he's saying. This is Wolf Blitzer reporting live from the Pentagon. Now back to you, Patrick, in Atlanta.
Again, what we're watching here is U.S. pool tape, and there is an interview, as you can see, but the audio, we don't have any control over that. That has been fed in. We do not hear what exactly he was saying, but again, that was U.S. pool video, presumably of the fighters returning from their mission into Iraq and into Kuwait. Susan?
Again, we also need to point out that we expect to hear an address from Saddam Hussein on Iraqi television. We don't know when this will be, but CNN's crews in Baghdad have been told to expect an address from Saddam Hussein to the Iraqi people on television, quote, momentarily. Now, we should point out...
Perhaps retaliatory attack by Scud missiles from Iraq, but again, those have not been confirmed. Apparently, the Scud missiles did not leave Iraq and hit anywhere else. But as you can see, U.S. service personnel getting ready for a possible chemical attack. This was taken earlier. Again, this is U.S. pool video. Obviously, after the massive airstrikes, things have calmed down significantly, and we would presume that people are not in this mode where they would be wearing their chemical weapons apparatus. Again, we presume this was shot prior to the airstrikes into Iraq and Kuwait by the four nations involved, including the United States, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Great Britain.
Everywhere except right here. Okay, take off the hood and tighten your strap. And Pennsylvania at the bottom. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that. There it is. Stay low, everybody.
Again, what we're seeing are U.S. personnel equipping themselves with anti-chemical weapons gear, as you can see, including gas masks. This was shot earlier by the U.S. pool, and video that we have just received here at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
The American-led forces, of course, was very concerned about the possibility that Iraq would use chemical weapons. One commander saying that he was forced to assume that Iraq would attack American troops with a range of biological and chemical weapons which can be deadly. They are not necessarily deadly. During the 8-year Iran-Iraq war, Saddam Hussein reportedly used chemical weapons during that war. Among the casualties, only about 10% were estimated to be from chemical weapons. But of course, the United States has established that Iraq has manufactured and used chemical weapons both during the Iran-Iraq war and also against Iraq.
Like obviously a military vehicle at an air base someplace in Saudi Arabia. And according to the Pentagon ground rules, we're not allowed to say where these air bases are located for security reasons. Here comes some of the additional ground equipment. Looks like it's obviously a very huge air base.
Wolf, let me just have you reiterate something you did a little while ago, and I think it's very important that we are in a lull in terms of the bombing for damage assessment by the Pentagon, but this by no means means that there will not be any additional bombing or that the war is over or anything like that. As you said, I think we need to clarify that for our viewers.
That's absolutely correct, Patrick. The war is by no means over. What is over is the initial U.S. airstrike. We're told now that the U.S. Air Force and the Navy fighters have paused. They want to reassess exactly what has happened, take a look at all of the Iraqi damage, send the satellites over, send some other high-flying U.S. reconnaissance planes over. Now that it appears that the U.S. air power owns the skies, and as I'm saying, this appears to be the case because only a handful of Iraqi planes even took off to challenge some of these invading U.S. aircraft. The U.S. will have a relatively easy opportunity now to assess the entire damage that was inflicted by this initial U.S. airstrike. But we are told that the airstrikes have stopped for the time being. The crews have returned. We have no reports yet, and I want to stress yet, we have no reports yet of any U.S. casualties or any of the U.S. Planes that may have been lost or are missing so far. That seems to be pretty much okay as far as the Pentagon is concerned. Here come some more military vehicles over at this air base in Saudi Arabia, awaiting the return of some of the U.S. fighters that went into this pinpoint airstrike. And Pete Williams, the Pentagon spokesman, a little while ago, stopped by and told some of the journalists who are still at the Pentagon, and there are plenty of journalists here, obviously, that the U.S. has no evidence that the Iraqis managed to launch any of their Scud ballistic missiles, their ground-to-ground ballistic missiles. Some were supposedly armed with heads, but the U.S. cannot confirm that any of the Iraqi missiles were launched. The initial targets U.S. officials had always felt would be the U.S. air bases, the oil facilities in eastern Saudi Arabia, as well as Israel. We're told that the major Iraqi Scud ballistic missile sites, and there goes our feed from Saudi Arabia.
Did they wait again until nighttime?
Apparently briefed the 15 members of the council. He did not give them a detailed description of what the United States has done. He didn't say, well, we've struck here, we've struck there. Instead, he gave a kind of general 3-page statement, a political sort of statement justifying what the United States has done, saying things like our goal is not the destruction or dismemberment of Iraq, it is the liberation of Kuwait. And there was one interesting line in it that he said, the U.S. ambassador said that Iraq can still avoid further destruction by unconditional, immediate, and complete withdrawal from Kuwait. So that is some of what the U.S. ambassador told the members of the UN Security Council tonight in a meeting that has just ended. The reaction here has been somewhat predictable. The Soviet Union, for instance, has been strongly supportive of the U.S. action. On the other hand, countries like Yemen and Cuba have been critical. Yemen and Cuba were the two countries that voted against the resolution authorizing the use of force. We've put together a couple of comments made by people here. First, the Cuban ambassador, then the Kuwaiti ambassador, and the U.S. ambassador.
Maybe when war goes on, people will realize that it's very, very easy to enter into a war. The difficult thing is to get out of it.
Surely we feel very sorry for the city to be bombed, but this has been befallen on us because of the Iraqi intransigence.
Is there going to be a message for Hussein? I think the message for Hussein was just delivered.
And as I mentioned before, the
has been going on in Baghdad tonight.
This is Gary Shepard, ABC News, Baghdad. It is now dawn here, at least it is now an hour after dawn here in Baghdad. And the air attack began about 20 minutes before 3 o'clock in the morning here in Baghdad. The sky lit up with an incredible amount of anti-aircraft fire, tracer bullets rising up from the ground, going on. We could hear incredibly loud explosions occurring all over the city. At one point, several very, very large bomb blasts lighting up the sky on the horizon. The attack came in waves. The tracer bullets would fill the sky like the 4th of July for perhaps 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then things would calm down again. And then another wave would come in, and the firing would start again. It was an incredible display of modern warfare, although on the part of the Iraqis, the estimate is that much of the firing was just happenstance firing into the sky. There was no evidence whatsoever of any of the Allied planes having been shot down. All night long, the sound of the anti-aircraft fire, the bombs echoing in the distance, it was an incredible display. At the Rasheed Hotel, where most Western journalists were staying, there was no damage. We could see all of this from the windows of our offices.
That's developments in eastern Saudi Arabia. Let's check in with CNN's Charles Jaco, who's on the phone with us right now with the very latest. Charles?
Well, Patrick, there have been some preliminary, and I have to stress these are preliminary indications that air operations might possibly be continuing. This is based on three things. One, we've received a report from one of the journalist pools out in the field that reports about an hour and a half to 2 hours ago, they saw a flight of 9 U.S. F-15s, 3 Kuwaiti Hawk model jets, and 4 British Tornado jets take off. Now, about the same time we were outside, we saw one squadron of F-15s, their afterburners glowing, arcing up into the cloudy sky and heading north toward the Kuwaiti border. We're not sure, of course, if all this means much of anything. These could be essentially reconnaissance in force flights. However, there is a handout from the British Armed Forces Information Desk here, which talks about the initial phase of the operation, which began this morning, and they stress initial, and they end the communique by saying operations continue. So there is some thought here that perhaps, and I have to stress perhaps, based on this evidence, there might be a second wave, at least preparing to be in progress. Again, there's no confirmation of that, but there has been a fairly heavy amount of air traffic in this area. One other thing we have to stress from here, there have been some reports, we understand it, of some sort of Iraqi Scud missiles that were launched in the direction of Saudi Arabia. We have checked with both U.S. and Saudi defense sources here, and they categorically deny it. They say it's untrue. They say, as far as they know, during this entire operation, they have detected no sort of Iraqi counterstrike, either in the form of guided missiles or in the form, indeed, of airstrikes headed towards Saudi Arabia, that the skies have been completely clear. The one thing that the defense people here also want to stress is that ground forces has not even begun to be used yet, that there may be reason for optimism, but there is certainly no reason at this point to declare any sort of victory, because you have around 500,000 Iraqi forces still dug in Kuwait. And even if the reports are true that the Iraqi Air Force and most of their elite Republican guards have been destroyed, there is still the matter of all those troops in Kuwait that would have to be dislodged if they don't surrender, and they would have to be dislodged by a ground assault. But people here are watching and waiting to see what might happen next. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Charles, from your vantage point where you are in eastern Saudi Arabia, and we talked with our colleague John Sweeney a little while ago from Riyadh as we looked at some U.S. pool video of the F-15 Eagles taking off and preparing for the attacks earlier. From your vantage point, how many jets did you see taking off, that actually took place in the attack into Iraq and into Kuwait earlier?
Well, the F-15s apparently, from everything we've been able to ascertain, played a major role in the attack. as did other sorts of fighters and fighter-bomber attack aircraft. Apparently, the only major plane in the U.S. arsenal that did not play a role in this attack was the large lumbering B-52 bombers. We've been told that there are 20 of the B-52s, those, by aviation terms, ancient bombers, in the Middle East, in this area someplace, location undisclosed. But since they fly high and relatively slowly, the supposition among people who've been watching it is that they would not be used until the skies could pretty well be swept clean, if you will, of the Iraqi Air Force and Iraqi air defenses.
Okay, Charles Jaco reporting live from Eastern Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much, and he will keep us updated on any developments from that point. Susan?
In Amman, Jordan, CNN's Tony Clark is standing by. Tony, as dawn breaks, as the morning gets underway in Jordan, what is the latest there?
In fact, Susan, perhaps some of the most interested in what's going on both in Iraq and in Kuwait are the Kuwaitis that are here. Jordan has been a site for many of the Kuwaitis who have fled their country in the wake of Iraq's invasion to come and wait for something to happen. Khalid Alanzi is a Kuwaiti who's here. He has been listening to the radio throughout the day. When you first heard that there were bombs falling on Baghdad, how did you feel? What did you do?
Well, I was surprised also, as everybody, because we are not looking for war. Nobody wants war. But Mr. Saddam Hussein, Mr. President Saddam Hussein, he looking for these things because he don't obey all the international opinion. He don't follow the laws of the people. He don't want peace. He's not looking for peace. That's why they started the war against him.
Well, one of the things you were telling me earlier, your reaction when you first heard that the bombs were falling, what did you do?
Well, I was crying and happy at the same time. I can't express my feeling to you because I was crying for my family in Kuwait, for the Iraqi people also in Iraq, and I was happy because I want to see my country free.
When do you hope to be able to go back to Kuwait?
Well, today, as soon as possible. I backed my thing now.
So that you think this may be over quickly, you can go back to Kuwait and see your family?
Yeah.
And what do you expect to see when you get back to Kuwait?
Well, just I want to see Kuwait. Just Kuwait. I want to see the sand of Kuwait. That's more than enough.
You left November 1st. You have been in Jordan, though, only 10 days. How was Kuwait when you left?
Well, it was a ghost city. Nothing in Kuwait. They stolen everything. There's nothing in Kuwait.
And what do you want to happen to Saddam Hussein? Is there anger? Is there fear? Is there sadness?
Saddam Hussein, somebody will punish him, his country, or his people. We have no right to punish him. Let his people punish him.
Thank you very much. One of the things that we have heard from Kuwaitis here in Jordan throughout the morning is they say we are wrong when we say that the war began today. They say for them, the war, the Persian Gulf War, began on August 2nd when Iraq came into Kuwait. I'm Tony Clark, CNN, reporting live from Amman.
Thank you, Tony. And to recap, British Prime Minister John Major is expected to hold a news conference within...
It could come up at any time, but there's no pathway that we have determined as yet to get the pictures and sounds out of Baghdad to Jordan, which is where our satellite uplink is, so the CNN flyaway unit. So that's why we're having trouble getting those pictures and sounds to you. Situation in downtown Baghdad, no water. It needs electricity to be pumped. Electricity is still off. Telephones, wait. I was about to tell you telephones were still out, but as you can hear, telephone service has this instant been restored, at least to the point that phones will ring here. This may help us communicate with the TV station and get these pictures to you a little bit sooner. At any rate, the Iraqi government has issued a statement about the attack last night, saying President Bush will regret the attack. The Americans and their allies will be taught a lesson. Saddam Hussein, as we told you, is planning to address the Iraqi people. The Jordan, Iraq's closest ally in this region, perhaps at the moment, has closed its airspace to all incoming and outgoing flights, which means there's no way for any flight from Iraq to get to the outside world. And let's see, Saddam Hussein said in a Baghdad radio message that was broadcast about an hour ago, "The mother of all battles has started. Victory is very near." Those are two quotes from Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. On the streets of Baghdad, still very quiet. There's some traffic out there, still very foggy outside. John Holliman, CNN Live in Baghdad.
John, let me ask you a question that you were asked earlier about the damage. Obviously, you and your colleagues, Bernie Shaw and Peter Arnett, as well as some other CNN people, were in the hotel during the onslaught of all of the bombing around Baghdad. Again, though, as far as your own damage estimate, as you go out visually and look around, you don't see any major damage, at least from where you are near the hotel?
Any damage in the hotel, certainly none in the area that we can see from the hotel, and that takes you out about a mile or two, because we're up pretty high. Chris Manage, who's been to Iraqi television, says the TV station is just absolutely intact, and so she's been out further than we have, and she reports that there's no damage visible in downtown Baghdad, but we saw a lot of activity outside of town. One of the first places we're going to go today, if we get an opportunity to get in a vehicle and travel, when we're sure it's safe to do that, is out to the airport, the international airport. It looked to us like much of the fighting that was going on, much of the bombing that was being done was in the vicinity of Saddam International Airport. And we'll want to go there and take some pictures first to see if our estimate is in fact correct. And then if the Iraqi officials will allow it, we'll go around all over the countryside here and see just exactly what damage was done by the coalition attack overnight.
John, with your discussions with the Iraqi officials who... John, just stand by on the phone. We're going to go to Susan right now with a late development. Susan?
Apparently, we are going to pull video. This was shot yesterday as U.S. and multinational forces. We think it was shot yesterday as U.S. and multinational forces were getting ready for the overnight airstrike against Baghdad, an airstrike that our correspondent John Holliman and the CNN crew in Baghdad weathered and gave us live, harrowing accounts of the attack as it was underway. And just to give you a little bit of background, as we're watching this unedited U.S. pool tape, when the orders actually came for the fighter pilots to get under the way, the men assembled in the squad room very quickly, of course. In recent nights and for about the past week, they have made a point of sleeping very close to the squad room so that they could get there very quickly. They've been sleeping in nearby bunkers. They then received a highly technical briefing involving which bombers they would be escorting, which altitudes they would be flying, all sort of housekeeping things like this. We have just confirmed that this was shot yesterday. Again, as things actually heat up, the crews got the orders that which altitudes, which bombers they would be escorting, which refueling tankers they would use, and of course which targets the mission, their particular mission would be asked to destroy. Let's listen. Are looking at unedited U.S. pool tape. It was apparently shot yesterday as U.S. forces were getting ready for the overnight assault on Baghdad and reportedly also Kuwait. They are loading the bombs on the F-15 Eagle, part of the U.S. Air Force. It has a dual role as a fighter and an attack aircraft. CNN's Wolf Blitzer is joining us from the Pentagon as we continue to look at the pictures of the unedited U.S. pool tape.
Well, these F-15 Eagles are really the best U.S. air superiority fighter aircraft, and they obviously played a very important role in this initial U.S.-led airstrike. We're seeing some of these bombs and missiles that were attached to the F-15 before the airstrikes. Clearly, the fighter aircraft returned to these air bases in Saudi Arabia without their bombs, without their missiles. Most of these missiles are really what they call smart munitions, very sophisticated laser-guided, television-guided missiles that don't only fall, but these are called dumb bombs, but they can be directed in specific pinpointed locations. And once air surveillance aircraft, the satellites, once all of the targets have been identified, then it's relatively easy for the sophisticated computer technology in these F-15 Eagles and other U.S. fighter bombers to go ahead and direct the missiles, the bombs, to the specific locations, the specific targets. And as we've been reporting all evening, the Pentagon officials with whom we've discussed this issue say that there were some very, very impressive, as far as the U.S. is concerned, very impressive strikes.
Wolf, we should also point out that these planes are fast. They are able to fly as much as 2.5 times the speed of sound. Just incredible machines.
That's right, and they're probably the best in the world. The Iraqis do have some excellent fighter aircraft of their own. The Soviet-made MiG-29, the French-made F-1 Mirages. But Pentagon officials tell CNN that very few Iraqi planes even got off the ground to challenge the U.S. Aircraft that went in. Most of the Iraqi air bases appear to have been destroyed or knocked out of commission, allowing the United States now and its allies to basically have what the U.S. said it would always want to have in the initial hours of any strike, air superiority, be able to dominate the skies, and then basically at will decide what would be the outcome.
Well, have you been able to confirm how many U.S., British, and other Allied forces planes were able to get off the ground last night and participate in this airstrike against Baghdad?
Well, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney publicly used the figure hundreds, so that hundreds of aircraft were involved in this initial strike. We do know from an earlier briefing yesterday that the United States has about 1,700 combat aircraft, fixed-wing combat aircraft, and another almost equal number of combat helicopters in place. In addition, the Saudis have a relatively large air force with F-15s as well. The Kuwaitis have a modest air force. Many of their planes did manage to escape in the aftermath of the Iraqi invasion. And we see some more of the ground crews taking some of these bombs, some of these missiles, and getting them ready to be loaded aboard these F-15 Eagles. Now, the F-15E is the best of the F-15s. There's the C and the D version, which are older, not as sophisticated, don't have the capabilities of the F-15E. And certainly the United States wanted to use the best of its aircraft, and these F-15s are among the best.
Wolf, do you have any update on a report that we got from Charles Jaco in eastern Saudi Arabia that he witnessed 9 F-15s from the United States, 3 Hawks from Kuwait, and 4 Tornadoes from the British Air Force taking off from his vantage point, and that perhaps there was going to be some additional bombing taking place? Any word at all from the Pentagon?
No, Patrick. The word here at the Pentagon is that after this massive initial U.S. strike, the Pentagon and the other allies decided to pause. It shouldn't be all that surprising, though, that there have been some other planes taking off, even if it doesn't portend yet another round of airstrikes, because they want to make sure that the targets that were supposedly destroyed were in fact destroyed. So I wouldn't necessarily conclude from these initial reports from our colleague Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia that this means that the United States and the Allies are yet again starting a second round of airstrikes. Here we see some more unedited tape from the Pentagon pool, some of these missiles that are getting ready to be put aboard some of the U.S. fighter aircraft. Obviously, this took place just before the United States went ahead and took the offensive and undertook this massive strike. Let's see if we can hear what they're saying. These are ground crews, U.S. Air Force ground crews in Saudi Arabia. We're not allowed to say, according to the Pentagon ground rules, exactly where this base is located. Aircraft missile batteries, the anti-aircraft artillery placements, then the United States Air Force and the other allied air forces involved in what is now called Desert Storm. They could go ahead and undertake these kinds of strikes in plain daylight, but certainly the Air Force, the Navy, the Pentagon wanted to begin this operation at night to take advantage of the U.S. night fighting capability.
Wolf, this is Susan again. Reportedly, the F-15 Eagles would, in several military analysts, make up the initial scenario, the initial thrust into Iraq and occupied Kuwait. From your sources in the Pentagon, was it primarily F-15s or a whole series of other crafts?
What we're told, it was several U.S. aircraft, both carrier-based as well as ground-based. Certainly the F-117A stealth fighters, about 40 or 50 of them are in place. They were sent in to knock out some of the most dangerous strategic targets, and they supposedly are invisible to enemy aircraft. In addition, F-16s, excellent planes. The A-6s, the carrier-based, the Intruder, we're told that they didn't actually take off from the carriers. They went into forward air bases close to the line, and from there, after the pilots had a chance to rest up a little bit, they then took off from the ground and unloaded their bombs at the targets in Kuwait and Iraq and returned to these forward air bases.
Wolf, excuse me, we are going back to Baghdad. CNN's John Holliman. John, what is the latest? We're hearing reports that you are under attack.
I'm afraid that's true, Susan. It's happened once at night. Now it's daytime. It's very foggy outside, and I'm going to let you hear the sounds as I hear them out the window. There's a little blue sky overhead. We don't see any of the flashes of light that we were seeing in the dark night that occurred a while ago. You can hear, though, I believe, the anti-aircraft guns as they fire up into the sky here. This is eerie. Eerie is the right word. They're birds, look like doves, flying around our hotel, fairly shaken up by all the new sounds that are being heard out in Baghdad. I see a group of people running out of one government building near the tomb of the unknown soldier here in Baghdad. Obviously, the sounds of the fighting have shaken them up, and they're trying to get to some place of safety. For the past month and a half, Iraqi television has been telling the people of Baghdad what to do for civil defense, how to get to places of safety. And as we look at the 8-lane highway in front of our hotel, I see a taxi cab going down the road about 30 miles an hour backwards in reverse. The driver obviously trying to get away from the source of all that sound. We, in our CNN crew, as we've been preparing for what might happen next, never anticipated we'd see something else happening in the daylight. And from our vantage point, we really can't see because of the heavy, thick fog what is going on, but we can certainly hear the sound. There's been a lull. Well, I just heard another bomb blast, but I'm sure a bomb blast at a distance very far from our hotel. I would say maybe 5 or 10 miles. It sounds like the firing of 26-inch guns from a battleship, actually, when you're, maybe 20 or 30 miles away from the battleship. It's just a very loud explosions, but at a very great distance away. And I'll try to describe, now that we have some daylight, I can at least give you a better picture of the street scenes here. There are still cars going up and down on this street, but many cars are traveling in reverse. This is like you're watching a motion picture played backwards. Cars are doing anything they can to scramble to get off the street. I see a public school bus now that's making a turn to get off of this main street in downtown Baghdad. Although from the sounds of it, what battle is going on some far distance away from where we are.
John, let me just ask you in terms...
It's pretty calm right now. What I'll do is, Susan, see if you have any other questions for me or the rest of our CNN team members. It's Mark Biello, our cameraman, has just walked in the room. Mark, can you see anything from either side of the hotel?
No, on the east side of the building, there was some sporadic anti-aircraft fired. but nothing as of now. It just seemed like some sporadic shooting and maybe only 1 or 2 fighters, and may not even have been a full attack.
Yeah, right. So, Charles Jaco, of course, saw some planes taking off about 30 or 40 minutes ago from his position in Saudi Arabia, and that perked up our ears and made us a little bit more interested in listening out the windows here. It appears it's quiet again, Susan. Let me come over so that I can hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
John, apparently my colleague Patrick Greenlaw has a question for you. Patrick, go ahead.
John, I guess you've just answered the question then. In terms of intensity, even though you can't see because of the fog, in terms of intensity, this was nothing like what you went through last night then at the beginning stages.
I think it's probably exactly like the beginning stages of what we saw last night. I was catching the only hour's sleep I had in the past 2.5 days. At the beginning stages of this, Bernie Shaw was in here. He was about to interview, I believe, former Secretary of State George Shultz when all hell began to break loose here in Baghdad. Arabic headdresses walking down the sidewalk. I can still see them. They're not even running. They're just walking slowly down the sidewalk to some location. My colleague Bernie Shaw, a man who was trying to get a little sleep, has just come running in the door.
I'll tell you, I'm afraid to go to sleep because, one, as a journalist, I don't want to miss anything, and two, I don't like trying to go to sleep where bombs are falling.
No kidding.
A couple bombs, obviously, were just dropped way off in the distance. And as I ran down the hall, John, I'll tell you what I think this is. I think this is an effort to test, to see what is still viable, what has survived, which batteries have survived. You'll notice that it came very quickly, and it ended very quickly.
And there's not a lot of anti-aircraft fire. There wasn't a lot of anti-aircraft fire during this raid. I'll tell you this, Bernie, while you were away, Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia detected a group of F-15, I believe Charles said they were F-15s, taking off from his position. He could see them take off. Didn't know where they were going. It is possible that those planes which left about 40 minutes ago might be the very planes creating this increased level of tension in our broadcast booth.
I would surmise that those planes that took off, if they indeed were headed this way, they certainly have arrived at the destination. I'm sure you've reported on this, but isn't this eerie? I keep using that word, but that is a word that really goes to the heart of some of the impressions we were getting from here in Baghdad. To see traffic moving along, and I watched for the cars to pull off. Yeah. They did not pull off to the side of the road. When that wave went by, the wave of bombing went by, these cars, some of them sped up and they tried to get away.
I saw a couple of taxi cabs in reverse going about 30 miles an hour right down in front of us.
Did you see that one cab here that backed up?
No,
he backed up, and he backed up on the curb and was frantically turning around to get out of the way. But I just ran down the hall and wanted to make sure we were all right and you're okay, and I'm going to walk back down the hall. And
lie down, Bernie. You're going to have to be standing here while I'm lying down in 4 or 6 hours. So you won't be able to sleep, but at least,
my problem is I can't turn off my mind, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try to find the key.
Good luck, Bernie Shaw. Susan Patrick, we're still here. Other questions for us?
Thank you, Bernie. John, have you heard anything from Iraqi officials? The last word you had, apparently officially, was word that Saddam Hussein was planning to go on Iraqi television. I assume that is apparently canceled. But have Iraqi officials told you anything?
Well, we've heard a little bit from Iraqi officials, Susan. The phones which we thought were working here are not working. They rang once, each of them. Okay. You might get a dial tone, Bernie, but try to dial for an outside line and see if you get one. That's the problem we've had.
Mark Biello, our chief cameraman here, he's our only cameraman here. He's the man who stayed up all during the night to
get the pictures
we hope that we can get out of this country. We're trying, ladies and gentlemen around the world, we are trying desperately to get these pictures out. But right now, Mark is using gaffer's tape on the windows here, and I'm going to see if I can find a roll to use on my windows in my room.
Yeah, good idea, Bernie. But at any rate, I'll tell you what we know from Iraqi officials. They told CNN they came to visit us after a ride of, I guess, about a half a mile in which they were in some danger. They came to our location and said, CNN, we want you to be able to feed your pictures that you took last night, and we want you to come to Iraqi TV. They escorted us there. And when we got there, we began to attempt to feed the pictures, but it turns out that Iraqi television has no video, audio pathway to the outside world. The sound you hear, by the way, is Mark Biello ripping huge strips of tape off to put on our windows. It's okay, Mark. Our viewers want to know what you're doing. Want to know you're trying to keep us safe here in Baghdad. But at any rate, the officials may not know that the pictures that they are trying to transmit are not getting out. Our executive producer, Robert Weiner, is on his way to Iraqi television right now. In retrospect, I'm sort of sorry he went there to get our feed engineer, Nick Robertson, who was at the TV station, but now they're both away from this hotel, which is bad in an attack. We hope they'll be back soon and safe, and as soon as they are, we'll let you know. But at any rate, we're continuing to monitor the situation here. It appears very quiet now. If Bernie shows, wait a minute, I hear something. Let's see. I thought it might have been the sound of an airplane. It's not. It's the sound of a very large, very old delivery truck.
One other thing before I run back down the hall, John. I have counted only two military trucks in the last hour of watching things here. Maybe you've seen more.
No, there's not much activity by the military at all, at least in this part of Baghdad. I imagine the troops, if there are troops available to go, might have gone to the areas where the bombs struck in the early morning hours just to see what the damage is and try to repair it if they could.
We know from what was said by the Pentagon that the wave after wave of attack bombers came in to do specific targeting, command and control centers, anti-aircraft batteries. And as we look out over downtown Baghdad, we can report accurately that none of the shrines, none of the monuments so important and so dear to the Iraqi people, none has been touched.
That's right. About an hour ago, there was an interesting phenomenon coming from a building on the other side of our hotel, Bernie. It appeared that there was a huge smoke generator just filling the air around us with thick white smoke that looked much thicker than fog.
Well, it was comparable in a way to the fog we've seen over the past couple days. It is dissipated now, but there is a thick mist hanging over downtown Baghdad now as traffic continues to go on this main 8-lane boulevard before our eyes down there. And as I say, we can see intact all of the important shrines, the monuments, the buildings that are so important to Baghdad. This is a city unlike Jordan, where there's so much stone in the city.
The difference is, I think, between Amman or Jordan and Baghdad, the Tigris River, which is a huge flowing river, and in Jordan, the Jordan River is just a tiny little trickle in many places, so there is more water available to provide all this greenery, and the Iraqi people, the Iraqi government has spent millions of dollars to make it look as nice as it does, and it appears from everything we can see that in the downtown area, it's going to look as nice as it does the rest of the day, just like it did yesterday. Let's go back to our colleagues, maybe, and see if they have other questions for us here. We'll come back inside now.
CNN's Wolf Blitzer. Thank you, John. We will be coming back to you shortly, you and the rest of our CNN colleagues in Baghdad. CNN's Wolf Blitzer is standing by now live at the Pentagon. Wolf, CNN reports from Baghdad that a second attack is now underway. What do your sources there tell you?
Well, earlier at the news conference that Defense Secretary Dick Cheney held, he said that the U.S. would continue its strikes, even though there was a pause. He said that the U.S. would continue operations, left unclear exactly what he had in mind. But one point has to be underscored right now. If the U.S. and other allied aircraft are undertaking these kinds of strikes in daylight in Baghdad and presumably elsewhere in the country as well, it certainly does signal that the United States and the Allies are very confident that they have this air superiority, that they can send in their F-15 Eagles, their F-16s, the other sophisticated aircraft, and go after specific targets that may not have been destroyed in the initial wave. They have some better reconnaissance, some real-time intelligence from all of the satellites that are overhead, from some of the other high-flying reconnaissance aircraft. So it does indicate that the U.S. has a high degree of confidence that the United States can send in these sophisticated aircraft, go after a specific target, and return, of course, to their bases without a whole lot of concern that Iraqi ground fire, anti-aircraft missile batteries, or artillery, or anything else could endanger those invading U.S. planes.
Wolf, one thing that our colleague Bernard Shaw mentioned was that he sensed that it might be perhaps a test that perhaps the U.S.-led coalition, the Allied forces, might want to see how much of the Iraqi resistance is still viable. Any word from your Pentagon sources on how much this second wave will be?
Well, one of the things that the United States and the other allies would want to test would be to see if the Iraqis still have any radar that they can turn on. And by sending in these aircraft, certainly if the Iraqis do have any radar, they would have to hone in with the radar signals and pinpoint exactly where those remaining radar installations may be located. So yes, I think Bernie is absolutely right. This may be a test. Then again, it may be part of a second wave of strikes against targets that were left intact during the initial bombing strike.
Thank you, CNN's Wolf Blitzer reporting to us live. Pentagon, that you may be right. This may be a test by the Iraqis, rather the U.S. and the Allies, trying to find out whether or not the Iraqis still have radar capability. Can you tell us, is the bombing going on right now, or is there a pause now? Bernie, can you hear me?
Thanks very much. We're back here in Baghdad, and normalcy has returned. That brief wave has come and gone, and I see a school bus out on this 8-lane highway for the first time this morning. We are trying to assess as much as we can what is going on, and you can understand that is difficult to do. We are trying desperately, very desperately, to get out to Atlanta and subsequently to the world. The pictures we have shot during the night and during the first hours of daylight, and the people at the feed point at the television station, even Iraq's information minister Jasm is there trying to assist us and trying to get the word out. That is the situation right now. John Holliman is back here now.
Bernie?
Well, Bernie, we've learned a little bit from a colleague who's been out on the streets of Baghdad. The garbage trucks are working today. They're picking up garbage. So one of the points that I have tried to make for our viewers for the past several months is that the Iraqi society is very well organized. Everything needs to be orderly to please the Socialist Arab Ba'ath Party that President Saddam Hussein is the head of. And just another example of that, there are people out on the streets now. They're picking up the garbage, folks. They're trying to make it appear as business as usual, even though there's been another wave of bombing and anti-aircraft fire in the past 10 minutes.
To repeat, we do not know the whereabouts of President Saddam Hussein and his key advisors. We've not been told anything, and our executive producer here on the ground in Baghdad, Robert Wiener, is at the television station feed point, and knowing Robert, if he can get any kind of information when he comes back, he should be able to tell us a lot more than what we're able to report right now.
That's right. If we had a telephone line that worked to another telephone in Baghdad that worked, we'd be in better shape too. But we'll keep you posted as best we can until we get some more information from the outside. For Bernie Shaw, John Holliman, live in Baghdad.
John and Bernie, we should point out to our viewers that it is now coming up on 10 a.m. mid-morning in Baghdad. Bernie, this for you. I don't know if you heard me when I introduced you. I was talking with CNN's Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon, and he says, from his standpoint at the Pentagon, that you may be right, that this could be a test, that the U.S. and its allies could be trying to find out if the Iraqis still have any radar, and perhaps that is one reason why it has not been the onslaught that you endured last night.
I think that's right, and hearing from Wolf at the Pentagon really buttresses my feeling. I estimate that just a few bombs fell. We could feel the concussion where we are now, and I just envision it as an effort to see what's going on the ground. We passed through wave after wave during the night. Let's see what they still have that's active, that's viable, that's a potential threat to other plans we might have, other planes we might be sending in. And there was a response. The anti-aircraft batteries opened up. But again, these warplanes fly so fast, we could not see them during the night. I didn't see this wave that came in. things happen so quickly in modern warfare that you don't see. What you do is hear and feel after the fact.
Thank you, CNN's Bernard Shaw, keeping us up to date with the very latest in Baghdad. Patrick.
Right now, we're going to go back to the Pentagon and CNN's Pentagon correspondent, Wolf Blitzer, who has the latest information. And I'm sure, Wolf, you just heard what Bernie had to say. What is the latest from there?
Patrick, the latest information from here is that the U.S. airstrikes, after this initial pause, are going to continue. They're going to continue for the time being after specific targets. The United States clearly has control of the skies. The fact that these U.S. aircraft are flying in daylight now in Baghdad and elsewhere in Iraq indicates that the U.S. Air Force has a high degree of confidence that most of the potential danger, most of the anti-aircraft missile batteries, most of the potential Iraqi Air Force jet fighters themselves that could threaten the U.S. fighter aircraft, the bombers, have been eliminated. And certainly the United States is going to go after the remaining targets. Anything that could knock out a U.S. plane is certainly going to be destroyed, or at least the U.S. Air Force is going to try to destroy those targets. And they're almost certainly testing the Iraqi capabilities, seeing if the Iraqis will turn on whatever radar they may have left to go after those radar sites.
Wolf, is there a feeling there, though, that this was almost, if you would, they're incredulous, that there would be no response from the Iraqi Air Force, or even much more than just some artillery from rooftops around the city of Baghdad, that there really has been no response at all from the Iraqi Air Forces?
Well, over these months, the U.S. Air Force, I must say, have been the prime advocates of air power. And for months, U.S. Air Force officials have maintained rather confidently that air power alone could get this job done. And I'm sure you'll recall, Patrick, that in September, the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Air Force, General Michael Dugan, was fired after saying publicly that the air war alone could basically get the job done decisively, rather speedily. And other officials at the Pentagon were always concerned, well, what happens if the air war doesn't succeed? There have been similar assurances in the past. Air power alone never got the job done. In this particular case, there is no indication, we are told by Pentagon officials, that the U.S. for the time being has any intention of bringing in the ground forces, sending in the mechanized infantry divisions of the Army, sending in the amphibious landing assault teams of the Marine Corps. For the time being, the President, the Defense Secretary, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Norman Schwarzkopf, are willing to let air power alone see what can be done, and that if there has to be a ground strike at some point, if the Iraqi forces have not yet capitulated, if they have not yet surrendered, at some point when the ground forces go in with the M1A1 battle tanks, the armored personnel carriers, all of the amphibious landing gear, at that point, presumably after such massive destruction, it will be a lot easier than if the ground forces were sent in right now.
Okay, Wolf Blitzer reporting live from the Pentagon. Thank you very much. Susan?
It is mid-morning in Amman, Jordan. CNN's Margaret Lowry is standing by on the phone with the latest there. Margaret.
Susan, a couple of things for you. First of all, Jordan's Royal Court tells us that airspace here is not closed. Repeat, not closed, despite reports to the contrary. And CNN's producer, Dan Fernand, is out at the border, that's Jordan's border with Iraq, and he reports to us that a town there called Traibil was hit by a bomb at some point during the night. Now, the town is in a border area between Iraq and Jordan in what is apparently considered to be a neutral zone, although the town technically may be Jordanian territory. And we've had no word yet from the Royal Court here on what that could mean or what the implications of that may be. Susan?
Margaret, can you expand on that a little bit? When you say that the court has said that the airspace is not closed, give us some details what that means.
Well, it means that it is not closed. There were reports earlier in the night, I guess after the bombing started, that Jordanian airspace had closed. As you know, Jordan is between Iraq and Israel and is determined to remain neutral as long as it can. And there were fears that it had perhaps closed its airspace during the fighting, but the Royal Court tells us now that that is not true.
All right, the latest from CNN's Margaret Lowry in Amman, Jordan. Patrick.
As you well know, there's been some anti-war protesting on both sides of the Atlantic, and there is also some on the Pacific shores. And for the very latest on that, let's check in live with CNN's Ann McDermott, who is live right now at a protest in Los Angeles. Ann?
Well, you can probably hear a lot of noise behind me, a lot of shouting. There's drum beats, there was singing, and a little while ago you could barely hear anyone talk over the horns honking. People here who are against the war have been asking people to support them by sounding off, and they have. Next to me is a rare counter-protester, and the crowd is trying to hush him. But for the most part, these are people that are against the war. Earlier this morning, even before the hostilities broke out, nearly 160 people were arrested in Los Angeles. They were trying to block entrances to the federal building. This is also a federal building where we are on Wilshire Boulevard. People here tried to block intersections earlier today. The police stopped them. Police stopped them, but these people, some are still trying. Some here say they are going to continue their vigil through the night. The crowds have thinned a little bit, but there have been at least a couple of thousand people here. Up in San Francisco, there were also demonstrations. People paraded through the streets and settled down for an overnight candlelight vigil. Also, people demonstrated in Washington and in New York. They gathered outside the United Nations building. Again, the protest here is going on strong in Los Angeles. CNN reporting live in Los Angeles.
We take you now back to Baghdad. What is the latest there?
Susan, some interesting news. One of the big questions we have had during all of our coverage since the bombing began was, where is Saddam Hussein? CNN's satellite maven and chief engineer Nick Robertson has been at the Iraqi television headquarters, our feed point, for the past 2 hours, and he has seen Saddam Hussein. Nick, I know you were there to attempt to get these pictures that we took overnight out to the rest of the world. Tell us first of all about who you saw there, the names in the news in Iraq today.
Initially, I met Minister Jassim. After that, I went to sit at the feed point. We were unable to feed for lack of communications. While I was waiting at the feed point, President Saddam Hussein walked by on his way, I believe, to record a message either to American people or to the people of Iraq.
Yeah. Guess with me, Nick, how long ago it was when you saw President Saddam Hussein come into the TV station?
It would be within the last hour. It would probably approximately be 9 a.m. local time. That's 6 a.m. GMT when I saw him.
Yeah, and the Information Minister Jassim was there with him, I suppose, and were they talking together?
Jassim I saw separately at an earlier point, approximately 8:30 local time.
Okay, and the reason that our viewers can't see these pictures is because I guess the telephones don't work at Iraqi TV, or they can't get the pictures and sounds out to the satellite.
There's no attempt, to my knowledge, being made to feed at this point in time, and the reason for that being, I believe, a lack of communications to Amman, Jordan, the next step in our feed process from here. I believe they're trying to make contact with Amman, Jordan. I was left very much in the dark with no information.
Yeah, well, of course, our viewers are in the dark as well, because I'm looking at what could be as much as 90 minutes of terrific videotape of last night's attack, which is here in my hands rather than on your TV sets at home. And we apologize for the problems we're having with Iraqi television getting this material to you. I'm sure they're trying to do what they can to get the pictures out, but you got to have telephones to make contact before you turn on a multi-100-watt satellite transmission to the outside world. Nick Robertson, we're very glad to have you back safe and sound, because, as you know, anytime anybody leaves this hotel and goes to a sensitive location like the TV station, there's potential for trouble. So, to our colleagues in Atlanta, we're very glad to have Nick home safe and sound, and we'll be back to you with another updated report. But now we know, at least, that President Saddam Hussein, who we heard might be making a television address a couple of hours ago, has just arrived to record that address. So it might still be available to us, perhaps even live sometime in the next few hours, if Iraqi television can send it out. So we'll stay in touch. John Holliman, CNN Live in Baghdad.
John, just to reiterate, can you please clarify, Saddam Hussein was actually seen this morning, it is now 10 a.m. in Baghdad, in person?
That's right. Our man Nick Robertson just told you, Susan, he was at the television station 1 hour ago when Saddam Hussein walked in. Did the president acknowledge you were there, Nick? Did you wave at him? Did he wave back or anything?
The president did not see me. I kept myself very much inconspicuous.
Sometimes the best policy in these matters. But, Susan, yes, our man, CNN's Nick Robertson, has seen the president of Iraq in the past 60 minutes at the TV station, so we know where he is.
Nick, what can you tell us about how Saddam Hussein looked Did he look tired? Did he look tense? Did he look angry? Did he look frustrated? What can you tell us, perhaps speculate about the psychological strain on the man?
Very hard to say indeed. I would probably not describe him with any of the words that you used there. Maybe resolute, and maybe there was a determination in his step, and the people with him were walking a pace to keep up with him.
I'm sure the viewers all over the world are very, very interested in your sighting of President Saddam Hussein. But tonight, they were locked in those shelters. They weren't allowed to leave, and that was too bad. The people got kind of cramped quarters down there, and several of us, Bernie Shaw, Peter Arnett, and I, were able to hide out from Iraqi authorities up here in our broadcast booth, so we were able to avoid being rounded up with everybody else, and that's how we were able to talk to you all night long. But in the hotel now, I can walk out into the hallway. There's still no electricity, still no water, still the telephone service inside the hotel is restored. I can talk to another room on another floor, but I still can't make a call outside. The operator at the hotel says all telephone lines down in Baghdad. It could be because of that report we received from our engineer Nick Robertson a few minutes ago that one of the major communication towers in downtown had been damaged by something in the attack overnight. So the hotel is still a nice place to live, probably compared to other places around Baghdad. It's one of the best places to live, but I'll tell you at this moment I would rather be with you in Atlanta, Georgia.
John, tell us about the last attack. Give us a little bit of a comparison to the one that you experienced in the middle of the night when all of this got going.
Well, what we just heard, Patrick, was just a couple of loud blasts. It could have been anti-aircraft fire, and in fact, I believe that's probably what it was, from an anti-aircraft gun on the east side of our location. And I'm looking out the window right now at another anti-aircraft battery on another side of our location, which has a radar tower spinning, a radar dish spinning around on top of it. It's the first time we've been here for a long time, and we've seen this particular installation in the past, but we've never seen the radar dish up and operating. So obviously it's looking for incoming from someplace. Also, let me look out the window here with you for a moment. There's a small, not big enough for 727, but it's a small private jet airport in downtown Baghdad. I see planes on the ground there. I don't see much activity of planes taxiing or anything like that, but it appears to be undamaged at this hour. And off in the distance, I hear a rumbling right now. I don't know if you can hear this rumbling, but it's coming from where I stand. I believe it is coming from the west. It sounds almost like at the beginning of a cowboy movie when you hear about a herd of horses thundering off in the distance. That's the sort of sound I can hear right now out the window, and I believe the direction it's coming from is the west. But at any rate, compared to what we experienced last night, this is small potatoes. Last night there was barrage after barrage after barrage, wave after wave of planes, and the skies were brightly lighted with anti-aircraft fire from the Iraqis, which, from all we could tell, did not have a lot of effect. I'm hearing now the sounds of what I believe are big bombs falling. I don't see anything from these bombs, but I can just hear it. It's a rumbling. Patrick, you'll remember I covered the earthquake in San Francisco for us back a couple of Octobers ago, and it's that sort of feeling that I'm getting here. I'm going to let you stick the microphone out the window, see if you can hear what I hear. Sounds like distant thunder. I'm thankful to be able to tell you that this attack that is occurring right now in Baghdad is much further away from the central city than what we heard last night. And I'm going to continue to peer out the window through the white clouds with some breaks so that you can see blue, just to see if I could see some sort of sign of some kind of aircraft. And I do not. I'll just tell you that. And just as quickly as the rumbling started, it seems to have stopped here in Baghdad. Patrick, it just ended just this instant.
John, do we know any more? Have you been able to make any kind of investigation of the building that you had described earlier with the white smoke pouring out of it? Any speculation or any firm ideas on what that was?
Well, we thought perhaps it might be a smoke generator of some kind. We didn't know. One Iraqi official said he thought it might be some trash burning rather than anything intentional to fill up the air. But the volume of the white smoke that was coming out of this whatever it was at the side of this building was something far beyond a pile of trash. And the smoke was all pure white. It looked just like fog, only it had an awful stench to it. And so, we don't know. I've never seen anything like it. We might get our people at the Pentagon or in Saudi Arabia who know some things about, instruments of war to say, to tell us if there's anything like that in the U.S. arsenal, something to put a lot of fog-looking smoke over a wide area. Let me describe the streets of Baghdad for you for a minute. There still is traffic. There are a lot more soldiers on the street around our hotel than there have been in the past. And it still seems that people are trying to go about their business here despite all this thunder, which is obviously not coming from heaven, but coming from the coalition partners who are continuing to keep Baghdad under attack.
John, I guess we're coming up on, roughly 8 hours now since the first attack, 10:30, it's coming up on 10:30 a.m. right now in Baghdad, but around 8 hours ago, the first strike hit the city, and following it at that time, you and Bernie and Peter Arnett had a couple of encounters with security people in the hotel. I'm wondering if you can, and if you've had any other encounters that I may have missed, can you describe any of these people, the attitude that they have about what is happening to their country?
I asked one fellow about the comparison between this and the Iran-Iraq war, which he had obviously lived through. He was a man probably 25 or 30 years old. He was the man who took many of our videotapes. And I asked him the question, and he said, this is much different from the Iran-Iraq war. And I've been talking to the Iraqi people for some time about comparisons and things. And they always said they didn't expect the U.S. to be able to do any more to them than was done in the Iran-Iraq war. And as it turns out, this fellow indicated very strongly to me that this certainly was worse than the Iran-Iraq war. I'm looking out on the east side of our hotel. Our producer, Robert Weiner, says there's been some damage here. I can't get my microphone cable to you, Robert. You'll have to come to me and describe for me what you see out this room of the hotel, out the east side. Just tell me what you see.
Out beyond the foreign ministry, there has been an attack. There are thick, billowing clouds of black smoke. The anti-aircraft guns, the batteries that are in front of us on one of the buildings have been at alert. They have fired off several rounds. I don't think you could hear those, John, when you were on the other side. But people are racing for another attack here.
Yeah, okay, Robert. So we've got black smoke pouring out of one building. Patrick, as soon as you and I get a break from this conversation, I'm going to get a somewhat longer microphone cord so I can travel more distance through this place and give you better outlooks from all sides of the hotel where we're staying. I'll look back out my west-facing window again to tell you, after a few unnerving moments in the past few minutes, things seem to be pretty calm again, except for this thick, black, billowing smoke that we see on the other side of the place.
John Holliman, take a breather. Stay safe. We'll be back to you, obviously, in the very near future. Jonathan?
Patrick, as the multinational attack on Iraq continues, let's go now to the country, to the city that Iraq has targeted for its own eventual attack, if one comes, and that is Israel and Tel Aviv, where CNN's Richard Roth is standing by. Richard?
Yes, Jonathan, Israel is breathing a little easier this morning, but officials are saying don't break out the wine yet. Iraqi missile batteries that may have been pointed at Israel, and specifically Tel Aviv, may have been destroyed, but authorities are calling on everyone to obey civil defense emergency procedures. Basically, the operational line right now in Israel is, we're prepared for anything. But certainly, Tel Aviv residents are very pleased to see the sun come up here. Saddam Hussein vowed to make Tel Aviv his first target. Baghdad, bombing taking place. Go ahead, John Holliman.
Patrick, I apologize for interrupting my colleague Dick Blystone in Jerusalem. We're hearing the same sound that we were hearing a few minutes ago, this rolling thunder of what we assume is incoming bombs coming from a direction which may well be to the west of our location in the middle of downtown Baghdad. And we're looking around for the source of it. We don't hear it right now, but while I was away, I was able to get a longer microphone cord so I can go over and perhaps a little better describe for you this smoke from some building which has obviously been hit in one of the most recent attacks. Out the window on the east side of our hotel, one of the hotel's power generators has been fired up. We can see that, so it may be that we're going to get some electricity from here. As I look out the window, I see thick plumes of black or grayish smoke coming from a building which may be as much as a mile away. My colleague Mark Biello is looking at this through a very good set of binoculars. Mark, can you see anything as far as the source of that smoke?
No, most of the smoke is hidden by a building in the front. There's some communication towers in front of it. My guess would be some kind of oil processing or oil refinery in the outskirts of Baghdad.
Yeah, we know that Baghdad has plenty of those, plenty of oil refineries. I'm going to stick my head out another window because you may be able to hear some of the sound. It's more sound coming from generally the same area where the smoke is coming from, which I guess is north from our location in the central city. And as Mark points out, it may well be an oil refinery because there is so much thick black smoke. Mixed in with some white smoke, so there might be something that combines oil and water, which gives you smoke that's this color. The smoke is coming out in such volume now that it's creating a pall over a big section of the sky. As I look out on downtown Baghdad from a different vantage point than you and I have had in the past, Patrick, I can tell you about some things that I wasn't able to tell you about before. The entire downtown section still seems totally unaffected by this. The buildings, the shrines, the Muslim holy places have not been touched at all by the incoming United States. And I see, I'm going to tell you about something that may get me in trouble with the Iraqi government, but I'll tell you anyway. I'm looking out at an anti-aircraft installation on a building near my location. I won't give you the direction on the compass because I'm sure that would get me in trouble. But the people at this installation are moving their gun barrels back and forth. They are searching the skies right now, attempting to find whatever aircraft are responsible for this thick black smoke that we're talking about, which may well be from a chemical plant or an oil refinery or some sort of industrial facility, because that black smoke continues to pour out even in daylight here in Baghdad. I can see from this location, I believe, the Tigris River, and I see nothing really unusual there on the river banks as we look out the window. It appears that the river has not been involved very much in what's happening here. And so the situation in Baghdad, which has been certainly remarkably testy for the past, I guess, nearly 12 hours now, is getting even more testy minute by minute as we continue to be hit with some sort of bombs and anti-aircraft fire at those bombs. Patrick?
John, we can talk more about the bombing that's going on, but if we've got a moment here, I wonder if you might just tell our viewers, we're thrilled here that all of you CNN folks have made it through the night. I wonder if you could tell us and try to give us a feeling of what it must be like to be in that hotel. I know, for one, I would be wondering when the 2,000 bomb would hit the 2,000-pound bomb would hit the roof. How did you feel through all of that?
If you're talking personal emotions, Patrick, I think that is what you're talking. We've all had to face up to this. We had a meeting of our staff last night to decide if we would all stay here or some of us would leave and go back. And our plan was to get on a charter plane, some of us today, and go back perhaps to Amman, Jordan. As it turns out, there probably won't be any charter flights today. We are here because our good night's sleep was interrupted by this first American Allied attack here on Baghdad. But the emotions, I mean, you look on the brightest side you can. We've considered every possible option that we can think of as a better place to be than this hotel. This hotel is the newest, thickest, best-built, most modern hotel, certainly in Baghdad. The problem with it is that it's in the center of the city, and if the coalition decided it was going to do a great deal of damage to the shrines in downtown Baghdad, to the big government buildings here, to the ministries, our hotel would be directly in the flight path. And in fact, last night, as this attack was going on, we could hear the fighter jets coming right over our hotel as they were on their way, and we were very pleased that they went somewhere else before they loosed the bombs and the bullets that they carried. But it's an emotional roller coaster. It's an up and down situation. Patrick, I know you want to talk more about feelings than things I'm seeing right now, but I must tell you, I see on the west side of Baghdad more smoke coming up from a building near one of the main water tanks for the city. The smoke is just about over now, but there was a huge puff of it a few moments ago, and now the smoke is beginning to dissipate. And out the window, I hear the pummeling of more bombs as we talk. But I'm surprised. I'll tell you a personal story, Patrick. I had no idea. I've never been in a war. Peter Arnett, my colleague, has spent much of his life in the Vietnam War, and he's used to covering things like this. And I didn't know how I would react. I guess I was, the options here last night when the bombing started were to stay here and try to cover the story, or to get into the hotel's fallout shelter, or the bomb shelter. We decided to stay here and do the best job we could of staying in touch. And we felt it was a miracle that the microphone that I'm using to talk to you and the communication circuit it's hooked up to was allowed to stay, in operation through this whole night. The fact that it's still working, we still consider a miracle, and we'll continue to use it for all it's worth for as long as we can until the communication link gets cut. We have a couple backups that we might also try to use if this goes down, but this is obviously the most convenient way for us to talk. And as long as I can talk to you and hear from our other correspondents about what's going on, I have personally a much greater sense of personal security than I might if I didn't have access to this. Before I throw it back to you, Patrick, I've got to go to the window here and look out and just see if I can see some signs of the airplanes that are responsible for all the noise that I hear here. And I don't. I see birds in the sky. I hear these loud reports. As I would describe them as being like the sounds from a battleship, the 26-inch guns on a battleship like the New Jersey. Well, there was anti-aircraft guns. You probably heard that. A little crack and pop, and I believe the anti-aircraft fire is much of what we're hearing right now. As I look out toward the south, or rather toward the north, I see the little downtown airstrip. It still seems to be okay. I don't see any signs really of much additional new smoke on the horizon, but it's eerie. It really is. It's going to be the word to describe this part of the war in the Gulf as far as seeing in Baghdad. You put your head out the window and you get this eerie feeling from everything around you. Patrick?
And do you also get a feeling of history, John? I don't want to sound melodramatic, but it can't escape coming to mind. Edward R. Murrow somewhere in London telling the folks back home, this is London. Do you get that at all?
Sure, absolutely. It's not overpowering, but you do get a sense that in the past 25 years there hasn't been a battle like the battle that we were able to witness last night. And we know that last night there were 45 journalists, period, from the world in Baghdad, and CNN had 8 of them. And it makes us very proud of the company we work for and the people we serve, the folks who are watching this broadcast right now. So, yeah, we do have a sense of the history of what we're covering, certainly.
Tell me, John, also, you maybe go back over for some of our viewers, because of the word that you continue to use, eerie. You've seen taxi cabs driving in reverse. You've seen a few people walking around, and you've seen anti-aircraft installations being altered slightly in position.
Yeah, there are a lot of things like that, Patrick. I mean, everything in Baghdad doesn't fit the American mindset, I guess. The people here seem to disregard the prospect of death in a fiery war. The people seem, and I've interviewed hundreds of them in the couple of months I've been here, they seem to really believe it's okay to die in a war if your side is right. And they believe their side is right. They believe President Saddam Hussein is a great leader, and if he tells them to go and die for Kuwait, they're going to go and die for Kuwait. I talked to a mother with a baby at a bus station a couple of days ago. Baby's a beautiful little child, 9 months old, and his name is Hyder. And I said, ma'am, if Hyder were killed in this war with the United States, would it be worth it just for Kuwait? And she said, well, I'd hate to sacrifice my baby, but Kuwait is very important. I mean, they really believe that here, I think. I don't think they could be faking it, this many people over this many months. I think, it's in the mindset, and that's part of the strangeness. It's not like, if you and I were in a situation where there were bombs coming, I don't know what it would take for us to be willing to defend, and lay down our lives for for something inanimate like a piece of ground with some oil in it. You know, it's not the way you and I react to things, and that's part of the eeriness. As I look out the window now, I hear one report, loud report, noise like a bomb after another. It's unnerving to me, and I'm seeing three women in traditional Muslim dress, like you see the women in Saudi Arabia wearing. They're walking down the street kind of nonchalantly, and their car is still going by as this happens. There's a soccer field across from our hotel. I don't see anybody playing soccer. I'm kind of pleased that at least the young children who would play outside on a normal day are not playing outside on a day like this, because anything could happen, of course. So that's part of the eeriness, and I mean, just you can come up with 100 examples. This is not like life where we live.
Well, John, you mentioned the feeling that the people have in Iraq, their determination and feeling that Kuwait is their 19th province, and you expressed the sentiment that we may not feel or have an understanding for it. The British division of that part of the world, would that be something like the British saying Florida is no longer yours some 40 years ago?
Yeah, I guess so, Patrick. You know, Information Minister Latif Jassim, a man I've come to know, I think, pretty well over the past few months that I've been here, has a line when you say, why won't you give up Kuwait to avoid war? He says, well, why don't you give up California? And that's the way they look at it. I mean, they think that Kuwait is the same kind of part of their country as Florida or California is to the United States. So it's the kind of situation that they're committed to. I mean, there is some history that supports their point of view, and there's some other history that supports the point of view that the Al-Sabia family in Kuwait has, that, you know, Kuwait is theirs, and they've run it well, and the people are happy there, and all of that. So, you know, it's just a different point of view, and it's not like the point of view that you and I would have given perhaps identical circumstances.
John Holliman, hang on to the microphone. Stand by with us. We're going to Richard Roth now in Tel Aviv. Richard?
Yes, thank you. With me right now is the former Prime Minister, former Defense Minister of Israel, now a leading Labor Party official here, Yitzhak Rabin. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
A quick assessment of this U.S. raid on Iraq.
Well, first, allow me to express, I believe, the feeling of the people of Israel of respect and admiration for the courageous and daring decision by President Bush. Unbelievable. But you have to bear in mind, you don't win a war by the first strike. Unless there will be a continuation of your air activities to establish air supremacy, it will be very difficult to approach the next phase, the uprooting of the Iraqi forces from Kuwait.
Saddam Hussein was seen entering the television station in Baghdad, perhaps to record a speech. This man shows no sign of giving up. What do you make of that?
I believe that from the very beginning, Saddam Hussein knew that the United States will win air supremacy. He relies on the capability of his land forces to dig deep in the sands of Kuwait and to stay there. He believes that if he will succeed, regardless to the amount of destruction that will be made by the U.S. forces on the infrastructure of Iran, onto its air force, ground-to-ground missiles, if he'll continue to stick to Kuwait by his land forces for 2-3 weeks, he'll consider it to be a victory.
Any sign of a higher rate of incidents at all between your country and any Arab neighbors, any tension, any fallout from this U.S. raid so far?
No, I believe that as long as there will be no attacks by ground-to-ground missiles or planes by Iraq on Israel, there is no reason for Israel to do anything. And let's hope that there will be no possibility by the Iraqis to sneak 1 or 2 or 5 missiles, to use a mobile launcher and to fire them against Israel.
Is Israel in the clear yet?
Not yet. We don't believe that by a few hours you can destroy everything. Hopefully you did so, but we have to take into account the possibility that here and then one launcher, one missile has been hidden and might be used. Therefore, we'll wait another day or two before we will be in the clear.
The PLO has lumped Israel along in with the U.S. and Europe, calling this raid cowardly aggression. Are you very worried now about the focus shifting, should the U.S. put away Saddam in Iraq, shifting now to Israel and the calls for a Mideast peace conference and things like that?
Well, let's first see what will be the outcome of the struggle, the use of force, to bring about the uprooting of the Iraqi forces from Kuwait. Let's wait for that and don't pay any attention to Mr. Arafat. Anyhow, he ran away from Baghdad. He secured himself being in Tunisia or in Europe. He didn't stay with Saddam Hussein.
How serious did your country take the threats of Saddam Hussein to hit Tel Aviv, to make that his first target should the U.S. strike Iraq?
We took it very seriously. Hopefully that the U.S. forces have eliminated Saddam Hussein's capability to do it. We'll have to wait and see in the coming 1 or 2 days.
Okay, Yitzhak Rabin, thank you very much for joining us here, former Prime Minister of Israel and a leading Labor Party leader. This is Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
The SAM missile sites in town?
Around the perimeter of the town.
Around the perimeter of Baghdad?
That's correct.
And tell me again about the resistance that you ran into?
Lots of ground fire, lots of AAA, that's anti-aircraft artillery. And like I say, I think there was one SAM fired that I saw, but it was so far away and up through the smoke and haze, it was hard to make it out.
So nothing came close to you?
No, but that's the beauty of the system. We can stay far enough away that that's not going to be a problem for us, from the SAMs anyway. The bullets are the ones that scare me.
Now you're going back, after breakfast.
We got to go eat breakfast, look at the next mission, and get ready for the next go.
Did all the planes come back?
All 12 of mine came back, and to my knowledge, everybody got back.
When did you actually come back?
I'm sorry?
How long ago did you come back? He's got to head in.
What you're now seeing, of course, are pilots who've just returned from sorties over Iraqi positions. This is U.S. pool tape shot by American journalists and pooled, that is, shared among American news media. It is unedited, as you can see, but it has been cleared by U.S. military authorities, so you needn't worry that any sensitive information is...
Video from somewhere in Saudi Arabia, U.S. pool tape, weapons loading that has taken place, I am led to believe, between sorties. We're obviously seeing something being done during daylight hours, presumably for a next mission. We should clarify for viewers that there are 3 sources of video, at least right now, 3 sources of video that we are looking forward to in the immediate future. It's this unedited, or, well, not necessarily unedited, in this case unedited, U.S. pool tape. So this is directed by Pentagon. You can shoot this, you can't shoot that. Then you have, this is the U.S., there's also British tape, an equivalent of this, a counterpart to this, very similar material. And then what we have not seen as yet is going to be actual Pentagon video, and that we're hoping for soon, and that we'll see some actual in-the-air video from aircraft as the aircraft approach targets in Iraq, the capital city of Baghdad. We say somewhere in Saudi Arabia is all we can say about this, because that's all we know about the location of this video for fairly obvious security reasons.
Rather an awesome spectacle, though, when you imagine the firepower being loaded up here. And it was interesting talking with John Holliman, as he mentioned, speaking with an Iraqi citizen who...
Military commanders...
All right, well, we have...
Military commanders fully expected an Iraqi retaliation on this airbase. In fact, during the night, there were 2 air raid alerts. Iraqi missiles apparently were headed in this direction, but local officials said they fell short. I'm Jim Hickey with the television pool in the Persian Gulf.
All right, obviously
safety.
What we're watching here, unedited.
Military commanders fully expected an Iraqi...
Unedited tape as Jim Hickey, the pool reporter.
Fully expected an Iraqi retaliation on this airbase. In fact, there were 2 air raid alerts during the night.
All right, we'll come back to this videotape as soon as possible. Back to Baghdad. John Holliman, what have you for us? John Holliman.
I'm sorry, Patrick. If you were trying to reach me, I was talking to somebody else, sir.
Oh, all right. I was led to believe that we needed to get back to you in a hurry,
Patrick,
John.
I'm always available to you, my friend. Let me do this. When last we spoke, I was able to look out the western side of our hotel. I haven't been able to look out the eastern side any further. Give me about a minute of your broadcast time, and I'll take a quick look and tell you what I see on the other side of this place. Just a moment. I'll make a quick run through the hotel. The atmosphere here, despite the fact there's no electricity, is beginning to get back to some sense of normalcy, I guess. The beds are still available, although I haven't seen one in a while. And let's see, I'll just look out the window. I see the same group of soldiers with anti-aircraft weapons that I saw before. I see, oh my goodness. Patrick, you'll remember, I told you when we looked out sort of the north side of our hotel, we saw some black and white mixed smoke a few minutes ago, and I thought that smoke was beginning to dissipate. It is not. There is something here. We don't know what kind of facility it is, and we'll be unable to find out for a while because we still don't have telephones, but there is this huge cloud of black smoke continuing to billow out of this facility, whatever it is. My guess, based on having covered many fires in my career earlier days, is could be an oil refinery, it could be a chemical factory, but it is something that has a great deal of flammable material in it, because this thing has been burning and putting out a huge, maybe quarter-mile wide cloud of smoke for more than half an hour, and it's burning, or the smoke is coming out in greater volume now than it was a half hour ago. So whatever it is, not only is it burning, it's burning more than it was before. And so that's the latest from Baghdad. We haven't heard any sounds of firing in the past few minutes, and every time there is no firing, that's a good sign for us, of course. Patrick?
John, as you described the scene, the black and white smoke and the possibilities of what that might be, can you tell us, after the days that you have spent there in advance of the attacks that you have witnessed, did you get a lay of the land? Are there some? Can you tell us about petroleum installations nearby and anything of that sort?
Well, I could, Patrick. I know a little bit about some of the installations. I'm concerned a little bit just about letting everybody who is listening in on this conversation, both in the United States and in the Iraqi government, know exactly what we know at this point. I mean, there are refineries around the city of Baghdad. I'll tell you that. There are...
John, we'll be back to you. John, we've got to interrupt.
One kind or another. Excuse me. Go ahead, Pat.
We want to interrupt. We're looking now at some... again, we're back to this U.S. pool videotape. This is unedited material coming in to us. Pilots headed for their aircraft. And let's look upon the wings.
Other things, and we heard a very loud, high-pitched roar. I said to Robert, what in the world was that? He said, I bet it was a jet. But the fact is, it went by so rapidly, we couldn't even see it. So something has just passed by our hotel at a very high rate of speed, and about 30 or 40 seconds after we heard the loud noise here, we began to hear some explosions at a distance several miles away from this hotel. So it could be that the two things were connected, that this was a fighter bomber of some kind that came in here with some ordnance that it dropped onto a rock someplace a distance away from downtown Baghdad, where we are standing looking out the window, I must say somewhat nervously at the present time. That's That's all I can tell you, Patrick. You know, Bernie Shaw and Peter Arnett and I were talking last night, and the fact is that this is the first time, CNN's presence in Baghdad is the first time that an American team of reporters has been able to cover a war in progress from the camp of the enemy. In previous wars, the American reporters have been with the American troops as a general rule, and occasionally we get to go to the enemy camp. This is a much different situation from that. We are here. We have been here. There's more anti-aircraft fire that we can hear outside our window right now, and we intend to be here for as long as it takes for us to bring as complete a representation of what is going on in Iraq as we can to our viewers. So, anyway, I'll let you get back to where you were before. I apologize for interrupting.
All right, John, let's talk briefly about, you talked about the loud roar, the whining roar that just passed by, probably, as you say, a jet. Maybe for any viewers who might be just joining us or are rejoining us after a few hours of sleep themselves, can you describe a little of what has taken place? We've had flights that would jam radar, then we've had bombing missions, and sort some of this out, if you can, and what that's been like.
Well, we continue to see things that we haven't seen before. My colleague Bernie Shaw, who's continuing to try to take a nap and can't do it with all these loud, disturbing noises, has just walked back into the room, Patrick. We've seen many things. We've seen an anti-aircraft installation which now has a spinning radar dish on top of it. It's in operation. We've seen bombing missions that have left what looks to be either a chemical plant or a refinery in flames with huge clouds of black smoke puffing out. We've discovered a communications tower in downtown Baghdad that has been damaged by a bombing attack that our engineer Nick Robertson. Bernie?
John, I was down in my room minding my own business, and it seems to me what's going on is a dichotomy, and I apologize to our viewers around the world
for having had no sleep in 2.5 days. Yeah, go ahead.
It seems to me that there is a dichotomy here, and what is happening, in my judgment, is that the local people, the Baghdadis, are saying, Saddam, you conduct your war. We're going to conduct our lives. Because when you hear these reports, when you feel these concussions from the bombs that I felt, I've been trying to sleep, and sleep won't come. I cannot shut down my mind, and I wish I could. But it is clear that there is a dichotomy in Baghdad. Yeah. It seems as if the people are saying, Saddam, you fight your war. We're going to carry on our lives.
Yeah. But as we look out here at the fighting of this war, Bernie, we see very little Iraqi response to what seems to be continuing probes from the American or the coalition forces as they come through here. This incident just now where we had a jet, we're sure it was a jet, had to be a jet.
Oh, right, I heard it. It went swish. And ladies and gentlemen, I was sitting in my room a few moments ago, and I was trying to, how can we describe what it sounds like? First of all, you know it's happened after the fact. There's no way that you can see an F-15, an F-16 coming. There's no way. But after it has come and gone, you hear the anti-aircraft batteries going off. And what you hear in the background, before you even hear the anti-aircraft batteries, you hear boom, 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 boom. And as you hear that, is that the sound, John?
Absolutely.
That's the sound. And as you hear that boom, 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 you then feel the earth shake under your feet. And it is frightening. It is frightening. It is thunder. It is lightning. It is frightening. And what makes it even more eerie is that it is happening in daylight. That is what makes it more eerie. It is happening in daylight.
I never expected the coalition forces to attack in daylight because they've got a lot more security attacking at night. But obviously, or apparently, I won't say obviously, it appears
that the coalition forces are so secure that in the air superiority that they have, that they just will attack with impunity. And another attack appears to be coming now. There's something going on the other side of the building, which Chris Manich, our editor, suggested that we go and take a look at. So we're coming now. And Robert Wiener and Mark Biello are out here having a look. Robert, describe to me what you see, and I'll be able to look as our viewers get your word picture.
Well, we hear more than we actually see right now. There was some puffs of smoke, the anti-aircraft batteries out in the distance, and again, that rolling thunder that we've heard continually during the night, in which you and Bernie have been describing a moment ago. The battery on the building, which we are not permitted to name, has been at the ready. The gun has been swiveling, turning in various directions, looking for the planes.
And there are people running now on the grounds of where we are. It's a very frustrating, it has to be a very frustrating feeling for the Iraqis as the coalition forces conduct their military operations, because it is obvious, it is apparent, they cannot respond to what is being laid on them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is really hard for them.
Yeah, it's like a football game where one team is getting all the points. And at least that's the way it looks to us. I mean, the Iraqis may have a totally different point of view from this, but from our vantage point, that's what it looks like. The coalition forces are coming through here wave after wave after wave, and you don't even hear that much anti-aircraft fire anymore.
I still say, this is a dichotomy. It seems as if the common people of Baghdad are saying, Saddam Hussein, you conduct your war. We're going to conduct our lives. And it's eerie. It is broad daylight, and these bombing raids continue on the outskirts of Baghdad.
And there's a group of 5 people there walking over to a place to get lunch. I mean, they're not running, they're just walking slowly.
As I say, these bombing raids are continued on the outskirts of Baghdad and on Baghdad proper, yet life is going on. It's as if, I hope I don't sound redundant, but there is a dichotomy of life here. It's as if the people are saying, Saddam, conduct your war. We're going to conduct our lives.
All right, Bernie, thanks very much. I'm going to poke my head out the window here for a moment, if I can, over cameraman Mark Biello, a man who has a great pair of binoculars who's helping spot for us here as we look over downtown Baghdad today. Still, that building with the huge clouds of smoke, the factory or industrial complex, whatever it is, it continues to burn. As we look out in another direction to the south, I'll see what I can see to report to you, and there's not much there, really. It's I see a giant picture of Saddam Hussein, a poster painted on concrete. Virtually every place you look in Baghdad, you see those, and there's another one of them right here near our area.
I don't want to sound trite, and I hope we have not sounded trite in our reporting, but I'll be responsible for my observations and my remarks and attribute them to me. But I've said all along, when I sat back home in Tacoma Park, Maryland, and sat in Tacoma Station. Tacoma Station is a little jazz club, and it is dear to my heart. It's owned by a dear friend, and I hope the network won't mind my mentioning this, but it's germane to the point I'm trying to make. Bobby Boyd is the owner of Tacoma Station, and I've often sat watching the closing minutes of NFL football games, John Holliman, and I've always said, as I looked at the screen, I hope, or not I hope, I said, I wish, or I'm glad I do not have to make my living that way. Watching Joe Montana and Ripken of the Washington Redskins, obviously I'm very fond of them, even though my son likes the Chicago Bears. And all I can say is that, while I've said, I don't want to make my living that way, the way the NFL football players make their living. I would trade places with Mr. Ripken. I would trade places with Mr. Montana and other players in the NFL right now.
This is a little bit more dangerous, probably, than what they do day to day, Bernie. At least there's the appearance that it might be. And as we look out here on the city, it appears that things have gotten more calm.
I want to discuss something with you, John, that is much more serious than my wishing that I could trade places with the players in the NFL.
Yeah.
And please, guys, don't hold this against me for these remarks. But the remarks I just made. When I was in my room a few moments ago before I ran down the hall, it occurred to me, and I ask our viewers around the world to entertain this question. Push this question through your mind. Why is the government of Iraq allowing us to report what is happening here? And I will tell you, we did a conversation and interview with Walter Cronkite. I don't know how many hours ago it was. John Holliman, you tell me if you know.
It was before the bomb started, so I guess it was probably 7 or 8 hours ago, Bernie.
Okay, 7 or 8 hours ago, we did an interview with Walter Cronkite. He was reporting from his home in New York City. And we talked about what is happening. And Walter, I recall Walter talking about his cynical reporter's mind. As you know, my mind is virulently cynical.
Absolutely.
And the question you have to ask yourself is why? Why is the Iraqi government permitting CNN to report what is happening? You know what I think, John Holliman?
What, Bernie?
I think that what you are experiencing through our reporting of what is happening is support. Support and opposition. There's no doubt in my mind but that if they wanted to pull the plug on us,
Oh, they could do it instantly. They control these wires that we're talking to our viewers on, absolutely.
They could do it instantly. Obviously, and this is a gross understatement, it chokes in my throat to even utter it. Saddam Hussein obviously is very busy right now. He's a man with a lot on his platter. But it seems to me that the government of Iraq is permitting us to report. They have indicated that they want us to report. They've even protected our people. Even Peter Arnett, when he was on the streets, he had troops around him while he reported. All I'm saying is that keep in the back of your mind the fact that we are able to come to you around the world and report what is happening as far as we can determine. And keep in mind, we don't know everything that's going on in Baghdad.
No.
There's no way we could possibly know. But that elements of the government of Saddam Hussein are allowing us to report out of here is significant. And frankly, I'm appreciative.
Well, I think, we can all appreciate the fact that we're being allowed, at least to a certain extent, to do our jobs. And Bernie, you'll be interested to know our engineer, Nick Robertson, was over at Iraqi television about, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago now, and he saw President Saddam Hussein walk into the television station. And we had heard that the president was going to record a message for the Iraqi people, and perhaps he was there to do that at the time that Nick saw him there.
The Iraqi people at this hour are very frightened. They have not heard from the president of their nation. They have heard clearly the reports of what is going on not only in Baghdad, but in Iraqi proper. You don't need word of mouth, ladies and gentlemen, at a time like this. It is clear that something major is happening. The ground is rumbling. And when human beings feel the ground rumbling, they know that something's up.
All right.
To go through many drills, were you concerned about a possible retaliatory strike from Iraq?
No, like I say, we just come on duty, and all of a sudden we had a pilot, and boom, we was gone. I mean, there was no notice situation. No drills, no nothing. That's what we've been doing for years.
Well, how do you feel? You like these pilots you running on empty?
Oh, no. We're fired up. We're ready to go. Just get it done and get it over with. Couldn't do it peacefully. Let's do it, I guess, the hard way, I guess they say.
All right, let's talk to you.
All right.
All right, what's your name?
My name is A1C Teal. I'm
A1, what's an A1?
Airman First Class.
Okay. And what does C stand for?
First Class.
What's your first name?
Robert.
Robert, and your last name is Teal?
Teal,
T-E-A-L. And you're from?
I'm from Virginia also.
That's the 71st Tactical Fighter Wing, right?
That's correct.
Squadron, all right. And what do you do?
I'm the assistant crew chief on this F-15 that just got launched out, and I do basically the same duties that the dedicated crew chief does.
All right, so tell me, how do you feel now that we're at war?
I'm pumped up. I felt that for a while I thought maybe the resolutions and stuff could work. Apparently they couldn't. I guess Mr. Hussein's going to have to learn the hard way.
Personally, I'm not asking you to speak for the Air Force or anyone else, but personally, do you think we should have waited?
I believe we waited as long as we could, did everything possible. gave it some last-minute tries. He didn't want to listen. He's going to have to be taught.
All right, tell me now, what is going to happen here?
Okay, we're going to bring the F-15 back in. We're going to turn it. We're going to get it shut down, check the jet out, make sure it's good to go, get the pilot out. If they want to send it back up, we'll get another pilot and launch him out again.
Okay, in your words, what's special about this particular F-15 that's returning?
It's mine. I take care of it.
Roger that.
Whatever the jet needs, it gets done. It's broke, I fix it.
Is there anything special about this, what this F-15 did last night?
It fired the first missile in first attack fighter wing, and it also just showed that we're not going to stand around and let aggression go. It's got to be done.
All right, do you know anything, have any details about what has to be done as soon as this plane pulls into the revetment?
We'll bring him in, we'll turn him, we'll chalk the aircraft, we'll hook up and talk to the pilot. If he has anything to tell us, things that need to be done on the ground before we shut down, we'll do them. If not, we'll shut down. That'll be that.
You feel any jitters right now, any butterflies about what's coming up?
A lot.
Tell me about it.
I'm kind of jittery. There's still the chemical question in my mind. Apparently, the news said that he did fire some this morning, but they fell short of their targets. That was a little bit to help out my worries, but still there's a worry there. We still got a big arsenal.
Okay, you heard the news that, on the news, that Iraq had fired some Scuds, but did you get any warning here yourself?
Yes, sir.
Were there sirens
We were
blaring?
We were just given over a radio that was carried around. There's enough radios for people to find out that there was a Scud alert.
And what did you do? I mean, how serious was this alert? What did you do after you heard it?
First reaction is to put your mask on, whether it's real case scenario or not. So I put my mask on.
All right, okay. So why don't you, can you describe for me what happened when
Oh, okay. I was in the hooch, laying down. They came in, told me it was a Scud alert. I had my mask laying next to my bed ready. I got up, put my mask on, waited for further instructions.
Well, that's about it. Okay, your name is?
Senior Airman Reed Logan.
And how do you spell your name?
L-O-G-A-N.
And you're with the 71st?
Yes, I'm with the 71st AMU 1st Tactical Fighter Wing.
All right.
And where are you from? I'm originally from New York, but I'm with Langley Air Force Base, Virginia.
Why don't you tell me about what happened last night?
Well, I wasn't on shift at the time, but we got woke up when all the jets cranked, and like I said, we launched out, and we were all pumped right from the beginning. We had a lot of good adrenaline going, and we knew they were going for a reason. We weren't just a regular launch. We knew that they were going in there to get Iraq.
When did you first realize that the United States was going to war?
This morning when they launched. It wasn't, you know, like I said, it was a no nonsense thing. They just come out, pilot showed, we launched, and we knew they were going. It wasn't a scheduled launch, it was just go.
And how did you feel when all that was going on?
I had big butterflies, the adrenaline was really going. I was feeling really hyped, I was ready to go. I was ready for anything.
Any second thoughts about what we have just done?
No, I don't think so. We gave them, like I said, all the chances we could. We gave them chances right up even till after the 15th. We told them, we'll give you every chance you can. If you want to pull out, please. He wouldn't do it, so we had to do what we had to do.
If you could make a wish right now about what may or may not happen in the next few days, what would it be?
Well, I wish that Iraq would, you know, Mr. Hussein would realize that he doesn't have a chance here, and that he would just say, hey, we'll call quits. I'll leave. You guys can, you know, take off.
Sergeant, do you know what kind of punch these planes can deliver? What can they do?
These aircraft that we have, the F-15s, are air-to-air. The E models, which are here, they're more the air-to-ground. We would just fly a defensive role. We would go up with bombers and stuff like that and escort the bombers in, and you know, take out any air targets that were trying to get our bombers.
So you had strike aircraft here as well, the F-15Es?
No, just the C models.
Okay. First of all, what's your name and your rank?
I'm Lieutenant Colonel Don Klein, the 27th Tactical Fighter Squadron Commander.
Colonel, your name, can you spell your name for us, please?
K-L-I-N-E.
Colonel, first of all, tell us what happened last night.
Well, we got the execute order late yesterday afternoon, and we went through our mission planning and tried to get what sleep we could, and then got up early this morning, went and executed our mission.
And can you tell us something about what you did? Did you fly into Iraq? Did you escort a strike force? What did you do last night?
We flew into Iraq, and we did escort. We escorted a multinational force, and had the ability to go in there. I can't get into numbers of different type of aircraft or what targets were, anything like that. But we went in with a group of guys, and we got everybody out, and that was the most important thing to us. So our entire package got in and out, and we felt pretty happy about that.
Now, did you encounter any resistance?
We encountered a few airplanes coming up, nothing that really came close enough to us to deliver ordnance or anything. They were mainly coming up and going north. So they didn't come through to the south for us.
Colonel, why do you think that you didn't get any Iraqi planes coming up to intercept?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if probably we were just lucky at the time frame where we went. I think our president and all of our command just needs to be extremely congratulated for that. They did a great job at tactical deception. It worked out perfectly. We didn't even know when we were going or how we were going to go. So I think they did a tremendous thing with that. And that type of work only can save lives. And I'm just proud as punch to be a part of this.
Now, did you see the attack itself? Did you see the strike on the target? Can you tell us anything about that, what you saw?
I saw the attack, and it was awesome. There were a lot of bombs going off.
What did it look like? What did it look like? Can you describe it?
It looks a lot like, you know, lights, flickering lights, like Christmas lights or something like that when the AAA's coming up. And then shortly after that, it looks like some big bomb fireworks or something like that going off. It was an awesome display. It truly was.
Now, did you hear from any of the pilots that you escorted, in the attack planes? Did they tell you anything about whether or not that they feel like they were on target?
No, we did not have the opportunity to discuss that. Frequencies are very busy, and that's something that you just don't even want to get out in the air. The big part is that the package is out. We get those kinds of words, and when they're coming outbound, then we feel pretty good. Nobody was down, and no beepers were going on guard or anything, so we felt pretty good that we got our package in and out.
Colonel, I'm assuming you guys are pretty well briefed on what you might encounter on your mission. Were you frightened at all when you were up in the air? Did you feel butterflies when you flew over Iraq?
You bet. You bet.
What did you feel?
It felt to me just like right before a big football game or something. I mean, you go to the bathroom 50, 60 times, and you can't do anything when you go. And you sit there and you try to go. You got the butterflies, you got the churn in your stomach. You don't know really what you're going to do. But it's just like a football game, too. Once you get airborne and you get the jet under you and you start feeling good, then you just start working your game plan, and it's just like a game there. First couple of plays of a big football game, you settle down, you feel a lot better.
When did you feel a little bit easier, like you were hitting your stride?
Well, probably on the way out. Now, we felt good the entire time. When we first took off and you can see we've got some weather here, and we had to find our tankers in the middle of the weather, and that wasn't a whole lot of fun. And once we found the tanker, and that worked out well, and got our gas, and then came over to our time to push into Iraq and everything, you start feeling pretty good and just start working it out at that point in time. For some reason, you lose your nervousness. When you look back at it, I don't know when I lost it. I just can't tell you, because you're just up there doing your job.
Colonel, what was your scariest moment up there?
I don't know. Probably the takeoff, I guess. I don't know. Scariest moment up there, we really did not have that much resistance to really get frightened. I would say that's a hard one to answer.
Well, how about, weren't you thinking at all perhaps about the possibility of surface-to-air missiles and that sort of resistance as opposed to interceptors?
You bet. And that hurts us a lot for the F-15 fighter. But we got up there, we got lit up by a couple of SAMs, but if they launched at us, they didn't come our way. So I don't assume they launched at us.
What does that mean, you got lit up?
Just with our electronic gear, it just lets us know that somebody's looking at you. RWR, it's a warning receiver type of thing.
But as far as you know, there were no SAMs launched at you?
Not that we know of.
And what about anti-aircraft fire? Any?
We saw some anti-aircraft fire. It was off from us quite a distance, 8 or 10 miles, so it wasn't to us, but you could see it coming up.
And you said the Iraqi planes that took off came up and then headed north?
It seemed to from where we were, and it just seemed that they were headed north, but there were other things going on, and they were probably being vectored towards other things. I don't know. I have no idea, really.
Were you surprised at how little resistance you met?
Yes, I really was. I was surprised with that, but I mean, it's a brand new day, and the day's just dawning, and the Iraqis don't fly a whole lot at night, and that was a great way to begin this. And they don't do a lot of night flying, so we're into a day, and we're going to have to be extremely vigilant and keep our guard up as we go along with this thing. It's going to continue until it's done, and we need to be smart about it, because, one good thing, you can't get overconfident. It's almost like scoring an early touchdown or something. You get overconfident, and they can still beat you 38-6 or something.
How did you feel when you're finally pulling back in safely?
I felt pretty good. I felt good, really, when we crossed the fence coming out. That was a good feeling, because we knew we were back inbound, and that's when you could sit back and relax.
A lot of people, analysts have been saying, the armchair journals have been saying that our Air Force could establish air superiority within 48 hours, maybe even less. Do you see anything up there to change your mind?
No, I don't. I think that we have got a tremendous Air Force, only because of what our people have bought for us, and it's really their Air Force, which you have to understand that. And we have the best equipment in the world right now, and it's working out very, very well, and we've got some good stuff, and we're just proud to be able to employ it.
And I guess one last question from us. You're going to have to fly a lot more today?
I don't know. I don't think I am. That's a question gets into, so I don't know what I'm doing. I really don't.
And we need to shoot some